like to take people's shit.
That's not normal.
It's kind of fantastic. You're walking down the street, you lock eyes with somebody, you're like, hey, how are you? And then you kill them and take their shit. It's a cool thing.
Like, how are you doing this?
Run up and down Rodeo Drive.
This is horrific.
Like, yes, it was great.
Jesus Christ, man. You're a horrible person.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. The fact that this is somehow controversial is beyond me. I like having sex with a lot of people.
What is going on?
I'm going to play in the NBA.
There's no fucking way.
It's going to happen.
No fuckface. You're a fucking loser.
That's bullshit. You're really old and pathetic.
I'm 54 years old.
You're really ugly. You're terrible.
How about fuck you? You're a loser.
I've heard, though, that Cenk Uygur can kick your ass. That's what I hear. You are probably going to die.
What the fuck is going on here?
I can no longer guarantee your safety. There are tons of people who you don't know who are around you all the time. The next person who walks down the street could be the person who stabs you in the eye.
What are you doing?
Oh, you know.
Like, is this a plot?
Yeah. It's going to be blood in the streets.
This is a threat?
Yes. Yes. I mean, yes.
We're done, you piece of shit. You fuck.
Good luck with it.
Have you been crying like a bitch over Elon Musk? Do you find yourself sobbing at the thought of your taxpayer-funded transgender basket weaving club losing its funding? You may be suffering from a common condition known as libtardism-induced meltdown. But don't worry, there's help. Introducing Grow-A-Pair, the revolutionary prescription solution designed to help you accept reality. With just one dose a day, you'll start to understand that tax dollars aren't meant for gender numeral electric vehicle startups in Vietnam. After taking Grow-A-Pair, you may notice life-changing improvements, such as smaller man boobs, the ability to fund your own transgender basket weaving without relying on Uncle Sam, and a newfound indifference to the defunding of the U.S. Department of Slope Sidewalk Studies. Grow-A-Pair won't solve all your problems, but it can help you stop fixating on who's going to pay for DEI pudding packs in Cambodia.
Side effects may include dry mouth, increased common sense, employment, smaller man boobs, and lower taxes.
Ask your doctor if Grow-A-Pair is right for you, because adulting is hard, but it doesn't have to be.
I'm calling Trump on you, you illegal motherfucker!
Take a deep breath for just a moment and ponder big ball.
Trump, I found another one.
Take a deep breath, everyone, and ponder big ball. How y'all doing today? Hey, guys, how's it going?
My balls are big, yes.
Your balls are big, yes. Hey, Daisy, how you doing? Because this is pre-stream cuck agree, yes. All right. Hey, Tim, how you doing, man?
Morning.
Morning. You're not drowning up there?
No, funnily enough, I'm kind of being. The weather wants to. Sorry, it wants to rain. The clouds are kind of edging themselves, right? They're not.
So
it's all grey clouds. It's all grey clouds, but no fucking rain.
You just need to go outside and give it some JOI.
Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, I don't need more rain. It hasn't stopped since Christmas.
Speaking of jerk-off instructions, let's kick off. Ashley Sinclair says, 5 months ago, I welcomed a new baby into the world. Elon Musk is the father. I have not previously disclosed this to protect our child's privacy and safety, but in recent days it has become clear that tabloid media intends to do so, regardless of the harm it will cause. I intend to allow our child to grow in a normal and safe environment. For that reason, I ask the media to honour our child's privacy and refrain from invasive reporting. So yes, apparently Elon has yet another child.
So what's the community note on that?
The community note is it hasn't been confirmed.
Oh, that's it.
And that there's zero evidence that the tabloid media was yada yada, like, fuck off.
Well, yeah.
Let's not believe the mother.
Oh, you sure are. He's like, oh, this is very sad. A lot of congratulations.
I don't even know who this woman is. Who the hell is Ashley Sinclair?
Is she the one who used to work for the? I think she used to work for the. What's it called? The TPUSA, and then I think she might also work for.
Radio.
I know she definitely used to work for TPUSA, and I think she also used to work for the Babylon Bee. Maybe I think we had a clip.
Yeah, I think she was like editor in chief of Babylon Bee or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's been on Timcast IRL like 4 or 5
Oh
times.
yeah, you'd know her. I have this clip of her.
I only see her name around on X shitter.
Well,
Twitter
there's
all the
another
time.
Ashley Sinclair who is actually a porn star, which using.
Oh, okay.
So they're both related to cream pies, I guess. There's no word as to whether this is a natural one of Elon's natural ones, but this is her.
I think you deserve the electric chair. Zzz. Nobody's gonna be sad.
So I am fond of that clip. Yes, it does sound like a porn name.
Yeah.
Anyway, this should come as no surprise to anybody, though. The person it comes as the least amount of surprise to is anyone following Milo Yiannopoulos.
I was going to point that out. Yeah, I was thinking.
Milo says readers of this account are at least 6 months ahead of everyone else, sometimes more.
Yeah.
And here we are. Elon had a child with Ashley Sinclair, according to Milo Yiannopoulos, who was chief of staff at Kanye's apparel line, from Enough Elon Musk spam posted 5 months ago.
Someone on the inside knew what was going on.
So CJ Pearson says, I see far too many self-righteous and tired individuals pouncing on Ashley Sinclair, having a child out of wedlock, instead of commending her for choosing life. Is the conservative position now that not every life is a blessing, regardless of how it's conceived? To which Pearl Davis replies, getting cream pied by a billionaire is not honourable.
I'm sorry, choosing life. It's not like she made the decision between having the baby and not having it. I think she, honestly, it sounds like if it wasn't a natural conception, that she chose to have the baby. So it's not. She wasn't.
I don't know if I have it.
That's ridiculous.
There was. It's probably in some of the replies here.
You know, like it's not honourable, but you don't punish the child for it. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's not the child. The child's done nothing wrong. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Of course.
It's.
There were like a bunch of replies.
I mean, the child's not going to ascend to the throne.
Someone found a screenshot of her and because people are now digging through, of course, every interaction she's ever had with Elon. And someone found her saying that she went off Adderall and her birth control and it's from November 2023. Okay. And then in the replies is Elon. He's like thumbs up. And it's like, oh, okay, you went off birth control and Adderall? All right, Elon slides into your DMs. I hear you went off birth control.
Come on down to the Tesla office and...
What kind of pickup lines do you think he's got? Like, hey, I just bought Twitter.
I'm the richest man in the world.
Yeah.
That's got to be a panty dropper.
How much do you reckon she's getting in child support, though?
Well, we'll get to that. But yes, people are digging into her history, of course. Followed by Fed says, now you'll know how and why Ashley Sinclair, formerly known under a previous online monitor, I think he means moniker, as Sex Laptop, managed to garner such an astroturfed rise to social media prominence. Certainly doesn't help that people like Jack Posobiec and Charlie Kirk 11, and all the other Bitcoin Inc. adjacents lend her credibility either. Just make sure to teach your kids that sometimes all it takes is sleeping around or looking for that special Tyrone to get you a big break. The only litmus test on the right is how much you're willing to trample upon the core fundamentals of right-wing conservatism. Ladies and gentlemen, your right-wing influencer.
What fundamentals?
Well,
I break it all the time.
Trad.
Trad, yes.
Trad,
fundamentally, yeah. I think there is a problem in comprehension, maybe understanding on the right at the moment, in that conservatives think that MAGA is conservative. MAGA thinks that MAGA is conservative. MAGA is not conservative. MAGA is populist. Yep. MAGA is a right-wing populist movement, not a right-wing, not a populist conservative movement, because if conservatism were popular, it wouldn't be conservatism.
True.
So, and arguably, conservatism has conserved nothing. Exactly. Yes, MAGA is populist, not conservative. And people
It's just doing what the
people in
do.
MAGA people in MAGA think they're conservatives just because they've taken over the GOP. So,
Yeah.
Tumble says this could be a hell of a fight for Elon's inheritance in the Mars base. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would hope that the man has. Prenuptial agreements, or I guess precoital agreements. If you're Elon Musk, you want to keep precoital agreements.
Pre-nut agreements.
Pre-nut agreements. I hope he has pre-nut clarity. Anyway, this guy says, now it makes sense why Flip Flop Do Anything for Cash Fuentes decided to walk back his attacks on Sex Laptop randomly in 2024. Grifter's going to grift. And here's Nick Fuentes in his Telegram saying, I have to correct the record on Ashley Sinclair. A mutual friend told me that she was apparently never a sex worker, and some of the details about her baby daddy were incorrect. I actually like her and Lauren, and I'm not just saying these things to insult or hurl abuse, but their lifestyle is related to their attacks on misogynists.
Another tradcon who's not really a tradcon.
Miley Yiannopoulos has uncovered another account. Saying before sex laptop, there was Optileaves or something. Optatives. So he called me pretty. This is why people don't like me. Taquan Mac, you're welcome. What about me? Sorry, it's in reverse. Oh my god, cringe.
Oh, so you found the teenage.
You found the teenage stuff, yeah.
Which is going to be cringe, no matter what.
And exactly why on earth would you keep that account alive? Yes.
That is true. Should have posted.
Milo's just been digging in just because I think he loves to fucking...
He wants to be relevant again.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, Eric. 12 kids from multiple women. Classic African American. Yes.
That's right.
Holy
to be
crap.
fair, the first 5 were with one woman, but
Ashley's account in 2014, so only 12 years ago, says, you're lucky I'm not spamming all y'all fuck boys because some of you my niggas. But shout out to Quran, he's a real one. 100%. He's actually saying, I just want a husband, 2 kids, and a small farm already. This was not an invitation for marriage request. Please stop. I'm not sure how a tweet talking about my desire for a traditional family life and values makes me a thought or attention seeker, but the internet gets dumber every day. Bite me. So this is from 2020. Milo is offering a one-time... Apparently she wrote some books before she wrote her kids' book. So she wrote a kids' book. It was like An Elephant Is Not a Bird, I think is the book she wrote. And I think you can deduce what it's about based on the title. But yes, Milo says, I'm offering a one-time amnesty to any groiper out there with copies of these books. Supply them to me and your name will never cross my lips again. And this one's called The Other Alice. And this one's called The Bad Apple. Oh, there's a Goodreads review. Let's have a look.
So, it's gone down to 3 stars. It was 5.
Yeah. Was it 5?
It
was 4.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Quantum mechanics, non-Euclidean space, the realm of dreams, and more await you in this collection of 4 flash fiction tales, fewer than 1,000 words each. In The Other Alice, read an alternative history of the aftermath of Alice's trip to Wonderland. In the box, find out what happens when a mild-mannered librarian receives a strange box sent to her from herself. In a box she didn't know, she knows she didn't send. In Alice, follow the protagonist through an infinite space back to the beginning in only 72 words. And in Dreaming of Borges, encounter the famous Argentinian writer in the world of his dreams. Mysterious worlds and poetic prose await.
Just kidding. It's porn.
Well, the other one, I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Yes.
Like, that looks like some...
The 1 stars, because there's 2.
Well, the 1 star is going to be a recent one, because people are boring.
Oh, no comments?
It doesn't need no comment on it.
Oh.
Maybe if I click on that one.
No, no one's commented.
She's got 4
No one's
stars,
reviewed it.
4 reviews. That's okay.
Yeah. What's this other book? Bad Apple by Ashley Sinclair. Once upon a time, in a kingdom now disremembered, there lived a peasant girl by the name of Jonah Gold. This is from 2014. So she had to actually write these. She didn't just dump it into an LLM. I don't know. How old is that?
Have a look at
it's
who
rude
wants to
ask.
read it.
Well, no, because unless she's like 28.
I thought she was like 30 or something like that from the stuff that was going around on X.
She's
That
31.
was over.
Close
Okay,
enough.
so she was 20.
She was like 21.
Early
She was
20s.
2019, 2021-ish, yeah.
Mine says Ashley Sinclair plotted for half a decade to ensnare Elon Musk. I needed to get an Elon Musk's attention for a marriage proposal, please, Greg. So she's trying to get Greg Price to retweet her, and he says he's got a kid with a woman already. Seems unlikely to work out. Ashley says, well, he's actually has 7 kids and goes through women pretty fast. To which Elon Musk replies, "Whoa." Because that's what Elon Musk does. He just replies with "whoa." That's his shtick now. Here's a sex laptop account. I love big black cock. I want a big black nigger named Tyrone to destroy me. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Both 1 stars are from today. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that makes sense. Top Lobster says, getting a ridiculous amount of child support isn't enough. You also have to whore out your 5-month-old child for pity likes. Great business move, but completely antithetical to what conservatism claims or claim to be. Again, this isn't a conservative, but I understand his point. I'm ready to discard the term as a whole in the same way I've discarded the term libertarian, a term which once meant individual liberty and freedom, but now means autism and drug abuse. Jeez, Tim, you're being personally attacked.
I don't know what the fuck he's even talking about, to be honest.
Conservatism now stands for homosexuality, whores, and children out of wedlock. Which way do you want to go, Western man?
No, I don't give a fuck about the West. So, hang on, Tower Gang Pod. Okay, he's one of those idiots. Okay.
Molly says, did Ashley's payouts increase before or after getting knocked up by the CEO? And here's her soon after giving birth, I guess. Saying X just significantly increased creator payouts by paying based on engagement from verified premium users instead of ads and replies. Post on X and get paid. Cha-ching! She went from $1,000 in one pay period to $7,000.
Wait, is that how he's paying child support?
Maybe. Maybe.
To make it look legitimate.
He's hiding it. So all these people with, well, the Krassenberg twins have some questions to answer then, because they got some big payouts. So Mrs. Krassenberg's been knocked up by Elon as well. Molly says Ashley Sinclair was a notorious slattern. Is that meant to be a slut?
I have no clue.
I had never heard that word before.
Yes,
so it's an old-fashioned and offensive word to describe a woman who is thought to be dirty and untidy.
Yeah.
So a whore.
She's a whore.
Obviously, she was a slut and slept. So this is just Milo saying this. I'm not saying this is true. Obviously, she was a slut and slept around with all of the frat guys, including at least 3 from the group I was with, which resulted in the nickname Smashly. And she got that she tried to accuse the frat that started that nickname of rape or hazing or something to get their chapter kicked off campus. She dated one of my frat brothers, and when the things went south, she had assaulted him and would constantly spam his phone with texts and calls. Well, Elon's got something to look forward to. And once he decided he was done with her, I had heard some of the voicemails, and she sounded like a total hysterical psychopath. She loved drinking, smoking weed, and doing coke. It's okay to stop doing those things and going sober, but she obviously took the stance of drug user degenerates to appeal to her MAGA cronies. She would literally smoke weed in the dorms with her best friend in her first few years in college.
Seems like she's becoming a conservative grift.
Oh, the conservative grift is huge.
Yeah, I think.
And if you're a mildly attractive woman in the conservative grift, it's even easier.
Yeah.
And obviously, fuck Nick Fuentes, but there's a lot of the sex laptop he brought to light a few years ago. Apparently, she would sell or trade nudes when she was underage and would generally act like a whore, which is completely in line with how she was in college.
Jesus.
So, yes.
Wait, hang on. Can't she be arrested for that? I suppose statute of limitation probably.
Yeah, I don't know. You would have to. All right, let's go dig up the nude photos of her underage. That sounds like a great idea.
I don't mean for us. I meant like
and send them to the FBI and say this girl has been distributing child pornography. Molly says quite pregnant to be doing this. So this was in October.
Well, that's
she would have given birth already 5 months ago. 5 months ago was like September.
That's 4 months ago. Yeah.
So August or September.
Like the baby belly would have almost been gone by that point.
Yeah. So she's not actually pregnant here because this is.
Especially if she was keeping up with the exercise and all that stuff. Baby belly could have been negligible.
Yeah. I think he's saying. I think he's got his
a reason
timing wrong.
and there's a reason.
I think he's got his timing wrong because he's saying quite pregnant to be doing this, and this is from less than 5 months ago. So
yeah.
It's a very unfortunate situation. It's just a collage of ridiculous shit that she's posting. My personality looks really good in this pic. But strangely enough, Milo's account has been limited for a week.
Oh, I wonder why.
Can't imagine why. This woman thinks it might have been this tweet. The most disturbing part of the story is that Smashler is reportedly now a pimp, finding other wombs for rent. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners. So
how would that tweet be that? What?
Who knows? It's all fucking retarded.
Sounds like Elon's being a simp again.
Everybody's favorite beardoed basement pisser, the Quartering, says nobody is saying conservative influencers need to admonish their friends publicly for having a second baby out of wedlock or roast Elon for being a degenerate and bad dad, but it sure makes them look like a fraud for offering a celebratory congratulations. Frauds, all of them.
Wait, second baby out of wedlock?
Yes, her first baby was out of wedlock as well.
Oh, it's named Tyrone?
No, it's from some guy called Dr. Johnson or something. Dr. something.
Tyrone Johnson.
She aims big then.
So, Nina Infinity makes a very good point. The people praising this would be giving her hell if the baby daddy wasn't Elon. These people want to stay on the good list and be invited to things and have access and such. It's literally politics, Jeremy. That is true, 100%.
And he responded with 100%.
Yeah. Cybertronic says, I respect the grift. It takes balls to be this hypocritical by her. And that's, I want a husband, 2 kids, and a small farm. This is a popular Christian TikTok family who also routinely shares the gospel on their channel. This video is of a husband taking great care of his stay-at-home wife, mum, freshly postpartum. Though it's sharing more than some are comfortable, I think they're setting a good example. There should be more men setting examples for postpartum care, especially if we want children in this world. I've found the best solution to postpartum depression is a fucking truckload of money.
Yeah.
Just have an Elon drive a truckload of money to your house and postpartum just disappears.
What? No, fair. Okay, I see where she's coming from now with the Christian stuff. She's following the 12th commandment. Thou shalt get railed by the richest man in the world.
That's the 13th commandment. She says, I refuse to live in a society where casual, irresponsible sex is valued more than children. I refuse to live in a society where Planned Parenthood profits are valued more than life. I refuse to live in a society where feelings are valued more than human beings. I would say the least aborted children in the world are Elon Musk's. So
yeah.
Well, what are they going to get from an aborted Elon baby?
Yeah,
like couple grand if they sell it on the black market. How much money are they going to get for a non-aborted Elon baby?
That's right.
Millions.
Hollywood is destroying femininity and contributing to the reason why many women end up alone. I'd like to point out she is alone. They teach young girls and women that you can be as emotional and as much of a bitch as you want, and the man will still come crawling back to you. Truth is, men like tact and class. Womp womp.
Wait, did she just call herself a whore?
Yeah, basically. I'm sick of this shit. Look, if a trad whore doesn't have pictures of her husband on social media, you can assume she's single.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Assume they're single until proven otherwise is what I.
Well, no, because they could be pulling the Amaranth thing, hiding the husband so that simps give them money.
Amaranth
could be doing that too, but I assume they're all. I assume all trad whores are hypocrites until proven otherwise.
Well, that's the thing though. Tradcon women won't be on social media putting themselves out there.
The true
sure, they'll
tradcon
have an
won't be on social
Instagram or
media.
they'll have an X account, but they're not going to be posting images of themselves and going out and doing talks and all that shit. No, they got their priorities straight and they know what they're doing.
Yeah,
it's a fucking grift.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
Okay, so yes, they do support Cybertruck. Cybertruck does support a child seat.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, nice.
Well, it supports a child seat. Does it support
A child
two
seat.
for-
Just not 12. But yes, the quartering says pretty genius using X monetization as child support. Got to admit, the man is smart.
I hadn't read this before.
Nina Infinity says Twitter is turning the fucking Maury show. Ashley Sinclair replies to Elon's reply to Milo by saying, Elon, we've been trying to communicate for the past several days and you have not responded. When are you going to reply to us instead of publicly responding to smears from an individual who just posted photos of me in underwear at 15 years old? And then she also tweets separately that it's interesting that Elon is responding to this clearly ingest screenshot that was discussed with his team months ago in a documented call. Now he decides to respond to it publicly from an account that posted underage photos of me as if he wasn't asking me to have more children last week. I would like to take this offline for our child's sake and have been attempting to do so for weeks. So I guess there's trouble in paradise. But so yes, apparently Elon wants more kids with Miss Sinclair.
And I'm sure she'll open her legs for him.
Yeah. Yep. It's all very interesting and hilarious.
Like what's $1 million for a baby to Elon? Like I'll give you $1 million.
That's right.
Make another baby.
That's exactly right.
It's not like he doesn't have money for lawyers to like, but that's crazy behavior. Like, sure, Elon can be like, whoa, that's crazy. Like he owns the fucking website, but her to come in and be like, why aren't you coming home? Like, what is wrong with you? Why are you still out at the
Put down the phone.
Put
down the phone and answer my calls. Put down Twitter.
I don't live with you. We're not together. I just knocked you up.
That's
it's like, bitch, you're just an incubator.
Basically.
Oh my god.
Unironically, right?
Dude, Elon's got form, man, for like just using these women as incubators.
Yeah.
Well, they're all car wrecks to him. You know, hit and runs.
Yeah, pretty much.
I have to find the fucking tweet where she's talking about going off Adderall. I have to find it.
Nice.
Yeah, but Tom Bolo, the thing with Elon is that he can actually go to floor 40 and have his security stop crazy from coming in the front door.
Yeah. He can pay someone to cock block the crazy away.
Yeah, to stand between them once he's, done his thing.
Wait, what is this? Found on Google Lens, loop up these stories. Wow, best part of my week 2020. According to this story, Ashley Sinclair, net worth $14 million, houses 3, cars 5, annual income $600,000, book royalties $90,000 a year.
Well, yeah, from where?
Ashley Sinclair's $12 million payday from Musk. What the shit?
Must have been a private payment. Hey, I'll pay you $12 million if I can get you pregnant. Assuming that's even true. This is probably some celebritynetworth.com. Yeah, this is some bullshit site probably.
Despite being already married, she's not married. This is her previous baby daddy.
This is according to financial. This is one of those fake celebrity wealth sites.
Yeah.
According to financial documents. What documents?
According to I made it the fuck up.
Yes. Additionally, he has paid $60 million to two bullshit. No sources. Fuck off. Okay. He's knocking everybody up. He's breeding out the rest of the world. He's breeding out the Muslims. Cool.
Imagine how many crazies are in his DMs
all the time.
Doctors hardly, if ever, advise women that it may be their birth control making them depressed or even suicidal, despite documented risk being on the pill. Instead, doctors prescribe an antidepressant and tell them this pharmaceutical cocktail will solve their problems. Like, Elon's in her replies a lot. And I guess he's in more than her replies.
So was it artificial or was it natural?
I don't know. I credit psilocybin and ketamine treatments for saving one of my family members. Ashley Sinclair. This is going to. I was trying to see if it was a Adderall. Adderall's 2 L's. Birth control. Oh, there we go.
Oh, first one. Nice.
Ashley Sinclair comes... So, November 2023, Ashley Sinclair comes off birth control. Stopping birth control and Adderall was one of the best things I ever did for my mental health. So many Americans on pharmaceutical cocktails and then wondering why they feel out of their minds. Elon Musk replies, for sure.
Yeah, but she's just saying that when she went off birth control and Adderall, it was the best. She's not saying
because those things fuck up your mind. Birth control pills. Really,
that makes sense. Yeah, that's right. That's a good point.
Yeah,
she's saying
I think he's just commenting about
could have
the
done it
second
months
sentence.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah, could have been.
Yeah.
She got to I just had Adderall and birth control. It's the last one I'm ever having. I'd wholly doubt that. That's what she's saying. I think it's.
And he's Elon saying seems like something very big is being hidden from the public on January 4th last year. Huge and genuinely overwhelming. So she would have been pregnant at this time.
Yeah,
January.
So we think the baby was 5 months ago. Would have been August.
5 months is when the baby was born.
So December 2023.
So December 2023.
Okay.
Is when it was conceived.
Yeah.
John Root says, protecting your baby is admirable, but I cannot understand why this is being celebrated by conservatives. Because they're not conservatives. There's nothing conservative about them.
Conservative what?
Congratulations. Oh, congratulations. Oh, congratulations. Oh, congratulations.
Billboard Chris is there. Congratulations.
You can always just not say anything.
Yeah.
But my engagement.
In every brave book, we partner with people of moral integrity to teach complex Christian and conservative values. I don't know. Anyway, while we're on the... that's about enough of that. I'm sure there will be more that will come out. Elon may even confirm it.
How much damage do you think this is going to do to her brand?
Who gives a shit? Well, I don't think she cares about her fucking brand.
No, but how much damage do you think it's going to do to her brand? Like
nothing.
Because it kind of, you don't think anything happened to?
No, the people who eat that shit up don't care. Yeah, they're not. Like I said, it's MAGA thinks they're conservative, but they're not. They're just populist.
Yeah, but there is also mixed in that with MAGA, populist is actual conservative.
There is an element of,
and they're going to shut the fuck up because they know what side they're. Because it's Elon.
Yeah, but she's not Elon though. Like her brand being
the baby
damaged,
is.
Yes, but her brand being damaged by, I don't know, some Glenn Beck type. Like, is like, well, you're not a conservative like I am. You're just pretending. So I'm not going to do a deal with you. That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah. Who knows?
Potentially.
If you're going to be a whore, accept the consequences. I'm not even going to say don't be a whore because let's be real. All women.
All I can say is, ladies, if you want to make money, all you have to do
get Elon's attention.
Open those legs.
Oh no, I was going to say be a right wing grifter. And
I don't think Turning Point is MAGA because Turning Point was around before MAGA. I would.
Turning Point's MAGA, 100%.
Charlie Kirk is absolutely.
I would say Turning Point is conservative.
They are conservative, yes. They are.
It was founded in 2012. I think they've pivoted though.
They are, but they're a big conservative voice within MAGA. Like they're not just populist. They are well, they claim to be conservative TradCon. But let's be real, it's run by fucking Charlie Kirk, Christ's sake.
Yeah, advocacy on conservatism on education campuses.
That's their main purpose, but they help spur MAGA as well.
So that's what I'm saying, though. With if Turning Point
yeah,
is
that's right, Eric.
genuine conservative, like how much damage is her being just a grifter going to do to her?
Well, she's not part of Tea.
Well, she doesn't work there anymore.
No, but I'm not saying she does, but like they may not.
Turning Point's already considered a joke anyway, so it's.
I don't know.
It's considered a joke from the beginning, though, to the wrong people.
Exactly.
I don't think it's going to.
They're not a joke. They're responsible. I would say.
I know they're a big organization. I get it, but like socially, they're considered a fucking joke.
I would say they're not a joke because they're responsible for huge swings towards Trump in Gen Z. So
yeah.
These guys did a lot of the legwork in colleges around the US. So
well, they had Tulsi and Vivek and shit.
Yeah, they organised the events and bring people there.
Yeah. So I think they genuinely did do positive to the.
They have been doing good things, trying to undo a lot of the fucking leftist brainwashing and abuse on campus. But
wedge politics could be used based on Elon hiding the sausage. Something big is being hidden from the public. Please.
Ultimately, just okay. Elon's knocked up another woman. Okay, so what?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I've known people who've had way more kids with way more women. So
anyway, moving on we'll stick with Elon. Justin, Elon is considering having Ron Paul lead the team that will audit the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Let the man enjoy his retirement, for God's sakes.
He doesn't want to retire, though. He wants to do it, but
yeah,
does he actually want to?
That's what I've been trying. That's what I've been kind of getting the feeling of. But he's also nearly 90. I don't know if he can. People keep forgetting that Ron Paul is way older than they think.
Yeah,
he's nearly 90.
They think Ron Paul and then think Rand Paul and go, "Oh, he's just young."
No. They want Ron, but they just forget how old he actually is. They don't give a shit about Rand Paul. They know that Rand is nowhere near his father. They want Ron, but Ron is nearly 90. He can't do it. I don't think. He doesn't have much long life left.
Well, yeah. To be clear, what the Doge team and U.S. Treasury have jointly agreed to makes sense. Agreed makes sense is the following. Require that all outgoing government payments have a payment categorization code, which is necessary in order to pass financial audits. This is frequently left blank, making audits almost impossible. All payments must... No doubt. Oh, of course. All payments must also include a rationale for the payment in the comment field, which is currently left blank. Importantly, we are not yet applying any judgment to this rationale, but simply requiring that some attempt be made to explain the payment with more than nothing.
Because fuck you, that's why.
Yeah, please, just fucking put something in there.
I'm just amazed because in the private section, just would not fly at all.
Oh fuck no! If I got audited by KPMG,
I at least have to put like something in, like.
Yeah, I've sat through.
Like those I have to fucking categorize it. I have to put a comment in.
I've sat there and had KPMG watch me do the payments, and
it's like $20 on pens. Why? Because they're pens. We run out. Like
needed pen.
Even that's like okay. You've put a response in. Next.
Yes.
I think the shortest one I enter on my credit card reconciliation is. Jira, and I just hit submit.
Yeah. Fuck Jira. I hate Jira. I hate it so much.
Damn you, Atlassian.
Wait, what's Jira?
Yeah.
Jira is a management project for developers.
Yep.
I don't like it because
it lets you do agile management.
Fuck agile.
Yeah, I don't like this because our company's using it not for development. It's using it for other departments.
You can use it for help desk. There's modules for
whole heap of things.
Yeah, and that shits me because it's like it's a development tool.
Yeah, you can get stuff that does the other stuff better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not cheap either. It's really expensive for what it is. The do not pay list of entities known to be fraudulent or people who are dead or are probable fronts for terrorist organizations or do not match congressional appropriations must actually be implemented and not ignored. Also, it can currently take up to a year to get on this list, which is far too long. This list should be updated at least weekly, if not daily.
So they've got a list. They just ignore it.
Yes, they have a do not pay list that they just ignore.
But Bob said we should pay the terrorist.
They just don't cross-reference anything.
Yeah. Why do you want to audit? Why do you want to audit any of this stuff? These people.
It's all right. It's not your money.
Well, unironically,
yeah, I know. I know a few places use it for.
Yeah, we have ticket support, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Fuck Agile.
Yesterday, I was told there are over $100 billion a year of entitlement payments to individuals with no social security numbers or even temporary ID numbers. If accurate, this is extremely suspicious. When I asked if anyone at Treasury had a rough guess for what the percentage of that number is unequivocal and obvious fraud, the consensus in the room was about half. So $50 billion a year or $1 billion a week. I want all the people crying about this, like not crying about this, who are crying about, like, I want to know the overlap of the people who are like, we sent all this money, all this money to Ukraine, when you actually just sent equipment to Ukraine, that are perfectly fine with this. I imagine it's a very small sliver, but still.
Yeah.
Well, that are fine with the $1 billion a week.
Yeah.
Getting wasted on dead people and illegals.
But aren't fine with missiles that were going to be disposed of anyway, getting shipped to Ukraine to be fired at Russians.
To be disposed in Ukraine.
Yes, Ukraine artillery and explosive disposal.
Yeah, just on top of Russians.
You send us bomb, we get ready for you. Elon Musk says, just learning that social security database is not deduplicated, meaning you can have the same social security number many times over, which further enables massive fraud. Now, I saw some people saying that, like, no, he just doesn't understand.
But yeah, because there's only so many times. Because you have a character limit on your SSN. Eventually,
but the character.
Yeah, I think we covered it the other week as well.
It's an unsecured number. We know
you can remove.
It's possible to duplicate it.
You've got it. Well, no, because it's like license.
Well, no, the unique number should be allocated to a unique person.
It should.
That is
but
true.
once you run out of numbers.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're going to run out of numbers.
And you run out of numbers because, from my understanding, the first part of the number is to do with the year, or a part of the first chunk is to do with the year you were born.
Well, it's a matter of
another part is to do with where you were born, and then the last part is to do with the number in that area.
Like the iterative number that you were born in that area.
Yeah. So it's you can backwards trace roughly where someone was born and when by their social security number, but
yeah. So there you go. Before 1986, that people did not obtain a social security number until about the age of 14. Because it was used for income tracking purposes. So it's like it used to essentially be your tax file number, yeah.
Yeah, and I got mine around that age, yeah.
Yeah, I remember having to go and get my tax file number, yeah.
Yeah. That's when we start getting part-time jobs.
Universal status.
Ours aren't associated with where we're born or
they're just a number, yeah. They're an iterating number, yeah.
Yeah, and ours are only 9 digits long as well, so So
shouldn't the field that the SSNs are in?
Okay, so the number has 3 parts. Unique? The first 3 digits called the area number because they were formally assigned to a geographic region. The middle 2 digits the group number, and the last 4 digits the serial number. Change social security number process to SSN randomization. So now it's randomized.
Yeah.
Okay, so that shouldn't ever run out. How many digits are there?
9 digits.
So yeah, that's only 1 billion combinations that you can have. Sorry, 999 million, whatever.
Yeah, so there are only 300 million Americans, and since the introduction of it, there haven't been enough people born and died to use them all up.
Yeah.
So I don't think there is actually an excuse for there to be
a old system could get duplicates. If there's too many people born in an area.
9 digits is 1 billion.
Yeah, just like our tax file numbers, right? But yeah,
okay,
presumably when someone dies, that number would get reassigned to somebody else.
Yeah, after a cooling off period.
After a cooling off period, yeah. So how does that flow? How does that cycle work?
Well, all they have to do when they hit the billion mark, like they did in Queensland with the number plates, is change the last, like if it's all numbers, change it to a fucking letter. Then you've just added 26 times the amount of numbers.
Yeah, exactly. They allowed letters in the first half of our license plates now.
Yeah, so it's 999,900,000.
Yeah, so it's
because you can't have a null number.
Roughly a billion.
Yeah, no one has a social security of 0000000.
Yeah.
So
the first digits can't be 0 or 666. Shit you not.
Okay.
Well, at least that takes out a ninth of it all. So
okay, so let's call it 900 million.
It's 999,000. Sorry, 999,900,000. So it's 100,000 shy of a billion.
Okay. Okay, and that still doesn't make sense why the fucking database doesn't have the SSN field
as the private
unique
key,
identifier.
Yeah.
This is unique.
Not a private
Do
key.
not
They are.
duplicate.
Yeah.
Did they not go through basic database building when they set that
The
shit up?
database is probably just a fucking pile of papers based on what I've seen this week.
Oh, yes. Sorry, they're in a fucking...
they're still in the 50s.
A limestone mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. This Alex Charles says, so this guy says, Doge found a number of people receiving Social Security at 150 years old, to which this guy quotes, 150 years ago was the 1870s. The Social Security Act was signed into law in 1935. I know math is hard, maggots, but damn. I think hard maggots, but damn.
Yeah, some people are still alive in 1935.
Yeah, just because the Social Security Act it was around doesn't mean the first guy to get it is still collecting it, you dumbass. The people who are 150 years old collecting Social Security should have the FBI knocking on their door right fucking now. Or at least should have Doge knocking on their door.
No, they'll be knocking the cemetery doors.
Damn lucky people don't live to 150. Social Security can barely afford people to live to 70.
But that's the thing, though. That'd be someone who's some of them would possibly be someone who transcribed a 9, where an 8 where there should be a 9. So instead of being born in 1980,
yeah, like it's a math fuck up.
Yeah, or there's people who
You're saying there's a 30-year-old who's already collecting Social Security.
Potentially. Well, no, that's the thing, though. That it could be that they're collecting Social Security for someone who's already dead. That's also what that's saying.
Well, but that's the thing. If they're already fucking doing this shit, like if they're already,
it's fraud, and they should be removed from.
At what point do you go? Well, hold on. We don't pay Social Security to 140-year-olds.
Yeah, what's going on with this? Oh, someone transcribed their date of birth to 18 something instead of 19.
Y2K project stuffed up ages ago.
But yeah, it should be a case of why is this 150-year-old on the system? Let's look at their case. Not let's just let it. It's good. It should be right.
Like these kind of things should have systems that flag this stuff. Like, ironically, this is what the Department of Digital Systems was intended for. And so technically, Doge, which is just that department renamed, is doing exactly what that department was always meant to do. A department founded by Obama. So, Elon Musk says the Department of Education no longer exists. This is incorrect. It still exists.
Yeah, I think he was joking.
We wish it did, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was just joking about it, but the plan is to get rid of it.
Here's some USAID packages from the World Food Program found in Lebanon.
I recognize some other organization as well.
Yes, the World Food Program. And UNICEF, yeah. It's all nice of them to keep people fed. Those are UNICEF-branded grenades.
Oh, great.
I was going to say, I didn't realize USAID had branded grenades. Like, can I get some?
No.
For educational purposes, of course.
No, they have to go to Europe. They're all spoken for.
Sweden's running out.
In particular, Sweden.
No, there was a grenade attack in France today as well.
Oh, well.
So they're spreading out. Vatican officials ripped Trump for breaking commitments with US aid, saying Margaret's being terrorized amid crackdown. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, boo-hoo.
Okay, take in some illegals, Vatican.
Well, Tom Holman pointed out that the Vatican has very high walls.
Yes, he did.
Elon Musk-led group makes $97.4 billion bid for control of OpenAI. This is actually genius because right now OpenAI is trying to shift from a non-profit to a for-profit, what's it called, public good company. Mm-hmm. And they priced themselves, like they valued themselves at $40 billion. Which means that they'd only need to pay, like the way the structure would have to work, there'd only have to be an exchange of payment of $40 billion. And then people who've invested get a cut of that $40 billion. But because Elon made a $97.4 billion bid, that fucks the valuation. So now the valuation is $97.4 billion. And because they didn't accept the bid, you have to assume that they believe it's worth more than that. So they can't, in good faith, argue that we think it's valued at $40 billion. Because if you think that, why don't you take Elon Musk's bid of $97 billion if you think it's only worth 40?
More than double the amount.
Yeah. This guy explains it. He says, Elon did with this $97 billion bid is genius. The previous go private price was $40 billion. He's playing chess. Here's why. Delaware courts apply something called the Revlon rule to merger and acquisition bidding situations. When a board decides to sell a company, their legal fiduciary duty shifts to getting the highest price for shareholders. But OpenAI isn't a normal company. It started as a non-profit, then created a for-profit arm, OpenAI LP, to raise investment. That structure creates a legal grey area. Musk's bid isn't just about buying OpenAI, it's about forcing a decision. If OpenAI's board even considers transitioning fully into a for-profit company, Musk's bid puts them in a position where they might have to apply Revlon rules, maximizing value just like any other corporate sale. It's a strategic move that could expose whether OpenAI is still mission-driven or if it's really just another big tech company playing by Wall Street rules. And that's the real play. Musk is challenging OpenAI's leadership on both legal and ethical level, testing whether their decision aligns with their original vision of the financial incentives of investors like Microsoft. Sam Altman and OpenAI's board rejected Musk's offer outright. Sam Altman turned around and then offered $9.7 billion for Twitter, just to be a bitch about it. But that response raises more questions than answers. You see, they probably have a duty to create a special committee, consider all offers and entertain an auction. If OpenAI isn't a company that can be bought, why did they take billions in investment? If they're a company that can be bought, why turn down $97 billion? Either way, Musk has just put him in a position where they have to justify their existence, not just to him, but to the Delaware Chancery Court, which Elon loves so much. Being that is the court that fucked him out of his payment from his pay packet from Tesla. So yes. Expect OpenAI to suddenly decide that no, we're moving to Texas. We're changing our company structure so that we're structured out of Texas instead of.
I do like how Elon responded.
Texas courts Delaware courts could force him to buy it. Yeah, yes, they could.
By not challenging that rule that fucked him over, now that's a law, and so all companies are applicable to it.
Oh, decision.
That one shareholder that complained and went to court about it, and pretty much denied the pay packet that the majority of shareholders agreed to. Bucks all companies because Elon's didn't have, that decision is now on the books, and now all companies have the possibility that a rogue shareholder could sue them and remove their
that
pay
possibility
package.
always existed. That possibility always existed. That's one of the fucked up things about being registered in Delaware. But the advantages far outweigh the drawbacks at the moment. So a lot, but yes, lots of companies are reincorporating outside of Delaware now.
Yeah. Because of
which
the
is hilarious
that
because
that's
made
against
that's
Elon.
Biden's home state. So People are big mad at Elon. They want to kill him. Let's listen to this lovely pastor.
And in this nation, I'm worried that we are on the verge of bloodshed. This is an attempt to take us back to a day that we do not want to go, and we will not go. So therefore, there will be conflict. I pray that the peace of God will win out and overcome the madness that is attempting to take over this nation. And I will say to you, beloved, no one likes violence, but sometimes violence is necessary. When Elon Musk forces his way into the United States Treasury and threatens to steal your personal information and your Social Security check, there is the possibility of violence. Sometimes the devil will act so ugly that you have no other choice but to get violent and fight. Well, someone might say, now, Reverend, you shouldn't be talking about violence. This isn't the Christian thing.
I'd like to point out that they wanted to drag Trump through the fucking streets for saying that I want you to go peacefully to the Capitol and make your voices heard. Whereas this guy straight up saying, you need to be violent towards Elon Musk.
Black man wants to kill people. News at 11.
How much money did this guy's church receive from USAID?
Probably a lot. He's also just a black pastor who commits most of the
Second
murders in the
Missionary
country.
Baptist Church in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Blah, blah, blah.
Let me
Sick of these
play
people.
while I...
Thing to do. Well, I will say, why not talk this way? Because Jesus did. Jesus said in this key verse, didn't he? The kingdom of heaven suffers what? Violence. And the who? The violent take it by force. The kingdom of God is a war zone. It is a battlefield. You did know this, right?
No, I didn't. So why the fuck would I want to go to heaven?
I'm getting the feeling that he's taking it out of context.
Yeah, if heaven is a war zone, why do I want to go to heaven then? Explain that to me, Christians.
I've been reliably informed that heaven is a place on earth. So.
Yeah, no, I won't say that.
Isn't it the same place
Fuck
that
you.
love comes first?
Yes.
Fuck your Bible and fuck Elon Musk and that weird little human shield he carries.
I'm sorry, miss. You cannot give... It looks like you're a bit too old to give birth. So you will not be fucking Elon Musk.
Around with him. That thing has never heard the word no. Let's face it, that little booger flicking fucker sitting there with the President of the United States in the Oval Office holding a press conference. Boy, didn't he just put it right in our faces what's what yesterday. So any idea that you had that what wasn't happening isn't happening is off the table. That motherfucker's in charge. He's holding press conferences from the Oval Office with his rotten little bastard child who has never, ever once heard the word fucking no. So let's just call that spade what it is. And look, you Bible-beaten bastard motherfuckers, come to grips with this. I went through Catholic schools. I read the Bible. I read the book of Revelation. You believe in all that shit, you Bible-thumping rat bastards. You must believe that we are in the end of times. And you need to know the Antichrist is here. The only problem is there's too many fucking fuckers to pick. Who the fuck is it? There's so many we could be picking from. Is it that
stupid
rat
whore.
bastard Elon Musk? Is it the rat bastard Donald Trump? Is it the rat bastard Barron? Who the fuck is what's up with that thing? Because you look at that Melania motherfuck, whatever the fuck her crazy ass name is. I fucking hate Christmas. I hate with the red shit all over the fucking White. What the fuck was that anyway? We put this shit back in the White House. I'm beside myself. You know, I was floating around a couple of months in a fucking pool, looking at the clouds. Ooh, look, an octopus chasing a Volkswagen. I was fucking happy. I was fucking motherfucking happy. Now, I've got to walk around wondering who the fucking Antichrist is. You rat bastard Bible thumping fuckers, you put us here. You motherfuckers put us here. Fuck you. Fuck your Bible.
Kill yourself.
Yeah.
And go back to your pool and
I
enjoy
think
the
this is a
last
good
few
time to
seconds of your life.
point out that Blue Anon is alive and well.
Never died off. Just wasn't in the spotlight.
This is, of course, what she was talking about. This X and his dad went to.
Why does this guy look like this guy looks like fucking Kurt Wilmington on testosterone?
You know, I wasn't even going to post on this, and then I saw some clips that changed my mind, and I'll show you those in a moment. But first, Elon Musk yesterday, along with his son, Little X, held a press conference in the Oval Office to discuss what Doge is doing, all while Donald Trump watched on silently from his cuck chair. And in the aftermath, one of Elon's
Confession through projection, my dude.
This tweet that Elon reposted. It says, history repeats itself, and it shows 2 images. The first image is a pretty iconic image of JFK Jr. playing underneath his dad's desk while he worked in the Oval Office. And the second is Little X,
Resolute desk,
seemingly
dickhead.
bored out of his mind, crawling around on the floor while Donald Trump pontificates about what he liked watching from said cuck chair. But I can point out at least one glaring difference between these 2 situations. JFK Jr., as I recall, never had criticisms of his father while the press was there. Little X, on the other hand, has a lot to say, and there was a hot mic that caught some of it. So first is this little gem.
To restore democracy. This may seem like bull.
You heard that too, right? You're not the president, you need to go away. I'll play the clip a second time. Just, you watch and tell me if that's what he said.
To restore democracy. This may seem like...
That's what he said, but I'll go one better. Because he also said this.
The prices from one year to the next are the same. And their mortgage all
That one's clear as day. He says, I want you to shut your fucking mouth up. And there's already people who are like, out of the mouth of babes. But let me just put this out there for your consideration. A child this young doesn't have this profound moment where he tells off Trump. He just repeats things he's heard. So if he says you're not really the president, chances are someone has said that around him and he's repeating it. When he says, I want you to shut your fucking mouth up, he's either heard someone say that to someone else, or someone has said that to him, and he's repeating it. Either scenario is pretty disturbing. Perhaps the question we should be asking is the same one that Shea Jordan Smith asked on Twitter, which is, why the fuck is Elon Musk doing press briefings in the White House from the Oval Office? He is not an elected official. Why is he holding court in the Oval Office? Nothing about this is...
These people are so fucking retarded. Number one, there are plenty of unelected officials who give press briefings or give statements from during a meeting. Are you fucking retarded? This is the first time anybody's paid any fucking attention. Every single person in the cabinet wasn't elected. They're appointed. Exactly. And then Trump, not just Trump, every fucking president does this. If they have someone that they're meeting privately with in the Oval Office, or they have a meeting that's on the books with someone, they'll bring the fucking press gaggle in. So the press will come in, ask questions, and someone will answer. They're so desperate to fucking bend over backwards and be like, "Ooh, Elon Musk is secretly the president. Elon's secretly the president, and Donald just sits in the cuck chair while Elon makes all the fucking decisions." No, you fucking dipshits. Jesus Christ.
No need to whisper. They say that outright. It's not even trying to say secretly. It's like, no, he's President Musk.
They've been saying it outright for months.
It's President Musk.
Months.
Yeah, I know. This is an extension of the strategy that they're going with. The strategy they're going with is to get rid of Elon. They want to get rid of Elon at all costs, and they figure the best way to do that is to make Trump feel like he's second fiddle and that Elon's actually running the show. But Trump doesn't care. Trump doesn't give a fuck.
Elon
as
is
long
providing
as Elon's
results.
getting results.
Yeah,
Trump doesn't give a fuck. He's over. He's over that. He's won his what he thinks is 3 elections.
Mm-hmm.
So he's back in the presidency. You ain't getting rid of him. He's going to do whatever the fuck he likes, and you guys have to fucking swallow it.
And if Elon betrays Trump, what do you think's going to happen? With a flick of the pen, Elon is gone, and his top secret clearance is revoked. Trump has shown that he will do that.
Yeah.
Or he's been firing people en masse. He's been pulling the trigger and dropping the hammer now. So yeah, it's.
And then the whole kid thing is just cope as well.
He's more blue and on. From your Anon News who laughs as anonymous.
So fed.
Yeah.
Well, you have. Yeah.
We're in SpaceX and quietly just do whatever we want.
What's your assessment? Did this work? Is he going to win?
Yeah, it is. Not for now. No.
Oh, he's spilling state secrets.
You think it's done?
Yeah.
Time to take him out.
But not for now.
I'm looking at the data as it comes in from every county in Pennsylvania.
Oh, he can tell us.
Oh, it's a conspiracy. I love that every single one of the people who believe this shit now also believe that you can't steal an election. It's not possible. It's impossible. Voter fraud's not a thing. Voter fraud's not a thing. La la la, voter fraud's not a thing. Oh my god, he totally stole that election.
Yes.
You know, the funny thing is, I look at, that's definitely Elon's DNA.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm worried now because I look at that kid and I'm like, that looks like me as a kid. I don't need to do some. I need to do some math.
Are you going to claim that you're South African now?
I, Thermo, am one of Elon's long lost children.
It's impossible.
I
He's
am
only 5
African.
years older than you.
Doesn't matter. Time traveler.
Yep.
You think
He has the
Elon Musk
technology.
isn't the first time traveler?
Mm.
He's gonna go back in time like Trump did.
You could be one of Errol Musk's children. That might be it.
Yeah. Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Pay my house. Pay off my house. Anyway, moving
You're
on.
not spurg enough there, Mo.
Yes, that's right. I'm not spurg enough. What do you mean? I'm Nazi saluting as we speak.
Are your hearts going out? Your heart's going out.
My heart's going out all over the place. Yes, the what's it called? Fucking hell! Where's the filing? Where's the actual filing? No,
February 13th, the first one. Top.
Oh, it is the first one. Okay, yep. Civil coverage. This is the fucking application. No, go back. I want the actual
next
main
one.
document.
Complaint for declaratory and shit.
So this is the attorneys general of the state of New Mexico, Arizona, Michigan, California, Connecticut, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and the state of Washington, suing Elon Musk in his official capacity via the executive office of the president, the Doge Service Temporary Organization, and Donald Trump. They want injunctive relief. What was the actual legal framework? The Constitution creates a deliberate and ordered process for the exercise of significant authority over the nation's laws, its pursuit and people, while the president has authority recommended to Congress such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. So they're arguing the separation of powers, that laws haven't been faithfully executed.
They're arguing that Elon's ineligible.
They're whining about the appointments clause.
Yeah, well, that shit.
That he wasn't appointed with the advice and consent of the Senate, but that's irrelevant because he's been the Doge Department of the U.S. Digital Service Agency was not set up by Congress.
Yeah,
it is funded by an appropriation through Congress, but that has says nothing about the head of that department being Senate confirmable.
Yeah,
and he was appointed by the president. It exists entirely in the executive office of the president.
Yep, he's an officer of the United States. Yeah,
like that.
Maybe you should have challenged that when it was created in the first place.
There are some points where lawyers should be sanctioned for their filings. This is one of them. So, and they led with this. They led with the appointments clause.
Yeah.
So you lead with your strongest argument, unless you're retarded. So they're leading with their strongest argument. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's different with Jack Smith because he was not they had no right to appoint him as a special counsel. But this is different.
Because a special counsel is supposed to be appointed. There's a law around how you appoint him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So anyway,
this is a government agent. It's not because it's not a cabinet department. He's an officer of the United States who's appointed by the president and only the president. Doesn't need permission.
Exactly. Anyway, Libs of Blue Sky says the Doge official government website has been hacked. So they left a database open, so anybody could push updates to the Doge website. So
what a shit website!
This is smart. Fucking every website has that. It's because developers are retarded.
Too many
developers don't know shit about security. That's why cybersecurity people exist.
You should have hired more Americans to do it, man.
Devs don't know shit about infrastructure. That's why infrastructure people exist. This moment from the USAID House hearing is fire.
Agenda.
This was fire.
Under the guise of foreign aid, USAID has been an unapologetic front for a far-left agenda. It has become self-evident there weren't a handful of foolish policies, but rather a coordinated strategy of radical, idiotic, and often anti-American priorities. Idiotic, you say? Millions to teach Moroccans how to make pottery? The Moroccans were making pottery before we were a country. This entire debate today and the crocodile tears from Democrats just goes to show what's wrong with this town. Not a single Democrat I've heard has expressed dismay at the many examples of crazy, wasteful spending. I don't understand the objection to a deep dive in how we spend our money, but perhaps it's the fact that over the last several weeks, a massive surge has occurred in the search for a criminal defense attorney. That probably says it all. 5 times in this city, any other city in the nation. I'd like to remind the committee that President Kennedy unilaterally created
these AI automatically generated
through
subs.
an executive order
Oh, they're fucking terrible, hey?
1961. Yet the President Trump, orders a momentary pause after winning a mandate for reform, and Democrats cry, constitutional crisis. As long as you're spending other people's money, no one bats an eye. But the second you want to save taxpayer dollars, the swamp cries wolf, or in this case, unprecedented constitutional crisis. This breathless, fake outrage from the left is utterly insane. And you know what the American people, you know they can see right through it. The generosity of Americans and the blessing of giving aid to others has always been one of our most valuable tools for diplomacy. The American people have a proud history of championing aid to our fellow man, but lawless bureaucrats have poisoned that goodwill. Many USAID programs are wasteful and actively sabotage our diplomatic relationships by forcing woke ideology on our partners. Just look at PEPFAR, a beacon of hope in the fight against HIV/AIDS, yet the Biden administration even weaponized this crucial program, jeopardizing lives and undermining our relationship with African nations. Under Administrator Powers, our message to Africa was explicit.
Administrator Powers is Samantha Powers, former United Nations ambassador and I think former CIA.
As it was heinous. Abort your babies and violate your religious convictions, or we won't grant you life-saving aid. Let me be crystal clear to those who've been complicit in this betrayal. Firing those involved is just a start. We have a long way to go. And one last point. I want to correct the record on a couple of things. First, Elon Musk and the team that is working does not have access to personal data. They don't have access to your social security number. That is a lie. Elon Musk does have a security clearance. He has a top secret security clearance. By God, he makes the rockets for NASA. But the suggestion that he somehow can't be trusted to dig into how we're spending our money is nothing but a smokescreen to hide the corruption and the wasteful spending that has occurred there. And I am personally offended at the left's continued references to 19-year-olds and 21-year-olds in their doing work. There are 19-year-olds who have won the Medal of Honor defending this country. Just because you're 19 doesn't mean you're some child who can't be trusted. It is offensive. And if you're 19 years old out there, 20 years old, and you're serving this country, by God, your service matters. Keep serving. We thank you for that.
Kyle Carpenter is the youngest Medal of Honor recipient. He was 19 years old at the time. Here he is.
Nice.
He's the youngest living Medal of Honor recipient. He was assigned to Fox Company, 2nd Battalion, 9th Marines, posted to Afghanistan in 2010. On November 21st, 2010, Kyle, who was 21 back then, was manning a rooftop. Wait, he joined the Marine Corps at 19. He was 21. Manning a rooftop security post in Helmand Province with a fellow Marine named Nick F. Wazio. The enemy hurled a grenade that landed on the roof, but Kyle lunged and saved Nick while injuring himself badly. In the process, the blast blew apart Kyle's right eye, part of his jaw, causing multiple fractures and injuries. He was in coma for 5 weeks and recovered after almost 3 years, following multiple surgeries. After retiring from the Marines in 2013, he received the Medal of Honor from President Barack Obama. He published this autobiographical work, You Are Worth It, Building a Life Worth Fighting For. Yeah, so there you go. You want to get the Medal of Honor, you just got to throw yourself in a fucking grenade. Easy as that.
Yeah, that's the kind of point of the Medal of Honor.
As
selfless acts.
As the congressman said, yes, over 3 times more people in DC are Googling criminal defense lawyer than anywhere else in the United States. And there it is. So also, there is a spike in defense lawyer in the District of Columbia.
They are packing.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know how accurate this number is. I think this is one of those numbers that's taken out of context.
Back to Doe just for a second. Earlier, the subcommittee headed by Chairman Marjorie Taylor Greene, her staff discovered $2.7 trillion in improper payments to Medicare, Medicaid, overseas, to people who should not have gotten it. Some of this room might have missed that press conference. Can you elaborate on what the president is thinking at this point?
Well, again, that's another example. There's a very long list of the fraud, waste, and abuse that Doge is identifying on a daily basis. Elon Musk also talked about yesterday about Social Security payments that are going out the door for people who are no longer with us. Unfortunately, I would say that is certainly fraud. There's also a lot of contracts they've identified that, just as a hypothetical example, are $1 million, but only 500,000 went out the door. So where's the rest of that cash? And so that's the thing. Those are the things that Doge is working on every single day. And I would just remind everybody in this room, this is what President Trump campaigned on doing. He's delivering on a promise that 70.
Yes, to all the federal workers out there, I have this to say.
If you're looking for the guilty, you need only look into a mirror.
Yeah.
Also,
fucking suck it.
Yeah, they've let that shit run so fucking long. Like, there is no reason someone who is like, the data is electronic, man. The fact that there's no clearinghouses for this stuff. Like,
and no sympathy from the fucking private sector, because we have to deal with a whole lot of shit because of the government.
Yeah. Like, if you didn't report that stuff intentionally, it would be fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Like, anyway.
And in the private sector, you get raked over the coals for that.
Strap in, because it's time for the Trump update.
Oh, yeah.
This will take a while. Anyway, Trump says, I'm committed to buying and owning Gaza. I guess he's going to buy it.
I'm committed to buying and owning Gaza. As far as us rebuilding it, we may give it to other states in the Middle East to build sections of it.
We're going to put it out to tender.
Put it up on Zillow.
Other people may do it through our auspices, but we're committed to owning it, taking it, and making sure that Hamas doesn't move back. There's nothing to move back into. The place is a demolition site. It'll be, the remainder will be demolished.
It'll be a great deal. It's a demolition site already. It's going to go for a rock bottom price.
Just going to drive out all the people
He's
living
going
there.
to buy it from Qatar. We're going to request a refund for all their previous spend that's gone on there. It was the Super Bowl this week. There were no really good ads that I saw, except for this one.
America was founded on an idea of freedom. America's always stepped forward in time of need throughout our short but powerful history.
Ask not what
what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Tear down this wall.
We've been there for all of it.
150.
A second plane hit the tower.
Our heroes are humble. They have an inner pride to keep this idea alive. Protectors are born, they're not made. Secret Service protecting this Super Bowl is asking a few more to step forward.
Yes, that's very. That was actually done by what's his name? God, I was right there. My brain went blank. Transformers director. Michael Bay.
Okay.
Like a advertisement by Michael Bay. Tamala says they could move the UN head office to Gaza.
Not enough explosions.
Oh yeah, I beat you to it, man. This you must have missed last week.
Yeah.
When we went through the secret plan for the Freedom Strip.
Yep, already booked in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Engineer.
Bay, yes,
not enough explosions, and yeah.
No,
not
it was Michael Bay. Michael Bay is someone said in the like there's like an Oscars for commercials. Michael Bay has won so many, like more Oscars for commercials, like whatever the name.
He
of
doesn't
the
make
award
good.
is.
He doesn't make
He's
Oscar-worthy
won.
movies.
He's won more of them than anybody else alive.
Yeah. Not enough explosions though, and not enough because he's the director of Bad Boys as well. So not enough.
El Presidente Trump has renamed the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, and through proclamation declared February 9th as the Gulf of America Day.
And we're flying right over it right now. So we thought this would be appropriate. Even bigger than the Super Bowl.
Looks like he's got a Nokia N-Gage on his desk, but it's not. It's something. It's
Almost
like a remote
everybody
control.
now has assented to that.
Attention on board. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please direct your attention out the right side of the aircraft. Air Force One is currently in international waters, for the first time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America. Please enjoy the flight, and we are now about to head westbound to Super Bowl 59.
Wow, he did that.
That's hilarious. They flew Air Force One out over the fucking Gulf into international waters just for that moment.
Well, make America great again, right? That's what we care about. Okay.
Now we're just going to dump the shit into the Gulf.
So this is a famous pen now, and we're flying.
Oh yes, the famous pen now. Trump has issued an executive order to protect the Second Amendment. Within 30 days of this order, the Attorney General shall examine all orders, regulations, guidance, plans, international agreements, and other actions of executive departments and agencies to assess any ongoing infringements of the Second Amendment rights of our citizens and present a proposed plan of action to the President. In developing such proposal plan, the Attorney General shall review all presidential and agency actions from January 21 to January 2025. Rules promulgated by the Department of Justice, including the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives from January 21 to January 2025, etc., etc. So there may be some rules rolled back. That's surprising since he was all in favor of violence. I like to take the guns first and then do the law later. I like to take the Gulf first and then do the law later. I like to take the Gaza first and do the law later. He is getting rid of the penny, finally.
Yeah.
So no more pennies.
Yeah, they're more expensive to make.
It costs 3 cents to make a penny, yes. So that's... Israel's defense minister has declared numerous Western nations as legally obligated to bring in Palestinians and welcome President Trump's bold initiatives Israel Katz said Spain, Ireland, Norway, and others are hypocrites if they refuse, and that Gazans have a right to freedom of movement and migration.
Yes.
Well, if Gazans have the right, then everybody has the right, which is technically how the Declaration of Human Rights is meant to work.
Yeah.
But it's not really true, is it?
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has signed a new memorandum renaming Fort Liberty in North Carolina to Fort Ronald L. Bragg. Hegseth signed the memo shortly before landing in Stuttgart, Germany, aboard a U.S. Air Force C-17. Dude, the guy flew over in a fucking C-17. He didn't take a fucking Learjet. Didn't go across on fucking Air Force 2. No. Took a fucking C-17. Sat in the back of a fucking C-17. God bless this man. The name Fort Bragg is coming back, but with a twist. It will not be named after a former Confederate general. Instead, the new name pays tribute to Private First Class Ronald L. Bragg, a World War II hero who earned a Silver Star and Purple Heart for his exceptional courage during the Battle of the Bulge.
That is a good way to get around
Yeah,
that.
I think they should do this for all of them.
Half the people in the comments didn't fucking understand.
Yeah.
Naming the US base after a guy that lost to the US? No, you fucking
No, you dipshits. It's being named after a World War II hero.
Yeah.
Tulsi has cleared cloture and has got support from Lisa Murkowski, so she's getting confirmed. She was confirmed. So Tulsi is now in the administration. She is the Director of National Intelligence. Cases C-17 isn't that comfortable either. It's not bad for sure. You sit backwards up above the cargo hold. Yeah. Or if you're very heavily loaded, you sit in the fucking cargo hold. So Tulsi is the DNI now. Bordazar accuses FBI of putting lives at risk by leaking ICE details about where next raids are. So yes, Homer's comments come after an internal government document. Homer's comments come after an internal government document that detailed a large-scale raid scheduled in Los Angeles was leaked to the media on Monday. Bordazar claims that information received so far tends to lean towards the FBI. I think I have the video here.
Tom, where are these leaks coming from?
Well, look, we think it's coming from inside, and we know the first leak of Aurora is under current investigation. We think we identified that person under investigation right now. The California leak, Secretary Noem, she's correct. Some of the information we're receiving tends to lead toward the FBI. But I talked to Deputy Attorney General all this weekend. They've opened up a criminal investigation, and they have promised that not only this person lose their job and lose their pension, they're going to go to jail. They're going to criminally prosecute. So we're all over it. We got the DHS IG investigating the first one. Have a pretty good idea what happened.
Let's indict the motherfucker. Let's indict.
Can't share a lot because it's under investigation, but the IG's opened up a criminal investigation on the second one. We're sending a strong message. It's just not, giving the bad guys a heads up so they can escape apprehension. Right? Arresting, giving the Venezuela gang a heads up so we can't arrest them. You're putting officers' lives at risk. It's only a matter of time if we walk into a place where there's going to be a bad guy doesn't care. He's going to be sitting and wait for the officers.
I'm not going back, I say.
This is not a game. So DHS and DOJ are connected at hip to hold these people responsible in a criminal fashion.
Good. Fuck these people.
Clean it up.
Think they're doing it all like, oh, we have to stand up to Trump. All right, that's fine. Quit. Don't break the law. Fearing Trump's deportations will break up her family, one woman is sending herself back to Mexico.
Good. Go back.
We're winning, boys. We're winning.
Make Mexico great again instead of trying to fucking do it to everybody else.
This video to Hi, my name is Q, and I'm making this
Oh shit, it's Q!
video to share my experience as I am beginning self-deportation. I want to start off by acknowledging the fact that my mother made an immense sacrifice to bring me here as a child in search of the American dream. I'm okay.
Tough shit.
I'm
Mother
alright.
broke the law.
I'm gonna tell a story.
Your mother wasn't wanted in the country.
If you
The
like
community didn't
by-
want her. Fuck off.
Being in the current situation that I'm in, that I've let her down. Sorry. It's even though I have DACA, right now that doesn't mean anything. It's only
So
going
you're a
to
dreamer.
take one
Go away.
interaction with one racist ass ICE officer for him to ship me to who knows where. Guantanamo? There is no guarantee that
Did you commit a crime?
Well, she came over illegally.
Sounds like
so
you
yeah.
committed a crime.
I don't know if I've got it in the show, but there were the first batch of people who were going to be sent to Guantanamo had a filing, like managed to get a filing submitted to prevent their being sent to Guantanamo Bay. So they were deported immediately. So instead of being sent to Gitmo, pending deportation, they just expedited their deportation and sent them back to Venezuela. Because the Trump Justice Department submitted a brief saying, "Oh, hey, this is moot," because they've now been returned. They've now been deported to Venezuela. Like, oh,
nice,
dude. You thought you were stopping yourself from going back, and you ended up expediting yourself from going back. Yes, that's right. That's right, Costy. Why is she using a human shield?
Why is she using that American citizen?
This is the new standard.
Yeah.
Going to be sent back to my birth country. I have 3 daughters who are U.S. citizens. I cannot risk being separated from them. This is what I came up with last night as far as what I'm gonna have to do. I have to get passports for the girls. I have to somehow manage going to the Mexican consulate to get a Mexican passport for myself or Mexican identification for myself. I have to figure out where in Mexico I'm going to relocate to, how much money I can come up with to leave, what the monthly expenses are going to be, what the travel expenses are going to be, and how long I can live off of the money that I can come up with until I start generating income. I need to determine whether we would fly there or drive there, depending on where I'm going, to figure out if we fly there, then what? What am I going to do about transportation? Where are we going to stay? How are we going to get to where we will be relocating to? So I have to research homeschooling so I can pull my daughters out of the school system now, because I don't even feel safe driving them to school. As far as income streams, money's online. So YouTube, TikTok, but...
Well, yeah, Mick Kenny says, how much welfare do you think this woman has been collecting while in the US? You know what she didn't mention she has to do? Quit her job.
Interesting.
Which means she's probably not employed. So she's probably single and taking care of 3 kids. So she's almost certainly on SNAP. So she's getting food stamps.
And WIC.
What's WIC?
Or is that? Hang on, that's a different kind of welfare. Hang on.
SNAP's the supplemental nutrition.
SNAP is
program,
food stamps. Yeah. What was WIC? WIC. It's another nutritional program for women, infants, and children, but that's state based.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. I only remember WIC because it came up years ago.
I don't know about millions, probably hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
Though.
Because WIC doesn't ask about your immigration status. So yeah, that's right, Eric.
Okay,
it's
so
for
WIC is for
formula
baby
and
formula shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure Mexico has the same programs, right? Yeah, but they're through the cartels.
Yeah.
I could teach English, and that's where I'm at. I've lived here since I was 7. And do I want to leave? No. I cannot hold an entire conversation in
So
Spanish.
why didn't you
There's
become
a
a
lot
citizen?
of words that I don't know how to say in Spanish.
Why
My
didn't you
daughters
apply for
don't even
citizenship?
speak Spanish.
Well, now's the perfect time to teach them. Just get a duo and go to subscription, and while you're driving back to Mexico, just put it on Spanish, and you could all learn in the car.
Yeah, why?
But I'm not going to risk being sent to some prison somewhere, and then what happens to them? Here's where I'm at, and I will update on the process.
Like the Borders said, you can all go back
that
together.
You can follow my journey
On TikTok. She's turned it into an advertisement for her fucking TikTok.
She's going to need money somehow, so that's fair.
Probably going to have to upgrade to OnlyFans at some point.
Yeah. Like, I get it. The kids are citizens, and that's... Whether they should be or not is a different argument, but legally they are. So it's the... Like, this is what the courts are going to have to fucking rule on.
Dude, make up your mind. Her name's Quebec.
Oh, God. Go north.
She goes north.
France?
Hey, go north. No, there's peers for land. Go north, and you're going to become a state again anyway. So, hey,
Yeah, that's right. That's how you get in.
Yeah, go north.
You get into Canada illegally, and then when Canada gets added to the Union, even as a territory, it'll be everybody who's
Canadian
lawfully
citizen.
in Canada becomes a citizen.
Yeah.
Oh wait, lawfully. Damn, there it is again.
Now we'll just apply for refuge in Canada.
Damn laws.
Seek asylum in Canada.
I live in constant fear. Oh. You could always just
Because
marry
you're a criminal?
You could always marry a fucking local.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about your baby daddies?
Bobby Kennedy Jr. is now the HHS secretary, and he's already banned red dye number 3.
Good.
I don't know what the problem was with red dye 3. Was it
Because it was synthetic and
it doesn't use the cochineal beetle.
Yep.
red dye 3?
DC psychologists see uptick in Democratic patients.
Nice.
I am hereby instructing Secretary Lee Zeldin to immediately go back to my environmental orders, which were terminated by old and brain-addled crooked Joe Biden, on water standards and flow pertaining to sinks, showers, toilets, washing machines, dishwashers, etc. You know, it's terrible. They have the low-flow toilets and the low-flow showers and the low-flow washing machine. It just doesn't work. You flush the toilet, it doesn't work, doesn't go down. Sometimes you leave a big dookie, it just doesn't go down with the low-flow toilet. You hit the butt. You end up flushing it 4 or 5 times, and that's not good for the environment anyway. We might as well have a high-flow toilet and one flush, and the turd is gone. Also, I'd like to go back to the common sense standard on light bulbs that were put in place by the Trump administration, my administration, but terminated by Crooked Joe. I look forward to sending both these orders. I think my impression is getting better by the hour.
What orders were? Why is the
president having to concern himself with this bullshit?
Yes, that's
because Congress has left it up to the executive. Because Congress has spent all this time abrogating as much power as possible to the executive, and then crying like bitches when the executive does something they don't like.
What businesses?
Yeah.
What businesses the federal government have about what light bulbs are in people's houses?
Because Congress passed a law, and the supremacy clause is a thing, which makes it the president's responsibility, which makes it the EPA's responsibility, which means they get
Congress
God damn it.
passed a law, but any 10th Amendment, anything not expressly stated in the Constitution, there was no amendment. You get the idea. This is so stupid. It should never have gotten to this point.
Yeah,
I think that's my frustration.
I mean, I agree with that. Yes. But
Yeah,
we are.
We are.
DC judge orders Trump to restore web pages related to sex change operations and gender ideology on the HHS, CDC, and FDA websites. Presumably, new presidents are not allowed to delete web pages posted by former presidents.
Says
this
who?
is going to be an interesting standard.
Yeah.
Today, our Associated Press White House reporter was denied access to the Oval Office because the Associated Press recognizes the international body of water on our southern coastline as the Gulf of Mexico. Stop dead naming the Gulf of America. While acknowledging President Trump's order to rename it the Gulf of America, our explanation on why is here. I want to see what the reason
mold
is.
and dilate, motherfucker.
What
has carried that name for more than 400 years. All right, does that mean they continued to call Mount McKinley? No, they immediately changed it to fucking Denali. So fuck you.
Also,
Officially
new
changed the name
standards
to reflect it. Trump's the Associated Press will use this official name change to Mount McKinley. See, they go along with this one because they have to, because they went along with the previous one. But this time they're like, oh no, that's not yada yada. Like, fuck you, AP. I hope you guys get kept out of fucking the White House until you fucking die.
Good, yeah.
You gotta hear, you die. The Trump
Have to
admin and the
lose all their
Department of
funding.
Education are demanding the NCAA and NFHS return all records, titles, awards, and recognition stolen from exceptional women by mediocre men be returned back. This is a critical step in accountability and responsibility. I'll be waiting to hear from the NCAA.
Nice.
So yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yep. Whole lot of transgenders medals just become null and void.
Mark Fogel is back. Promises made, promises kept. Apparently, Trump made a promise to his mum shortly before getting shot at in Butler, and yeah, he followed through. He went and got Mark Fogel back. Who is Mark Fogel?
For a tip,
Mark
take
Fogel
drugs to
is
Russia.
Mark Fogel is white Brittany Griner.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I want to make sure that every single person who was bitching and moaning about leaving Brittany Griner there, including me, is not like cheering this.
No.
This is a dipshit who took fucking cannabis
to Russia.
Oh, but it was prescribed to fucking Russia.
So
Here it
like
is.
the barley
A
nine.
Moscow court has sentenced
I
a
don't know
U.S.
barley
teacher to 14 years in prison for large-scale cannabis smuggling, the latest American to be caught up in Russia's
Corby,
legal
I think
system.
it was.
Yes. Chappelle Corby.
Yeah, he's literally Chappelle Corby. He took Russia. He took drugs somewhere that he really
Not
fucking
really,
shouldn't
because
have.
she was set up. Anyway, the sentencing of Mark Fogel comes as a relation between Moscow and the West.
Don't know
No,
about that.
shit, seriously. Her boogie board bag, like, she didn't put that shit in there. It was put on. It was put on in Sydney. No, it was supposed to be taken off in Brisbane. And instead of being taken off in Brisbane, they missed it. And it ended up going to Denpasar. Because why the fuck... If you think logically, if I'm going to smuggle drugs in to Bali, what am I going to smuggle into Bali? It's not going to be weed, which fucking grows on the side of the goddamn road. It's going to be something a lot harder with a better margin. And I'm not going to fill a fucking boogie board bag with it. So, the reason the federal police knew it was coming, was because they missed it in Brisbane. Someone used her fucking boogie board bag to carry the drugs between locations. And when they were supposed to take it out on the last hop, and they didn't. And no one exactly is going to come forward to go, oh yeah, actually, it was me. So anyway, American citizen Fogel has been found guilty, large-scale drugs. He had a script for medical marijuana after a spinal operation, and then took his medical marijuana to fucking Russia. So yes, it's white Brittany Griner, and if you had a problem with trading people for Brittany Griner, you should have a problem with trading people for this dipshit. If you're too stupid to not realize that, oh wait, you mean my drugs that are perfectly legal here aren't legal in the country I'm going to? Wow, maybe I should not take them. Then you deserve to spend as much time in jail as possible.
More stupid.
What do you mean?
Based
It was
off
exactly the
person who
same.
No, the trade was for someone.
Oh yes, the trade was fucking worse. Yes.
Yes, there was this fucking
what
dumbass trade.
But I'm saying there shouldn't have been a trade at all. It's not like these people were held without fucking charge.
Yeah.
These people were rightly held. They rightly committed a crime in Russia. Granted, you may not agree with the fact that it's a crime, and they're both idiots for doing it, but still a fucking crime. So don't be a fucking hypocrite. You got a problem with Brittany Griner? You got a problem with this?
I do have a problem with this.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I got harsh words for the Pope. Pope won't fix it.
I don't think it's something that should be fucking lauded as like, oh, Trump's so great. I appreciate he keeps his promise. That's to be lauded.
I mean, Trump is great.
But this is
But
dumb.
don't point to
this.
this.
Is dumb.
Point
This is dumb, and like I don't even know who he fucking sent. Who the US sent back?
Good question. Did he send anybody back?
Exchange.
It wasn't the
Accused Russian money launderer.
Oh, great.
Alexander Vinnick is being released from the US custody in exchange for Mark Fogel. Vinnick is accused of running a multi-billion dollar cryptocurrency exchange that allegedly did business with drug dealers. I think this is the guy that ran Tornado Cash. Let's see. Alexander Vinnick.
So not as dumb as
Alexander Vinnick.
It's not like he
Okay, so he worked
like last time.
So this guy worked. He's alleged to have directed and supervised operations and finances of the BTCE cryptocurrency exchange. In 2020, the London-based crypto analysis firm Elliptic claimed that BTCE may have been used by Fancy Bear. So he ran the fucking cryptocurrency exchange that funds Russian persistent threat actors. So yeah. So Biden gave them the guy who gets them the guns, and Alexander, and then Trump gave them the guy who gives them the fucking money to launder it. Like, fucking Christ!
All for two
fucking dipshits who took medical marijuana to a country where it's fucking illegal.
But he made a promise, so.
I appreciate he made a promise and kept it. But fucking
why'd you have to say yes to this promise?
Yeah, Biden released a gun runner. Trump released a money launderer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't find a sexy spy to release instead?
I like how it's
we don't arrest those people.
The Catholic Church. I'm saying this as a lifelong Catholic. I was baptized Catholic. I was First Communion as a Catholic. Confirmation as a Catholic. He ought to fix the Catholic Church and concentrate on his work and leave border enforcement to us. He wants to attack us for securing our border. He's got a wall around the Vatican, does he not? So he's got a wall around to protect his people and himself.
And he's not in a personal army.
United States. So I wish he'd stick to the Catholic Church and fix that and leave border enforcement to us. I like how this works for the Pope. Pope ought to fix
fucking
the Catholic
based.
Church.
As a fellow Catholic, Tom, spot on. We don't arrest. That's good, Kenny. We don't arrest.
It's not even their guards. It's Switzerland who
I know, right?
Switzerland is the ones who's given the Pope the guard.
Really? They go back on up.
Yeah,
afterwards.
that's why it's called Swiss Guard. They're from Switzerland.
It's the only place
I thought the Vatican was in. I thought the Vatican was
Vatican's in Rome.
No, the Vatican City is a state.
It is, but that state is landlocked by Italy.
Yeah, of course, there's plenty of landlocked states.
Yeah.
San Marino is another state that's landlocked by Italy.
I thought that Italy would have supplied the guards because it's physically located in Italy.
No, the Swiss Guard. So Swiss mercenaries aren't allowed to be used anywhere except Vatican City.
Oh, I'm thinking of a different one. But okay.
It's part of Swiss maintaining their neutrality.
The Pontifical Swiss Guard, also known as the Papal Swiss Guard, or simply Swiss Guard. They're maintained by the Holy See that protects the Pope.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
A little fun fact.
The world's smallest army is sometimes called. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of fucking history behind that. Catholicism is great because you've got this whole fucking history around it that literally dates back to the time of Christ.
Yeah. I can appreciate that side of the religion.
Yeah.
So as a history nut, Christianity is pretty fun to go down.
Yeah.
What? Christianity's pretty fun to go down on. What?
Hell yeah.
Google, this is funny. Google has officially removed Pride Month from its calendar app. Do you remember when I've been saying over and over and over that these companies don't actually care about these issues?
Of course not.
They
never
only do what they think is popular. Well, how about that? Fair weather progressives? They've never been progressives. They're capitalists. They're going to go and cater to progressives because they think that's what's going to get them money.
Hasanabi
they did it for Black History
intensifies.
Month too.
Still
I
gonna
think
be
it's a bit
fucking
much. So they got rid of
The
Black
capitalist
History Month
pigs.
as well. Google has removed Pride Month along with Black History Month and Holocaust Remembrance Day from Google Calendar. Now, if you want my personal opinion, I think that Holocaust Remembrance Day should stay on the calendar because it was a real event. These are amorphous concepts. This is a real event of something that happened. My main point is that
I think keep
Google,
Martin
I'm gonna
Luther
show you
King's
guys what this flag means for
birthday
Google.
because that's it's a holiday.
This is what the LGBT flag is according to Target. This is what it is according to Amazon. This is what it is according to almost all of these companies. And now that these ideologies are less than popular, all of these companies are more than willing to roach out on the people whose rights they swore to protect. I have been repeatedly maligned, defamed as a person who is not an ally of these causes because I do not support corporations tainting them with their corporate influence and their ulterior motives. And now it's been proven that I was right.
God damn you, Eric.
I was right the whole fucking time.
Okay, I get it.
Here's Tulsi doing some stuff. I'm gonna mute it because I'm probably gonna already get fucking claims on all.
Oh, sorry, it's a bit obnoxious.
Pardon me.
Well, she is army. So
dude, my wife asked me the other day, "You don't burp in the microphone, do you?" And I'm like, "No, I don't."
Burp.
God damn it. Ladies and gentlemen, your new DNI.
Is that like one of those brutality courses that?
Yeah, she's all into that. She's
Yeah.
still very active and she surfs, does all that kind of stuff. CrossFit, all that shit.
Not only Tulsi Gabbard, but also Pete Hegseth to be the defense secretary.
I think we're greatly disappointed in any Republican who chooses willfully to vote against the president's exceptionally qualified cabinet nominees and picks to lead his America First administration. Not a single Democrat swayed from voting against President Biden's nominees, and we know how many of them turned out. They turned out to be atrocious at their jobs, leaving America much worse than they were when they took the oath of office. And so I've said it repeatedly from this podium. I addressed it at the beginning of my remarks. We expect all Republicans to vote, to stay tough and strong, vote for President Trump's nominees so we can get to work and continue to work very hard to implement this president's agenda.
You know what I hate? Looking at the nominees that Biden submitted, all basically were almost all Republicans voted for them. All they were perfectly happy to fucking go, oh yeah, Biden, you can have whoever you want in the interest of unity.
Rubber stamp it.
But Democrats, not a fucking one. Oh, except of course for Marco Rubio. Even Pam Bondi, someone who is qualified. No, we couldn't possibly cross the aisle for that. Fuck you.
They're spitting the dummy essentially and trying to slow roll the nominations.
I hope the next Democratic president, which is hopefully in a long time,
50 years. Yeah.
Cops the same fucking treatment. Has to fucking whip votes to get their own fucking nominees confirmed.
By that stage, Republicans would be cucked out again.
Yeah.
We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. We're here to...
Based. Probably couldn't have found a better Floridian to do that job. Breaking, a judge has cleared the way for the Trump administration's deferred resignation program to continue, denying a preliminary injunction and lifting a temporary restraining order that blocked the buyout program. Sucked in. And there, of course, RFK Jr. has been confirmed.
This is amazing.
Hard agree.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, that's a good one. I say my name real well that time. Was fantastic.
Mr. President, you won the White House in part because of high inflation. If your tariffs make prices go up...
Excuse me, we haven't asked you to speak yet, please.
Get in your place. Shut down.
Here's President Trump putting the boot in on Mitch McConnell.
As the next health secretary, citing conspiracy theories. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I feel sorry for Mitch. And I was one of the people that he wanted to go to the end and he wanted to stay leader. He's not equipped mentally. He wasn't equipped 10 years ago mentally, in my opinion. He'd let the Republican Party go to hell. If I didn't come along, the Republican Party wouldn't even exist right now. Mitch McConnell never really had it. He had an ability to raise money because of his position as leader, which anybody could do. You could do it even. And that's saying a lot.
Jesus!
That he raised money and he gave a lot of money to senators, and so he had a little loyalty based on the fact that as leader you could raise a lot of money. Senators.
I just want to appreciate the fact that he's telling her that even you could do it.
Call me and they say,
raise funds for Republicans.
Can I take it? I'd say, take the money.
Woman.
Take the money.
Yeah, that's basically what he said.
So he engendered a certain amount of, I don't even call it loyalty. He was able to get votes. But I was the one that got him to drop out of the leadership position, so he can't love me. But he's not voting against Bobby. He's voting against me, but that's all right. He endorsed me. You know, do you know that Mitch endorsed me, right?
Well, he did
You think that was easy? What?
He had polio, obviously, and
I don't know. I don't know anything about he had polio. He had polio.
Are you doubting that he had polio?
I have no idea if he had polio. All I can tell you about him is that he shouldn't have been leader. He knows that. He voted against Bobby. He votes against almost everything now. He's a very bitter guy. And we have a very strong party. And he's almost not even really a very powerful member. I'd say he's not he's lost his power. And it's affected his vote. And, it's one of those things. But in the meantime, Bobby did great, got more votes than anybody thought. And I think he's going to do phenomenally, just phenomenally in that position. And everybody else likewise did well. Not only well, they got more votes than anybody thought. Tulsi, look at how she did. She did great.
Lol. Mm-hmm. I'll just play the video.
CTV News has learned that all 13 of Canada's premiers, who are currently all in Washington, will be going to the White House as a group later today as they continue to make their case to try and avert a trade war between Canada and the United States. There are a couple of unprecedented things here. First of all, we've never seen all 13 premiers go to Washington at the same time at once together as a group. That's number one. Number two, now a meeting for them at the White House. We don't know if President Trump will attend. Could be the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. A lot of unknowns here, but they will be going to the White House. We know the premiers in Washington, they've been meeting with anyone that they can.
Okay, says the audio on YouTube stuff isn't balanced with the panel. It's supposed to automatically balance everything out, like the audio input and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I know it doesn't lift the levels up very much.
No,
I do have everything cranked to max on the videos.
And in terms of U.S. lawmakers, lobbyists, business leaders over the last couple of days. Here's more from Doug Ford, who is the Premier of Ontario.
They don't realize how resilient Canadians are, and we take pride in being Canadian. That doesn't mean that.
This guy was like on crack. How the fuck did he become the fucking Premier of Ottawa? Like, I don't understand that at all. What the fuck is wrong with you, Canada?
We can't have an incredible trade relationship with our closest ally and friend. And if you talk to the American people...
Like, he's just a white Marion Barry.
I don't understand that reference.
Okay.
No, but every time I look at him, I was like, ha, crack.
So for those younger people around, Marion Barry was the mayor of Washington D.C. And he was caught smoking crack.
I mean,
and then he was reelected.
Again,
like, I'm pretty sure he resigned and then ran again and was reelected.
They love Canadians. Canadians love Americans. We're so interconnected on supply chains and every...
Oh, yes, and fucking prostitutes. Yes, and fucking prostitutes.
Well, that's a given.
Yeah, that's like, yeah. Who's in charge of the free world? Come on.
Everything else, and even on the culture. We're
this is his brother.
get this deal done. And
Oh.
Rob Ford and Tom Ford. Is that what it is?
And move forward as quickly as possible.
Well, anyway. Rob Ford. Yeah, okay, yes, that's the one.
Okay, that
they
makes
look
sense.
the same. Yeah, they look the
Yeah.
same. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, still. Border Czar Tom Homan, AOC may be in trouble for helping illegals resist ICE. I think this is a bit of a stretch. She released like a pamphlet on how to avoid ICE. So maybe. Oh, this is the other angle from that clip.
Mr. President, you won the White House in part because of high inflation. If your tariffs make prices go up...
We haven't asked you to speak yet, please. Right?
Oh, the bitch face. Oh.
No, well, she has a resting bitch face. You can't even tell.
She does, yes.
Yeah. So President Trump has just signed an executive order cutting all federal funding to schools that mandated the COVID vaccine.
Interesting. That affects almost all of the Democratic schoolings. Oh, schoolings in Democratic states.
And Governor Newsom has caved to Trump's immigration policies after Pam Bondi put sanctuary cities on notice.
Yes, he cucked out.
Newsom will veto a bill from his own party that would have blocked state prisons from working with ICE.
I was looking at the notes, and apparently he does this regularly. He is a bit of a cuck on this.
Oh, yes, he vetoes this stuff all the time because he wants to run for president.
Yeah.
And those of you who celebrate, it was Valentine's Day the other day, and so for Valentine's Day, the White House has some lovely words for you. Roses are red, violets are blue. Come here illegally, and we'll deport you. And this is from the official White House account. You see right here. I am not kidding. It's great. It's great that the meme is about.
Yes, that image is going to get archived.
Yes, in the future, people will be like, "What?"
I think there's just a lot of things that's going to happen that people are just going to go.
In 200 years, people are going to be like, "What?" Because you're going to have stuff like
brought to you by White Dudes for Harris.
And then you're going to have
Everybody.
Stuff like
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
It's going to be very
and the
confusing.
classic one. I'm going to come. Classics.
Yes.
Do not come.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
I'm
then
talking now. If you don't mind, please.
Eating the dogs, eating the cats.
I kind of want to be frozen for 100 years, just to pop out and go, "Hey, are you guys still talking about Trump?" Anyway, it's time. Yes. It's time for what I watch. What unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, will be an extended session of Aussie News. Sticking with the Trump stuff, the PM was going to speak with Donald Trump after the president has flagged steel and aluminum tariffs. And yes, I said aluminum, even though it's aluminium.
Aluminum.
Because you use a loom, right?
A loom, yes. I use a loom to make pants. But yes, our Prime Minister is going to beg Donald Trump to not put tariffs on. Give us an exemption on steel, on the 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports.
Like last time?
No, I'm sorry. What is it? Tony Benizzi? Anthony, yes, because no, I can't put an exemption for Australia. If I give you an exemption, then every other country would want an exception, and it wouldn't count. It would be pointless. You're eating our lunch on aluminum. It's kicking our ass. We want to make it. We want to make America great, not make Australia great. I know the letters are the same, but I didn't run on that. MAGA means America great, not Australia great.
Yeah, I just don't buy some of the issues that they've kind of put out because we're not that big. We're not quite flooding their market.
Yeah, I heard one congressman try to defend it, and I'm like, what? What are you talking about? 1% of our your aluminum comes from
us.
What are you fucking talking about?
Like Canada is probably
the
flooding
whole
the market.
It's going to destroy the Australian economy. I'm like, it's 1%. It's 1%. Are you fucking kidding me? You telling me that's going to bring the whole economy to its fucking knees? No, it's not. It'll be fine. We'll find other people to.
It's already fucked.
We will find other people to buy things we dig out of ground.
Yeah,
like China.
So,
yeah.
So yes. Anyway, Victorian chicken farm in quarantine after highly pathogenic strain of bird flu detected. This is the H7N8 strain of avian influenza. So unfortunately, we're going to have the same problem as the Americans when it comes to eggs.
Yeah.
Mostly because we've had to kill all the fucking chickens.
No,
it has the same reasoning.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's Biden's fault. It's all Biden's fault.
I'd like to apologise for the cuckoldry in these next two stories.
Yeah.
Watching our premier chat to UFC boss Dana White made me feel physically sick.
Ugh.
You probably missed it, but earlier this week, New South Wales Premier Chris Minns sat down and had a nice long chat with Dana White, the president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship global juggernaut. There were other ways to describe White outside his job title. I could call him a domestic violence perpetrator, given he once filmed slapping his wife Annie with an open palm. I'm sorry, are you supposed to hit women with a closed palm? Everybody knows you hit women, you can do it with an open palm.
Yeah.
But yes, White is also someone the Premier was gifted $16 million of taxpayers' funding so that the repulsive UFC circus can stage 3 events in Sydney. Oy vey! Fuck off. Bevan, you're a fucking private school dipshit.
His name is Bevan. His name is Bevan. Like, I thought that was an insult. I thought that was like a regional name for Bogan.
Oh, I have no idea.
But I've never understood why people name their kids Bevan. Like, that's an ancient name. I got great uncles named Bevan.
The UFC is one of the most brutal sports on the planet. Perhaps it's also why it's so wildly popular, especially with young men. Those attractive, oiled-up young men. Ugh. For the first stage-backed Sydney UFC event in September 2023, about 10,000 hot young men traveled from interstate or overseas, which the government said injected an estimated $15.3 million.
This guy's Australian.
I know, but I can't do a fucking weedy little prick voice.
Yeah,
unfortunately, my weedy little prick voice is like Mort from Family Guy.
Yeah, way back.
I can't think of another weedy little voice. I'll have to work on it because it seems pretty anti-Semitic.
No, you got it perfect.
Do a friendly Geordie's impression. There you go.
No. The oy vey kind of makes it like, oh, it's anti-Semitic. No, it's not. Believe me, it's not anti-Semitic. I just have a very shallow bench.
We just added the
I could do Hank Hill doing this, but it wouldn't. I don't know if Bevan has a flat ass. But anyway, so hang on. We spent $16 million and got $15 million from one event. That sounds like a fucking bargain, dipshit.
Yeah, 2 more events to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's Peter Fitzsimons, a man who used to literally play a game where morons slam their heads into each other.
Yes.
While cuddling.
He's missing his bandana. Where's his bandana?
He's come to terms with the fact he's bald.
Oh, okay.
He says, why the hell is the New South Wales taxpayer filling the pockets of Dana White in its appalling sport?
Why is he doing it for other sports like rugby?
It's even more appalling than boxing. This is the same idiot that thinks that one day he'll be the president of Australia.
Because doesn't he lead the Republican movement?
He leads the Australian Republican movement, yes.
Yes.
That chance.
It is the number one reason why I'm perfectly happy to have a king. Because the people who want
the alternative is worse.
But the alternative is we're ruled by dipshits like him. Mm-hmm. So I would much prefer a distant king.
Yeah. Democracy is terrible and is the biggest mistake of Western civilization.
The Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology's university permanently closes fact-checking operation and pledges to focus on core activities of education and research. Womp womp.
Suck shit. Money's dried up, so now that section's been closed down.
That is correct. Terrorist flag on display in Melbourne, Australia, in full view of VicPol. No action taken. No wonder VicPol have not charged anyone over the terrorist attack against the Adras Israeli synagogue.
VicPol is having its own internal issues.
What fucking flag is that?
It's
I'm not familiar with that.
Pepe.
Oh, it's the People's Front for the Liberation of Palestine.
Yeah.
Front for the Liberation of Palestine flag.
PFL.
I've never seen that flag before. You know why? Because it's a red flag. This is what it's supposed to look like.
Oh,
yeah.
That's the official flag for the People's Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is a terrorist organization.
Yes.
Which is illegal in Victoria to fly those flags.
Yes.
It's illegal in Australia, isn't it? They're
in most states it would be.
Yeah.
I don't know why one of you posted this. I know you replied to it, Tim, before they restricted replies. We've seen the consequences of complacency. Trump's re-election and carnage that has followed have sent the mainstream media into a spin over how to cover events. Not at crikey. We'll cut through the campaign crap with news on a need-to-know basis. Subscribe now. Okay.
We will propagate.
I'm kind of disturbed that it's subscribe now for $110 off. Jesus, how much do you charge?
And it's got a percentage as well, 55%. So if 55% is $110,
so it's $200.
Oh God, Jesus, that's a lot. That's a lot.
It's
of money.
$200. Major Aussie internet provider crashes, leaving customers furious. I experienced this. The internet was out for me. It was out from about 5:30 p.m. till about 8 p.m. It came back. Thankfully, I could still use Plex and watch all the shit I was watching anyway. A major Australian internet service provider has infuriated millions of customers with a crash, shutting down the network on Monday. The disruption to TPG services, which began around 5:20, affected broadband services across the country. TPG serves more than 5 million mobile users and 2 million broadband customers. Yes, Thermo uses TPG along with 5 million other people. and everybody who uses Vodafone, iiNet, Internode, and Kogan, because TPG owns them all.
Yep, they
TPG
sure
own
do.
iiNet, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like maybe 5 years ago, they purchased iiNet.
They bought Internode even further back. So
I only have. Well, I used to be with Vodafone only for my mobile. I don't have TPG for my home internet.
No, well, I don't think they own Vodafone and Kogan, but they own the internet service for those companies.
Yeah,
so if you've got internet through them, TPG provide it. Yeah.
TPG
It's like a white box service. So
they definitely own. TPG Telecom owns Vodafone, TPG, iiNet, APT, Internode, and Labara.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have iiNet for my phone, but not my home internet.
Like I used to like iiNet until they kind of went down and got purchased by TPG and a shit company.
It was so bad. After 3 years, they used their Twitter account to finally say, "Oh, hey, yeah, no, we have a problem." Whoopsie.
Oh yeah, you're going to tell your customers that don't have internet access to go on.
There are a lot of customers who didn't have internet access, including myself, complaining on Twitter. So we all had phones.
But
what's the matter? Don't you have phones?
You don't want to be the person that also has the description with Vodafone, which is also down.
Well, the funny thing is, like, this is the worst outage I've seen from an ISP in ages, because it wasn't just their, like, it was the entire country. So it's nationwide. It wasn't a couple of pops. It was the whole country. It was their website as well. Oh, and their phone services. So you couldn't even call their support line. They were completely offline. They blamed it on a thunderstorm that went through Sydney. That's bullshit. There's another story behind it. I don't have it yet. I will get it. But yeah. So Like, there's a lot of consolidation in the Australian like internet provision sector. It's not regulated at all, so anybody can buy anybody else. But yeah, there's only a handful of companies that do it. Like, there's a couple of small companies like Aussie Broadband, and there's one in Tasmania that serves all of Tasmania. There's a company called Exitel, but they were bought by a company called Superloop, which is also a upstream provider. So they actually provide links to ISPs. Plus, you can also go to Superloop and get services directly. Like, it's all just a schmozzle. So, and most of them use their most of them give you NBN services. So the ISPs don't even run the backhaul. The infrastructure is run by NBN Co, which is a government-owned private entity. Government, a public corporation, public-owned corporation. And yeah, so NBN on the whole is pretty good when it comes to stuff going down. An area will go down for maintenance, but other than that, I mean, case in point, this was the first outage I've had of the internet that isn't power related. I saw something about them dumping all their BGP routes, that something went wrong. That doesn't explain, oh no, that would explain. It'd have to be their internal routes as well. Like, it'd have to be all of their BGP routes. So not just their customer routes, but their internal routes as well. And I don't know how you would mix that. Like, you would separate those out. Unless you're a fucking cowboy.
Which they might be.
Because you don't want to make a change to your internal BGP routes and fuck that up and take out all your customers. Like, I'd be happy to take out the website and the service desk, but to take out the website, the service desk, the phones, and all my customers as well, no, you're asking to be fired. Either way, someone got fired. So
Australian government's going to get involved and start snooping around like they did
if
with
they're
Optus.
not, I didn't see any announcements, but there should be. There should be the government should actually investigate and go, hey, we need to know what you fucking did wrong. Because if there was, because I was back in a few hours, but the rest, there were people talking 20 hours later that was still down, and that's unacceptable. That's like a PlayStation Network outage.
We must
and yes, there was a 20-hour PlayStation Network outage this week. So
get wrecked. It must have only been.
But no one plays it, so who can?
No one noticed.
It must have only been TPG because my phone was still working. So with IONet. So
it's because the phone stuff isn't. The phone stuff's just a mobile virtual network operator.
Yeah.
So it's just a layer over the top of one of the big three telecom networks.
Yep.
Anyway, Craig Kelly says, travel warning for US citizens. America's visiting Australia should exercise extreme caution when commenting on any political issue while in Australia. American citizens are not protected by US First Amendment rights to free speech when in Australia, as Australia is now a nation where certain political speech can result in your arrest and imprisonment. Under Australia's new hate speech laws, US citizens could find themselves arrested and imprisoned for up to 7 years in an Australian jail for incorrect political speech if some group, quote, distinguished by political opinion, finds what you said threatening, even though such comments are lawful in the US. This is true. I don't know about the 7 years, and it is dependent on the states because I don't think there's a federal law yet. Yet.
Yeah. Yet.
The federal government, the Albanese federal government, has proposed a cash mandate to allow the vast majority of retailers to reject cash payments and demand payments by card or by phone. 97% of Australian businesses will have the express permission to refuse cash payments as revealed by the regional. Any retailer who can claim to not be selling an essential good or service is open to go cashless under the government's current plan. The proposal I didn't really care about that shit. The important thing is the administration of such a convoluted and sometimes nonsensical list. Children's clothes are essential but not adults. Will act as a further disincentive to cash use. So yes.
So where did we hear about essential services previously?
Yep,
Where have we had
exactly.
this distinction before?
Yes.
Certain pandemic.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. We've got experience with that. That's all right. Pubs and clubs will be essential services. That's fine. Got to have the RSL club. Got to have the flutter. Can't have the TAB being closed. It's not allowed.
True.
Anyway, 2 New South Wales healthcare nurses from Bankstown Hospital were stood down. This is a story that is normally it would have just been Australia, but because Jews are involved, it took on a global flair. After they claimed they killed Israeli patients. This horrific incident raises concerns how many individuals like this work in other Australian hospitals. Let's have a listen.
You know what? Oh, shit.
How are you, man?
Good, how are you, my man?
Pretty good. Are you a nurse, a doctor?
I'm a doctor, my man.
A doctor? For what?
In hospital. What about you? Where you from?
I'm from East.
I just want to point out, I'm a doctor, man. Oh yeah, where? What for? In hospital. That's not what he was asking, idiot.
Israel, from the Holy Land.
You know what? I'm gonna be really honest with you.
All right.
I'm gonna be really honest with you.
Yeah, because he hasn't up to this point because he's not a doctor.
Actually got a really, really beautiful eyes.
Thank you,
but
man.
I'm so upset that you're Israeli. Like, eventually you're gonna get killed and you're gonna go to Jahannam, inshallah. Like these pretty eyes, they should stay in this world for longer.
Why do you think? Why do you think I'm gonna get killed?
It's Palestine's country, not
Hello,
your country, you piece
how
of
are you?
shit.
What's your name?
One day, your time will come and you will die the most
We spread
listen to me.
peace.
Listen to me.
And you spread
when your
death.
time comes.
How are you doctors? Wait.
I want you to remember my face.
Okay,
so
okay.
You can understand
Gotcha.
That you will
I have
die
a question
the
though.
most disgusting death.
All right, for sure. I have a question though.
Yeah, what's it?
I have a question. Let's say an Israeli.
Asian Shane Gillis.
I
God
won't treat
forbid.
them. I won't treat them. I'll kill them.
You'll kill them? So if an Israeli is in Australia and God forbid something happened to him and he comes
Not
to your
God forbid,
hospital,
I hope to God.
would you kill him?
You have no idea how many Israeli Khara dog came to this hospital and I sent him to Jahannam. I
For
literally
real?
sent him to Jahannam.
For those of you who may need a little bit of a primer on your Arabic, Yahana is Islamic hell. Inshallah is if God wills it or God willing, and Alhamdulillah is praise be to God or thanks God. So yes, it adds a bit more context to what these two were saying. It's lovely people. An investigation was launched. New South Wales Health stood down the nurses because they were both nurses. They were not doctors.
Naturally.
Of the video making threatening comments about Israeli patients. Almost immediately, this was this absolutely fucking ridiculous. Yeah, credential fraud is huge. Kossi says, are you a Morzothermo? You seem to know a lot. I know a lot about everything, my guy. I will show you my Quran one day.
Had to correct yourself.
My Quran.
He's
I was
not white.
Quran.
He's Italian.
Quran. Yeah. Know thy enemy as you know yourself, and you will be lossless in 1,000 battles. I also have that book.
Art of War.
The Art of War, yes. I've got the.
Do you have the other one?
Do you have the Book
version
of Five
2?
Rings as well?
Do you have version 2 of the Art of War?
I've got the audio book read by Ron Silver. I do have the Art of the Deal around somewhere, but it's only in soft cover. I don't like soft cover books. I've got a weird. I'm autistic about that. 2 New South Wales health nurses have been stood down after video emerged showing them bragging about killing and refusing to treat Israeli patients. The clip was shared by content creator Max Vifa, speaking to Ahmad Rashad Nadir and Sarah Abdul Lebde, both whom have been confirmed to be health workers from Bankstown Hospital in Sydney Southwest.
That fucking explains it all.
Yes.
Fucking Bankstown.
It is one of several videos on Mr. Verfier's account that feature conversations with people in different parts of the world, mainly the Middle East, on the app Chat Rouletka, which connects users with others at random. When Mr. Vifa tells Mr. Nadir he's from Israel, he responds that he will be killed and go to Yahanna, a place akin to hell in Islam. I'm so upset that you're Israeli, Mr. Nadir says. Eventually you're going to get killed and go to Yahana, inshallah. So let us translate this for you. Eventually you're going to get killed and go to hell, God willing. So this is the little shit they fucking play. Because if you don't understand what these words mean, the context disappears for you. Oh, you know, eventually you're going to get killed. Oh, well, I didn't threaten him. I didn't say I wanted him to die.
No, but you said you're upset.
Where did I say? Because this is the games they play. Where did I say I wanted you to die? Right here, where you said eventually
into English.
You're going to get killed and go to hell, God willing. That God willing part is I hope.
Yeah.
If that's where you said it, motherfucker. Like I would say that this whole mixing of English and Arabic is
purpose,
sort of part of taqiyya, like the idea of hiding your true intentions behind lies being acceptable in Islam.
They might also do it because he said he's Israeli. He's probably heard it before. So.
Oh no, he understands absolutely. They don't care if you understand. They don't care if the target understands. They want the target to understand.
Yeah, it's the audience.
So there's a guy called Apostate Prophet, and he's supposed to this weekend be doing a debate with what's his fucking name? He's a Muslim debater. Fucking hell. I can't remember his name. It doesn't matter. I'll remember it later. But during a previous debate with Apostate Prophet, he got heated because like the Apostate Prophet tends to he's an ex-Muslim. So and when he's debating Muslims and they start to threaten violence, he'll take a piece of the Quran and eat it, or like a page out of the Quran, he'll rip a page out of the Quran and eat it, or in this case, he took a page of the Quran and formed it into an L and stuck it on his microphone. And this of course enraged the Muslim, which is kind of the point, because like fuck you, it's meant to be a middle finger, and he said to the Apostate Prophet, he said, your blood is halal. So, and people are like, what do you? I don't get it. What does that mean? What does that mean? It's a threat.
By Islam. Yes,
it's a threat. If your blood is halal, it is a death warrant. You are saying to Muslims, it is halal, permitted, to spill this person's blood.
Yeah.
Because halal is the opposite of haram. Haram is forbidden. Halal is permitted. So that's what, like, if you say to someone your blood is halal, you're saying I am giving permission for a Muslim to kill you. So it's these tiny little word games they play, and because people don't fucking understand this stuff, they just think, you know, it's just it's a funny little religion. Like nobody really, like, they just think differently to us. It's fine. Don't you like Lebanese food?
No, I don't.
Bitch, it's got nothing to do with it. I don't care how much you love kebabs.
Don't need to import the people. You can just import the recipes.
Just import the food.
Yeah.
Recipe books exist, motherfucker. You don't need to. But anyway, dude, if my name is ever revealed, I'm totally getting copping charges for wrong speak. The circumstance of presenting the pair's comments are unclear as the video contains visible edits. Yeah, visible edits. Kenny says, did you see the Muzzy guy try to stab the guy in the street in the UK over the guy burning the Quran outside the Turkish embassy? No, we covered last week the fucking guy who got shot to death in fucking Sweden because he burned a Quran.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Muzzies always use this mix of Arabic with other languages when they're talking jihad. Yeah, it's why they say jihad and don't say struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they're talking to liberals, it's, oh no, jihad just means struggle. But when they're talking to Muslims, no, jihad means holy war. Oh, 100% we're on the same watch list, yeah. The irony is these two weren't on a watch list until this week.
True.
You have no idea how many Israeli dogs. This is the other thing that doesn't have enough context. Dogs are unclean in Islam. Like dogs are bad. Like you will not see an Islamic household have dogs because the Quran says they are unclean animals.
To be fair, he's also Australian. It's like, yeah, you're a fucking dog cunt.
No.
Yeah, to be fair,
he's using it in the context. He's using it in the Muslim context. In that,
yeah,
dogs are the lowest.
We've got a similar context that we
Australian
can kind of
English is
extrapolate what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
You have no idea how many Israeli dogs came to this hospital, and I sent them to Yahanna. My dog is unclean too, but he's a good boy. My cat is very clean. She's always licking herself, just to make sure. Solicitor Mohammed Sakar, representing Mr. Nadir, said his client had sent a very sincere apology to not only that individual, but to the Jewish community as a whole. He understands what has happened and he's trying to make amends for what has happened. It was just a joke, bro. I was just kidding.
Yeah.
Shocking excuse from nurse who threatened to kill Israeli patients as the vile pair break their silence over shameful video. As Bangtown Hospital deletes awkward Instagram post.
He didn't threaten to do it. He confessed that he has done it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, that was a confession, not a threat.
Yeah.
The nurse can't make sure to lick her butthole clean, to clean her tongue before licking his face. No, my wife constantly has to get wet wipes and clean her butt because she doesn't do it.
Yeah.
Maybe when she's older, she'll clean her butt properly. No tail on a cat is a weird thing.
Sorry, Manxes don't have tails. That's right.
That's right. Yeah, she's got like a little nub. So her butt is always exposed. And cats have a weird thing about shoving their butt in your face. They're like, "Oh, hey, here's my butthole," and you're like, get it. No, I don't want to see your butt. New South Wales health nurse who was stood down after threatening to kill Jews on her ward is suffering an extreme panic attack after the shocking incident went viral. Rashad Nadir and Sarah Abdul Lebde from Bankstown Hospital in Sydney West were filmed by a Jewish influencer who released a video on social media. It's Palestine's country, not yours, you piece of shit. I weep for Australian education. It's Palestine's country, not your country, you piece of shit. No, I believe what you meant to say was it's the Palestinians' land, not your land, you piece of shit. Said they won't treat Israeli people, but Abdullah said, I'll kill them. The Sagres Force Bankstown Hospital delete a photo uploaded 8 months ago showing a pro-Palestine activist from its Instagram page. That's the thing, though. Bankstown is Western Sydney. Western Sydney, inner West and Western Sydney, huge Muslim populations. Like Bankstown, so the Canterbury Bankstown area is Lebo Central.
I was guessing because that's basically where Househouse is based, right?
Yeah, Western Sydney.
And Fat Pizza, all the
I think they're based out at Mount Druitt, which is white trash area.
Yeah.
But anyway, she's going to. I'm trying to. Cause, actually, I think there's video. Let me find it. I think it's in general. That's why. Scrolling back through general, trying to find something. Christ, you guys post a lot.
Yes. And you could post that too.
If you want to join the Discord, yeah. Become a YouTube member.
Okay, good. There we go. There's a button.
Go to support of the pre-stream. The fuck is it? File footage revealed. Oh, that's right, yeah, because I said the New South Wales Police went to the Ricada School of Legal Education.
The Israeli influencer at the centre of the Bankstown nurses' firestorm has released what he says is the unedited video where they threaten the lives of Israeli patients. Daniel Sutton is following this story for us and joins us live. Dan, what does the video show?
Hello to you, Ange. Max Vifa has placed this video on his Instagram feed today, saying it is the full unedited exchange of his video chat with those two Bankstown nurses. Now, he says he has nothing to hide. He's happy to provide it to police too, if they can tell him where to send it. Now, to be clear, police sources have told me the influencer has already been told where he can send the video, but is yet to do so. They also point out that police need the original file with all of its metadata attached, rather than just taking the clip off his social media feed. We've been...
There you go. Like Ricada ended the chat. See, New South Wales Police went to the same law school as Ricada. They're like, no, it's been edited. It's been edited.
Analysing the differences between the original post, which did contain some edit points, and this new video. There's a 35-second chunk that it appears was taken out of the original post, and we'll play that for you now.
Why do you think I'm gonna get killed?
Because inshallah one day, God will.
Maybe because I served in the IDF. That's why.
That's definitely the answer. Correct.
That's the reason, because I served in the IDF. What's the problem with that? What's the issue with that?
You killed innocent people. That's
Killed? I was protecting my country.
So you kill innocent people to protect your country. What kind of soul do you have? You have no soul.
In a war, people die, as you know.
No.
They started the war.
Not 1200.
Who started?
It's okay. Your time will come.
Who started? Who started this war?
I hope you guys.
Who elected Hamas? Who elected Hamas?
It's Palestine's country, not your country.
Now, there is another part of this video where everything is not perhaps as it originally seemed. You'll remember in the original video, Vifa censored the female nurse, placing an emoji over her mouth and beeping out some of her words, perhaps giving the impression that she may have swore or said something particularly vile. Well, this new video shows that, in fact, she didn't swear in that particular part of the video. Either way, though, it doesn't seem to change the overall context of the exchange, where these two nurses threatened the lives of Israeli or Jewish patients inside Bankstown Hospital and even boasted about killing them, Ange.
Have we heard anything more about the nurses themselves?
The male nurse overnight, Ange Ahmad Rashir, is now back in the very health system that he is banned from working in. This time, though, not as a nurse, but as a patient. Police and paramedics were called to his home last night for a concern for welfare check. Now, we understand he was transferred to hospital for a mental health assessment. Not, should I point out, Bankstown Hospital, which is the closest to his home, but a different hospital. Those nurses are yet to speak to police, but as officers collect their evidence, it is worth pointing out they haven't been placed under arrest. They are under no obligation to speak to police, but both have retained lawyers. As they are stood down without pay, they are barred from working at any other hospitals around the country too.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Yeah, thanks for trying to sweep for Palestine.
Yeah, that's right. Eric says, is she fluffy or short-haired? She's short-haired. And yes, I agree, Eric. Cats' buttholes are haram. The reason... So, New South Wales Police failed to provide a complete email address to the Israeli influencer who recorded the Bankstown Hospital nurse's anti-Semitic tirade. Here's the message he sent. Hi, Max. Please give me a call. My name is Detective Blank from New South Wales Police in Australia, and we'll be facilitating the statement from you regarding the anti-Semitic incident online. Thank you. He said, call me, and then the guy sent him word... newsouthwalespolice.gov.au, like police.newsouthwales.gov.au. So he fucked up the goddamn email address. So no, he didn't send them a fucking email address. He sent them a word and then the web bureau, like the website.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Hyper competent down here in New South Wales. Here's his Instagram. Here's the full unedited version. It's
Oh, shit. How are you, man?
Good, how are you, my man?
Pretty good. Are you a nurse? A doctor?
I'm a doctor, my man.
A doctor? For what?
I don't think you can full screen videos on Instagram.
In hospital. What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Israel. From the Holy Land.
You know what? I'm going to be really honest with you.
All right.
I'm going to be really honest with you. You actually got a really, really beautiful eyes.
Thank you,
but
man.
But I'm so upset that you're Israeli. Like, eventually you're gonna get killed and you're gonna go to Jahannam, inshallah.
You
But
think?
like these pretty eyes, they should stay in this world for longer.
What do you
Like,
think?
I
Why
swear-
do you
Tamara says, I think the nurses are playing it up for the video as some do to troll, but there's an underlying hatred they're happy to share with others too. You got to remember though, it's not like they knew this would be public. This is literally this is chat roulette.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't know that you're being recorded. Like you just assume, like most people are retards, so they just assume that it's not being recorded. He's
They're just
using a
trolling
screen
him.
recorder.
Yeah.
So
They're just trolling him. 'Cause
well,
he's Israeli. So.
Why wouldn't they just fucking tell him the truth? So
yeah.
do you think I'm gonna get killed?
Because inshallah one day God will. and
Maybe because I
you're gonna-
served in the IDF. That's why.
That's definitely the answer. Correct.
That's the
Yes.
reason, because I served in the IDF. What's the problem with that? What's the issue with that?
Because you killed innocent people. That's why.
Killed? I was protecting my country.
this is the thing people don't understand. Like how many? All right, Fallen, you're in the chat. You were in the military. How many people did you kill in the military? Not people in the military you have killed, but people you killed while you're in the military.
Enemy combatants, please.
I'm guessing it's 0. So, many 69. Nice.
Now include civilians.
Like most soldiers in most places don't end up ever firing their gun in anger. It's a very safe bet that this guy didn't fire his gun in anger.
It's a funny thing. You know what they found in World War II? About 2% of soldiers actually killed someone. Vast majority of soldiers generally don't shoot. They generally will fire at the enemy, but generally will lift it a little bit higher or something like that. They generally don't actually not accurate with their rifle.
But meat candy, that means you would need to have killed half a civilian to get to 69. 34 and a half.
I'm guessing baby in the mixed.
Anyway.
You kill innocent people to protect your country. What kind of soul do you have? You have no soul.
In the war, people die, as you know.
No.
They started
No,
the
that's
war.
Not 1200.
Who
again,
started?
57.
It's okay. Your time will come.
Who started? Who started this war?
I hope you guys.
Who elected Hamas? Who elected Hamas?
It's Palestine's country, not your
Hello,
country. You piece
how
of
are you?
shit.
What's your name?
No, none of you.
We're
listen to my
talking
name.
politely
Listen to me.
here. We're
One
talking politely
day,
here.
One day, your time will come and you will die the most horrible
You
death.
spread
You
hate.
remember
We
me,
spread
and I
positivity.
pray,
We spread
and I
protection.
want
We
you-
spread
Listen to me.
peace.
Listen to me.
And
when
you
your-
spread
when your
death.
time comes.
How
when
are
your
you
time
doctors?
comes,
Wait.
I want you to remember my
I have
face.
okay,
so you
okay.
can understand
Gotcha.
that you will
I have
die
a
the most
question though.
disgusting death.
All right, for sure. I have a question though. I have a question. Let's say.
Minky says most people in the military are cooks, warehouse workers, truckers, maintenance depot people, medical administration, communication, and have never fired a rifle or seen combat. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
People think the military is like the army is a fighting force. No, it's not. It's a logistics organization that has guns.
Pretty much.
Like the majority of the military is logistics,
They're almost
moving
all
people and
the
things
best
to where they
goddamn
need to
logistics.
be.
Yep.
Including bullets and food. Like it's a logistics operation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's why America is the greatest fighting force in the world, because they are the greatest logistics outfit in the world. Because if you want a tank on the other side of the world, or if you want a battalion of tanks on the other side of the world next week, like tomorrow,
Just
they can
12
probably
hours.
wrangle that. They could probably organize that.
Yeah, literally in 12 hours, boom, there you go. Yes, FedEx.
Yes,
with
it's
bullets,
FedEx
Eric.
with bullets. Yes.
Oh yeah,
it's FedEx with artillery.
Pretty much.
An Israeli?
I
God
won't treat
forbid.
them. I won't treat them. I'll kill them.
You'll kill them? So if an Israeli is in Australia and God forbid something happened to him and he comes
Not
to your
God forbid.
hospital,
I hope to God.
would you kill him?
You have no idea how many Israeli Khara dog came to this hospital and I sent him to Jahannam. I
For
literally
real?
sent him to Jahannam.
For real? So if just Jewish people comes there?
You know what? Oh shit.
How are you, man?
Good. How are you, my man?
Oh, it ended. There was like video of like there was like video of his family. Like some guy went up to the house and they fucking lost their shit. Well, like, get off the property, get off the property. It's like, dude, I'm on the fucking greenway.
Nice.
Like, fuck you. Like, you're literally in public property. Let's listen to the state premier.
I want to make it absolutely clear that the job of the New South Wales government is to ensure that we have confidence in the public health system in New South Wales. That if you go to an emergency department, you'll be treated with world-class care by somebody who will look after you. And there can be no tolerance for this.
Yeah, look, Israeli or no Israeli, like, I don't care who it is. The entire concept of nurses saying this is fucking bad news, man. You don't want people thinking that if they're the wrong color or the wrong gender or the wrong fucking religion, that they're going to get treated differently in hospital. Like, it's such a corrosive idea to have. Like, you have no idea how badly it undermines the public health system or any health system, even a private health system. Like, if you think going there it could cost you your life because you're a Jew or because you're a Christian. Like, I'm seeing people talk, like, anecdotally saying that they're taking off their crosses. They're fucking hiding their Stars of David. Like, that's fucking atrocious, man. Like, my wife was saying, like, we were discussing this the other day. My wife was saying that she's like, people are going to think twice about going to a doctor who has a Muslim name. Like,
Which
if
is
your
almost
doctor
all of
is,
them.
if you're about to see Dr. Muhammad, you're going to be like, well, hold on a minute, is there a doctor with a white name? Like, which is fucked up, man. Like, I don't give a shit about, like,
but the thing is, it's the intent.
I have
they're
to,
not
I
doing
have
it for
trust.
racist purposes. They're doing it out of fear.
I've seen Muslim doctors. I've seen Hindu doctors. I've seen Sikh doctors. I've seen white doctors. I've seen black doctors. I've seen women doctors. I've seen men doctors. I've seen Jewish doctors. Like, doesn't fucking matter. I've seen all of them, and they've all treated me like a human being and like a patient, which is what we all just assumed that they just did because, well, they swore an oath. Granted, they don't swear to the Hippocratic Oath anymore, but they take an ethics module in, like, when they do their nursing degree or their medical degree. They understand that it doesn't matter who's on the fucking table. You treat the patient in front of you. Like, damn the consequences. Like, if someone is hurt and in front of you, it is your obligation as a doctor, as a nurse, to treat them. Yeah, and I understand the doctors is not the doctors; it's the nurses. And maybe it's a matter of we need
Actually,
to,
that's
like,
a bigger problem.
Because
you deal with a nurse all the time.
Yeah.
Nurses take oaths too, by the way. Nurses do all that stuff.
Exactly. Look, and my daughter's a nurse. She's a registered nurse. These guys weren't registered nurses. These guys were ENs. So these guys hadn't, like, done the like big formal education. Yeah. So they didn't go to uni to be nurses. They just did the 12-month course you do at TAFE. So they're like they're in between nursing assistants and registered nurses. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe there needs to be some more education there. Like, I don't know what the solution is, but even being aware that this is a thing that people might think that way is fucking corrosive.
I think it's just about culture, to be honest. Yeah,
people will say, "Oh, Australia's a racist country," yada yada yada. Well, like, we're really, like, it's really not. There are really some racists. We make fun. We have we have a culture where we'll joke about shit, but it's not serious. Like, we'll make a racist joke, but it's not serious. If you take it seriously, you're a little bitch.
The way I've kind of seen it, because I have people who are this kind of racist basically at work. Like, they haven't gone this far in their statements about what they've been saying, but you see it anytime, someone with a Jewish name or a Palestinian Arab name kind of interact. Like, you start to get hints of it through their conversation, just the vitriol going on.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, you're right, Tim. It's hatred. There's no hatred in it. There's nothing behind it. Like, the Australian racism is just casual.
Yeah,
There's no underlying
fun of it.
There's no underlying
'Cause you think
hatred.
it's
It's linked to the ribbing. Because in Australia, there's a culture of just taking the piss out of each other, like making fun of each other, teasing, because that's what mates do. Like, and it breaks the ice.
Hatred elsewhere. Yeah, we've imported the hatred from elsewhere.
Exactly. Not from elsewhere. Not from elsewhere. From some place in particular, the fucking Middle East.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Asians are pretty fucking. No, fair point.
Because there's no hatred behind it.
Oh, there's hatred between the Asians, but they don't go with
it depends on who it is.
It's not.
If it's the Japanese and the Chinese, yes.
It's not a violent.
If it's the Vietnamese and the Chinese, absolutely.
Yeah, but that's not a violent kind of hatred. That's just a dislike.
If it's South Korea and Chinese, then yeah.
Yeah, but
if it's the South Korean and the Japanese, yes.
It never spills over into any kind of
violence.
violence.
I was going to continue with just China's.
Yeah.
Hinting that China is the problem.
It's no secret.
Let's be real. It's mostly Japan, and it's mostly because they invaded everyone.
Hate each other, right? But it's not like the Middle East.
They did a lot of crimes.
We've imported this culture of violence and willingness to act upon it from the Middle East. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
that surpasses
corrosive.
any. Yeah, exactly, and that surpasses any ethics module, any oath you take. People are raised to believe these things. People are raised to think this way.
They're indoctrinated to think this way.
Indoctrinated. Well, let's be real. They're being indoctrinated.
Well, now it's indoctrinated. I would say we were raised to be colorblind, but I think what happens now is there's an indoctrination to just ignore certain things, and it's in the name of pluralism. Yeah. Like it's this concept that what do you mean? No, not moral relativism, but cultural relativism. That all cultures are the same. All cultures are,
Fuck, they are.
They're they're all the same. Like, what do you don't get to criticize. Like, you eat meat pies. Who cares if they do have Barzy boys? Like, it's just the same. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course, different cultures are there is such a thing as morally objectionable behavior.
Yes.
Universally.
Yes.
And fucking kids, that's morally objectionable behavior.
Bad
Universally.
when the Romans did it. It's bad when the Afghans do it.
I'm sorry, where we draw the line on kids, that's kids.
Yeah. There's a
So
reason
you don't
that
get to
our
go,
laws-
fucking
It's reflected in our
12.
laws.
That's fine. That's not kids. No, a 12-year-old's a fucking kid.
Exactly right. There's a reason we have laws for kids, right? It all stems from that culture, or from that perspective of cultural relativism.
Tomorrow says there were also DEI indoctrination in the health system that led to denying healthcare to white people during COVID, which might have been lucky as some healthcare was done. Yes, exactly.
In the US,
a lot of the early
happening,
fucking healthcare treatment was like, no, black people and Hispanics and non-whites are more. No, they got moved to the front.
So white people to the back.
Yeah, white people to the back.
Yeah,
and Tomorrow's right. Ironically, that fucking saved a bunch of white people because the early treatment for COVID was the worst fucking thing you can do.
Let's put them on respirators.
It turns out putting people on ventilators fucking kills them.
Yes.
And the entire world was like, this is the treatment. We need a fucking World War II effort to make ventilators. We need to ventilate the world. Turns out we would have fucking killed everybody if that was the treatment.
So when they say ventilate, they were meaning
it turns out the treatment. It turns out the best treatment for fucking early COVID infections was to roll them on their fucking stomach. That's what it was. Rolling people on their stomach made it easier for them to fucking breathe. Change the bed angles, and people had a fucking much higher rate of survival. But we were fucking ventilating people and literally fucking killing them.
Recycling the contaminated air throughout their fucking body.
Yeah.
It's
immediately weakening them.
Yes.
So that they couldn't fucking recover. And it's like, Jesus Christ. What a fucking horrifying mistake. Muhammad would disagree on fucking kids. Yes, well.
Yeah.
It's all right. He married Aisha at 3, but he waited till she was 9. It's fine.
I thought it was 6.
No, he waited. He married her. He married her at 3.
Scholars disagree when they're consummated.
Yeah, well, no, they don't.
knows?
It's in the
They
fucking
don't?
Bible. It's in the Quran. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. New South Wales nurse claims she wrote an open letter about alleged anti-Semitism after October 7th attacks.
I hate the term anti-Semitism too because Semites aren't just Jews. Arabs are Semites.
Yeah,
It's a stupid term.
we should just call it Judenhass and move on.
Yeah, anti-Jew, anti-Jewism.
Yeah. And Jewish hatred. Judenhass.
Okay.
Call it Judenhass and move on. Because calling it anti-Semitism is turning into racism. It means that it's meaningless.
Yeah.
Because we've accused everybody of anti-Semitism or racism.
Just like fascism
like,
as well.
I'm quite possibly the least anti-Semitic person here. And I mean, I'm counting the chat. and I guarantee you someone could quite easily accuse me of being anti-Semite. Because of my Mort voice.
Yeah, that's true.
But
Well, you can be black.
I am far from it.
You can be a black
So
person and be
you are
anti-black,
correct.
you know?
It is. It's not. It is technically correct because Semites. I know that Arabs say no. Semites are Arabs. No, Arabs are Arabs. They're not Semites.
Arabs are Semites.
The native people of the region are Semites, which are the Jews. So, it is accurate. Costi says no. I am. So you're less anti-Semitic than I am. Okay. All right. I'll believe you.
Arabs, Jews, Akkadians, and Phoenicians.
Oh, there's a way around it. Just say I love Israel into the microphone.
I like Israel. I don't know that I love it. I've never been there. I would go. Like I'd like to visit Israel.
You have the right of return.
I'd like to visit Saudi Arabia too. So I'd like to visit Saudi Arabia as a guest of the king, or at least the crown prince. So hook me up. I know you don't have my number, but it'd be easy enough to find. But yeah, anyway. A midwife has said pregnant Jewish women and Jewish healthcare workers are afraid to speak out about what she claims is rife anti-Jew hatred in the Australian health system. Sharon Sotlyer, STO liar, so she lies about Star Trek Online, made the comments speaking to Shari Markson on Sky News on Thursday night after the suspension. Oh, let's just watch the fucking video. It'll be a Sky News segment. Or is it going to be the video again? Because I just love to replay this fucking video.
Influencer in Israel.
Okay,
No, it is. I fucking replay the goddamn video over and over and over again. I raised the alarm about this not long ago after October 7th happened. Sharon Stolar posted to Instagram when nurses and midwives were chanting from the river to the sea while wearing New South Wales health uniforms. I wrote an open letter explaining that this call is a call for the annihilation of the Jews and what they should be doing. And that they should not be shouting this genocidal chant, let alone while wearing New South Wales health uniforms. I kind of agree. I think they should be able to say it. I don't think they should be wearing a uniform while they're saying it. They should say it in their capacity.
They can go say it on their own private time
person.
and not while on the taxpayer's employ.
And not while at work.
And look, undoubtedly, from the river to the sea, Palestine. Well, because this is the thing. This goes back to when they say it in Arabic, they actually say something different. Because when they say it in English, it's from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. When they say it in Arabic, they say from water to water, the area will be Palestine.
Yeah.
So in Arabic, it has a totally different meaning. So in English, you can go, no, it will be free. It'll be free for everybody.
What does that mean? It means
Are you against freedom? But in Arabic, means different.
Yeah. It means erasing Israel.
Yeah, it means Israel doesn't exist.
That was part of the PLO charter originally. Yeah. That's the existence. That's the founding intent of Israel, of Palestine. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is to erase the state of Israel. Israel's land is Palestine, according to the PLO.
Yeah.
That's the way it always was.
Her concerns were taken to APRA. The Australian Health Practitioner Regulatory Agency, but instead of action against those making the chants, she found herself facing complaints. The AHPRA and the Healthcare Complaints Commission received 8 complaints about me, mostly that post I wrote asking for me to be deregistered. While initially dismissed, 2 anonymous complaints were requested a review, leading to the HCC placing formal corrective comments on my registration without my knowledge or my legal right to reply. She said that when she shared her experience on social media, she received a warning letter mentioning potential legal consequences. It was only after attaining legal assistance that she was able to have the corrective comments removed and received an apology from the HCCC, the HCCC. See what happened here? Do you see the double standards? She asked. She contrasted her experience with that of the 2 Bankstown nurses who were filmed making anti-Semitic comments, claiming that they had refused treatment to Israeli patients. They asked for the end of a genocidal chant by New South Wales health staff wearing uniforms, and I get formal corrective comments and threats of jail time, she said. The New South Wales health nurse actually make genocidal threats in black and white. Well, no, it's not in black and white, it's on video. And claims they have already started the process.
I think they mean towards her.
Yeah. These 2 nurses need to be criminally charged for threatening to murder. They should be deregistered, not just removed from New South Wales Health. I think they have been deregistered, like the federal body has removed them. Nursing and Midwifery Council of New South Wales has released a statement following the scandal involving 2 Muslim Australian nurses claiming they killed Jewish patients in their hospital. The council condemned both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. They did the meme!
They did the meme, yes.
They did the meme. The New South Wales Nurses and Midwifery Association condemns all forms of racism, bigotry, and hatred, including acts of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Ah, yes. That old canard. Yes, I love it when they do the meme. What terrifies me, the old Norm Macdonald thing. What terrifies me is if ISIS were to detonate a nuclear device and kill 50 million Americans, imagine the backlash against peaceful Muslims. Never ceases.
Good old Norm.
I miss him.
This is from last night. Twist in the investigation of New South Wales nurse who went on anti-Israel rant as morphine vial allegedly found in Bankstown Hospital locker. Dun, dun, dun.
So she's a drugger.
Well,
or was she using it to kill people?
Or was she using it to kill people?
Interesting.
Who knows? And I think it was the guy. I think it was his locker. Yeah. Ahmed Rashid Nadir. It was found in his personal locker at Bankstown Lidcombe Hospital. Nadir had allegedly asked a former colleague to empty his locker. That staff member reportedly felt uncomfortable with the alleged request and instead called police.
Ooh.
That vial was seized and will now form part of the investigation after the shocking video surfaced earlier this week. Again, reiterating the fucking video. Officers attached to Strike Force Pearl. Strike Force Pearl is the anti-Semitism task force. Executed a search warrant at home in Bankstown about 6 p.m. in connection with an ongoing investigation. A number of items were taken for further examination. Can you imagine if he was fucking telling the truth? And that, a whole bunch of Israeli, a whole bunch of Jewish patients in these hospitals that were, if he fucking Lucy Letbe'd these fucking patients with morphine.
Yeah.
Holy shit. There will be fucking hell to pay.
Do you want to give the right even more reason to get rid of Muslims in Australia?
That'll never happen.
It'll never happen, but...
It'll never happen, no. It's not going to happen in the UK either.
No.
But yes, his locker... This is a vial of morphine was allegedly found in the hospital locker. Police found the vial after blah, blah, blah. Is there any update on this story? Let's just go to Daily Mail and see if there's any drug twist.
That's the same thing.
That's the same article. It's the same one.
No updates yet. No
updates. The police don't work on Sundays, so anyway. Yes, so that is Aussie news for this week. We will keep a lookout on that story. I'm sure there will be more information on that one.
Yep.
So yes. Because there's a bet every Jewish person who lost a family member in hospital is going to be checking. Abso-fucking-lutely. Would you? I would. If it was, we killed Whitey, and one of my family members died in that hospital, I'd be like, hold on a second.
Yep.
They're talking about killing Whitey.
Oh, yeah. The hospital system did kill one of my relatives, but it wasn't because of race. It was just incompetence.
The hospital system killed two of my doctors killed two of my family members. They killed my father by misdiagnosing his cancer, and they killed my grandmother by mixing up her file with my grandfather's file.
And they killed my uncle by leaving him alone, and he fell and broke his neck.
So she was in hospital with a pulmonary embolism, and they mistook because they had the same first initial.
Oh shit!
And her file and his file got mixed up, and he was allergic to warfarin, which is a blood thinner that they give you for times when you have that issue. So they thought, oh, we can't give her warfarin, so we'll just give her aspirin.
She's allergic to aspirin?
No, but she's not allergic to warfarin, so she could have had the warfarin, which would have saved her life.
Could have had the good shit. And
so instead,
survived.
she died of a pulmonary embolism.
Fuck. Yeah.
So yes, thank you, John Hunter Hospital.
Sorry, man.
Anyway, moving on to the Trump administration's European vacation. Holiday road. Yes. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to European countries. I'm here today to directly and unambiguously express that stark strategic realities prevent the United States from being the primary guarantor of security in Europe. Realities prevent the U.S. from being its security guarantor and to expect a drawdown of U.S. forces in the region. We face a peer competitor in the communist Chinese with capability and intent to threaten our homeland and core national interests in the Indo-Pacific. The U.S. is prioritizing deterring war with the Chinese in the Pacific, recognizing the reality of scarcity and making the resource trade-offs to ensure deterrence does not fail. Deterrence cannot fail. Europe. Hang on, my missus just sent me a message. Oh lol. She sent a picture of both the cats on her bed. So they're both getting along.
That's good.
The European allies must lead from the front. United States will no longer tolerate an imbalanced relationship which encourages dependency. Rather, our relationship will prioritize empowering Europe to own responsibility for its own security.
The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement.
It was never a realistic outcome. It was never going to happen beforehand. Like this is the fucking thing. You cannot join NATO if you have a border conflict. They couldn't join NATO before the invasion of Russia, like Russia's invasion, and they can't join it now. Like full stop.
Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops. If these troops are deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission, and they should not be covered under Article 5. There also must be robust international oversight of the line of contact. To be clear, as part of any security guarantee, there will not be U.S. troops deployed to Ukraine.
Which is fair enough.
When I look,
JD Vance went to this was the Munich Security Conference, and he gave a pretty good speech, roasting Europe. So let's listen to it. It's in two parts. It's not the whole speech, but it's the good parts.
and unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes.
Is that Mark Milley in the middle of the fucking thing in his uniform? Looks like him right here.
No idea.
Probably not, because I don't think that's an I don't think that's an army uniform. These look like European general uniforms with the fucking smoky grey, depressing colour.
Not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners. I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest the moment they spot what they've judged to be, quote, hateful content. Or to this very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet, a day of action. I look to Sweden, where 2 weeks ago the government convicted a Christian activist
for participating in Koran burnings that resulted in his friend's murder. And as the judge in his case chillingly noted, Sweden's laws to supposedly protect free expression do not, in fact, grant, and I'm quoting, a free pass to do or say anything without risking offending the group that holds that belief. And perhaps most concerningly, I look to our very dear friends, the United Kingdom, where the backslide away from conscience rights has placed the basic liberties of religious Britons in particular in the crosshairs. A little over 2 years ago, the British government charged Adam Smith Connor, a 51-year-old physiotherapist and an Army veteran, with the heinous crime of standing 50 meters from an abortion clinic and silently praying for 3 minutes. Not obstructing anyone, not interacting with anyone, just silently praying on his own. And after British law enforcement spotted him and demanded to know what he was praying for, Adam replied simply, it was on behalf of the unborn son he and his former girlfriend had aborted years before. Now, the officers were not moved. Adam was found guilty of breaking the government's new buffer zones law, which criminalizes silent prayer and other actions that could influence a person's decision within 200 meters of an abortion facility. He was sentenced to pay thousands of pounds in legal costs to the prosecution. Now, I wish I could say that this was a fluke, a one-off crazy example of a badly written law being enacted against a single person. But no, this last October, just a few months ago, the Scottish government began distributing letters to citizens whose houses lay within so-called safe access zones, warning them that even private prayer within their own homes may amount to breaking the law. Naturally, the government urged readers to report any fellow citizens suspected guilty of thought crime. In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear, is in retreat.
Yes, he was a good pick. I just wish he'd stop using so much eyeliner. Mikenti says, no! How could JD and Hexus do this to the NAFO-tards? Their biggest hope of the US sweeping in and saving Ukraine is dashed. Correct. This is the thing. Their reticence to fucking attack Biden for just dragging his feet for 2 years is because that's realistically speaking, that's the reason. The reason the war has dragged on so fucking long is because Biden wanted it dragged on as long as possible.
Yeah, that's why they wanted it.
That's why the drip feed. That's why we can't give you that, but we can encourage Europe to do it, and Europe dragged their feet too. The Germans are just as fucking responsible because the Germans were hemming and hawing the entire time because they didn't want Russia to turn off the fucking spigot. So,
well, the US kind of
the Germans were still getting LNG from Russia till the fucking Nord Stream pipeline was blown up.
Yep, and we know who did that.
Well, we're not actually sure. Someone who stood together.
Yeah.
So yeah. Kenny says they were bilking taxpayers for the Ukraine money to CIA-backed facilitators. Well, look. Make no mistake, the majority of the Ukrainian the money appropriated for Ukraine went to the US, went to defense contractors to make new equipment to replace the value of because they go, all this artillery shells that we have that we built 50 years ago, we'll value them as what they are today, and we'll send that to Ukraine and say we've given you this much. So how much would it cost to replace it today? $8,000 a shot. Okay, well, we'll send these 100,000 rounds. Okay, so here's $8 billion. We've got an $8 billion appropriation. So we'll buy these shells from someone else, and they'll be new. And it's the same thing. The missiles, the fucking everything was like the US going into their back closet and going, hey, what do we have? What are we sending to the yard sale? All right, instead of that, we're just going to replace it with new shit and send the old shit to Ukraine. Which, that's perfectly fine. But fucking, just do it. Do it quicker. Like if you'd done it a month, like if the next month the shit had started rolling in, like this would have been over. The Russians probably would have backed down.
Yeah, it
probably would have gone,
back.
holy shit, they're
Russia
serious.
Like, fuck.
Holy shit, they're serious. And Russia would have gone, okay, we're going to stop here.
Yep.
We've taken what we want. We're going to stop right here. We're not like, we want
maybe
peace.
Ukraine could have pushed them back to the original borders and they're like, fuck it. We've failed.
But instead, now there's going to be a negotiated peace, which I mean that was always going to happen, but it's negotiated from a position of look. This is the thing. This week, the story was, and it's been interpreted in many different ways. Pete Hegseth came out and said that, look, the 2014 borders, we're not going back to that. That's not happening. There's no going back to the 2014 borders. Now, and people have interpreted that to mean it's a full retreat. Putin's getting everything he wants. I don't think that's the interpretation.
That's the retard take.
That's the retard take. Yeah, I think the interpretation is Donetsk and Luhansk, okay, but you're not getting Zaporizhia. You're not getting the other oblasts, and we'll accept that there's nothing we can do about Crimea. We'll accept Donetsk and Luhansk, which were already fucking around. You'll get out of these two oblasts, and in return, the Ukrainians will leave Kursk, and we'll give you the sections of Donetsk and Luhansk that you don't have now, and that's what you get. And that's how this ends. And in return, the money that we had seized, that goes to Ukraine as payment for fucking around, and we will phase back in, like we'll phase out sanctions on Russia. And going forward, there will be a demilitarized zone along the borders, and there will be, I don't know, fucking a minefield. We'll turn it into fucking the DMZ 2.0. So
yeah.
So yes, people are already writing Trump off as like, oh, it's total surrender to Putin, total surrender to Putin. And I'm like, look, just I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. They're not amateurs. They're not going to give away the farm. I think.
Also, Trump's not going to tell you what he's doing.
Well, no, he's going to tell you he's doing X. He's going to tell you he's doing Y. He's going to tell you he's doing C. He's going to tell you he's doing B. He's going to tell you he's doing X. Like, you're not going to know.
Yeah, all that means is nothing's off the table.
Yeah, nothing's off the table. So, which is fair enough. Like, you've got to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Pete Hegseth just explaining that we're not going back to. There's no situation where Ukraine gets back Crimea. Unless their military quadruples in strength overnight, and materializes all the weapons and equipment, and suddenly gets air superiority back, then no, they're not getting Crimea back. I'm sorry, that's not happening. You've been trying to take out a fucking bridge for 3 years and haven't been able to manage it. Now, granted, the Americans have put fucking little fucking asterisks on everything they send you. So you can't use X here and you can't use Y there, and like, which is bullshit. If I give you the fucking equipment, you use it however the fuck you like. Like the cuckoldry from the American administration was just like the Biden admin was such a bunch of fucking cucks. Because thermonuclear war, but they'll rattle the saber at China. China has nukes. Well, you think that might not end up in thermonuclear war just because it's got Führer?
They might just say fuck it and just nuke Taiwan.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But the disturbing thing is if America just completely walks, like if it does end up being Putin gets whatever he wants, like gets exactly what he wants, he gets all for Ukraine has to withdraw from the Kursk region that they took. Russia gets to hold all the territory that they have now and keep it. And then they expand those oblasts to the full size of the oblast, and Ukraine just have to fucking suck it up. Then yeah, that's a betrayal. That's an absolute betrayal. That's a retreat. And allies around the world should look at that and go, well, hold on a minute. Because if America won't supply, like, won't help us, what is ostensibly an ally, not formally an ally, but I mean, America signed the Budapest agreement, so they did say that they would maintain Ukraine's territorial integrity. Granted, Russia did too. So there is sort of an obligation there, but if America won't do that in a country where there's, a rail line connecting, where you can get equipment in quite easily, what makes you think they're going to do it if you're Taiwan? Like, Taiwan is across the fucking Pacific. You think America is going to... If America can't send some missiles to Ukraine, because that's a bridge too far, you really think they're going to fucking dispatch, like, the Navy to Taiwan in a shooting war? No. The first time a missile hits an American ship, it'll be videotaped, it'll be on CNN, and people will go, why are we fighting this war for these people we don't know halfway across the world? So
historically, when people fucked with America's boats, they go all in.
Kenny says, to be honest, as an American, I don't think other nations should trust the US when it promises to defend them after failing to act in 2014, 22, Afghanistan, Iraq, etc. We haven't held our promise as well. Yeah, it goes back to fucking Obama and his red line. You could draw a long, like, a lot of this shit is because of Obama. Because Obama was so fucking, like, he didn't want to get into any wars anywhere. He was perfectly fine with killing terrorists wherever. Add your name to the disposition matrix. Mm-hmm. But when it came to actually fucking standing up and leading, it was shit. I mean, why would he bother? He got the Nobel Prize just for being elected.
Yeah, it's true. Fuck
so let's not forget that. They handed the man the Nobel Peace Prize for being fucking elected. For not being George Bush. So, fucking disgrace. Anyway.
And of all the pressing challenges that the nation's
Mikhail says, Russians drove up to the border, took patches off their arms, claimed they were grassroots resistance, and then evaded, and Obama's administration took the bait. Exactly. They fucking took Crimea in 2014. It's disgraceful.
Very quickly as well.
Kay says, we're planning it now. The concrete is moving to the Indo-South Pacific. I'm seeing the preparations happen now. The whole Pete Hegseth is purposely done to rebuild the military for that. Yeah. Look, but my concern is, how long do you think you guys will actually put up with it for? Like, how long until people start going, why do we have to have these endless wars? Like, if you think Russian propaganda is bad now, wait until the Americans are actually at war, and TikTok really gets fucking weaponized.
Yeah.
You will have Gen Z in the streets demanding that America withdraw from this pointless war. Why is our generation dying? It will make the fucking protests about Vietnam pale in comparison. And that's if America gets to fucking Taiwan before China has actually fucking taken it over. Because the moves that China are making right now, I think August this year is when they're pulling the trigger. People keep saying 2026. No, I think it's this year. 2026, 2028. I think it's this year. I think they're going this year.
Is that one of the windows where it's easier
it's like April to August.
Yep.
Is when the Straits of Taiwan are calm enough. So they are building these bridging ships that essentially are pylons. The ship comes in, the pylons jam into the seabed, and then the bridge goes out. And the interesting thing about China, I think I covered on the show a couple of weeks ago, but when the Chinese build their ferries, they build them to a spec that can carry tanks. So all of their ferries are designed to be able to be roll on, roll off for tanks. Like there are pictures,
possibility to be
of,
modalized for
and that's what these
transportation.
platforms are for. These platforms exist so that you park the platform, and then the ferry comes along, backs up to it, and the tanks just roll straight into Taiwan. Chinese tank in ferry. Here they are, Chinese arms. Here you go. So this is the ferries they use. So they're roll on, roll off. So they roll onto the fucking ferry, and then they roll off. And these are what they look like. These are these are literal fucking ferries.
Yeah.
And they have hundreds of them. How do we fight that? How do we fight that?
America's got plenty of missiles.
Short of a tactical fucking nuke off the coast of fucking Taiwan, I do not know how we stop that.
Many missiles.
Like, look at this shit.
Yeah, but that's
these fucking tanks. Like, and this is from 3 years ago.
You just need to sink the tank. Sink the ship.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
all you need to do.
You have to fucking be able to know that it's coming first. It's just. I'm very black pilled on this.
Tulsi's up on her game in terms of intelligence.
I'm very black pilled on this. I don't think exactly. I think the war game did over 15 times and mostly lose each time. So the Chinese think that if all they have to do is cripple a carrier, and the Americans will lose their nerve. I think that's wrong. I think if the Chinese cripple, I think the Americans lose their nerve day 2. I think the Americans lose their nerve or their stomach for it day 2 or 3. I don't think they get involved. I think it's like, look, I think they'll pull a Ukraine and they'll go, well, Mr. President, we'll give you an airlift out. Yeah, me, Kenny. I think that would be the biggest mistake they did. If they take out an aircraft carrier, I think Americans will lose their fucking shit. Like, you kill 4,000 sailors, it's over for you, buddy.
That's when the nukes start.
I'm telling you, mainland invasion of China after some nukes soften you up.
Yeah.
And America gets a new fucking state.
Yeah,
that would effectively be another 9/11, and even worse. I get it's the military.
Well, more like Pearl Harbor.
Well, if you kill 4,000 people in one shot, like that's.
Yeah. Well, Kay says, I don't think we can give up the chips, though. It's not about Taiwan. It's about the chips. Look, functionally, I understand, but like realistically, once that kicks off, the Taiwanese are going to fight with everything. Mm-hmm. Those plants are going to be useless. Like they're not going to be useful. They're not going to be useful for China, and they're not going to be useful for us.
Yeah, they're going to probably destroy them before they get occupied by the enemy.
Yeah, I guarantee you there is a plan in place. The Taiwanese are ready to blow up TSMC, like TSM, all the TSMC factories. The Chinese are ready to fuck them. The Taiwanese are ready to fucking destroy them. I guarantee you there's a plan in place. There are probably artillery pieces in the mountains pointed at them now. Just waiting the word.
That's just for the surprise attack.
Yeah.
If China delays, they'll just go in and plant these explosives in there themselves.
Mickey says, I'm tired of American lives being lost fighting useless wars all over the world to save shithole countries from dictators we once helped or to stop the spread of communism. Yeah, look, I understand 100%. And I would like to point out no Americans have died in Ukraine except for the handful that volunteered to go over there.
I mean,
like,
Coach Red died over there.
Realistically, like, when it comes to blood, this is the cheapest war America has ever fought. So, like, this is the most efficient proxy war they've ever fought. So, because all it's taken was Ukrainian blood. And that, honestly, that's the most galling thing. The most galling thing is Biden let it drag on. The Ukrainians were crying out for equipment, and Biden just dragged his feet. Yeah, well, Coach Red Bull died. Fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough. That's an American life that was ended in Ukraine. But he voluntarily went to Ukraine before the war and stayed. We all told him to get the fuck out. Anyway, but yeah, like when it comes to blood spilled, like this is the Ukrainian. The Ukrainian blood is on Biden's hands. It's on Putin's hands, but there's some spillage onto Biden's hands. The man dragged his feet out
It's
of
on
fear
Zelensky's
of
hands too for
fear of
conscripting.
isolation. It's on Zelensky's hands for what? Sorry,
Conscripting people.
I mean, I don't think he has a choice
I mean-
in that matter at that stage.
He's not to displace the blame. You just
I mean,
mentioned,
sorry.
right?
Do you when you're under invasion, do you want to have a volunteer force?
It's literally how we have it here.
We've never been invaded.
I mean, we have,
We
but
have.
that's
And
if you
I would
include
like to
our
remind you that we had
territories.
conscription.
No, we don't.
Yes, we
Yes,
did.
we did.
We did. We don't now.
We don't anymore. Yeah, but if you think 10 minutes after we're invaded, it's not going to be back in.
Yeah, the only reason
I've
we
got
don't have
I've got a nice iron bridge to sell you.
Cool. I'm going to jail. Enjoy dying for a foreign country. Fuck you.
What? No, this isn't dying for a foreign country. This is invading Australia. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, fighting.
Fighting a foreign country.
Depends.
This is the problem with libertarians. Who cares who the government is?
Yeah, pretty much. If you come to my door, I'll fight. But I'm not just going to go fight because some idiot let us get invaded. Like,
That's a bad analogy. It's more like they've come into your
it
bedroom
kind of-
door, and
Hang on,
now you're going to
Hang on,
fight.
sorry. I'm getting my shit fucking around.
When the tanks roll up to my driveway,
I'm
then
getting
I'll
it
fire
around the
some
wrong
rounds
way.
at them.
You guys said Australia was invaded. Sorry, no, you're right. No, that's a different story. But that again, conscription is still slavery, right? Like that. I still draw the line at conscription. Yes, if Australia is getting invaded, yes, I might fight. That's one thing. I thought you meant to go invade somewhere else. My bad.
Yeah. Kay says that's what we're doing the rah with Hegseth to get all the ride or die types to enlist, push out all the DEIs that would be incapable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mickey says no Americans have died in Ukraine on the command of the government. However, that's the escalation that Europors and NAFOTARs think is the duty of the US. Yeah, no, I would never support American boots on the ground in Ukraine. That's dangerous. That's how you start World War III.
Yeah.
I've had arguments with Europors who've literally said the US's duty to send troops to save the state of Ukraine from Putin because we're the most powerful military. No, that's not. It's not America's responsibility to fucking put American blood on the line every time.
Tell that to Europe because they do believe that.
But if Americans want to fire some missiles, I got no problem. Or if Americans want to sell some missiles to Ukraine or give some missiles to Ukraine so that they can fire them, go for it. If Australia were invaded, I wouldn't expect America to fucking counter-invade. I would expect some fucking air support. I would expect a carrier battle group.
I wouldn't expect
To be
any
fair,
of that.
they would re-invade because they've got military bases here. So
Yeah, I'd expect
technically
the Marines in Darwin to give us some help.
Hmm.
But granted, they'd probably be the first ones hit.
Yeah. I don't expect America to actually back us up. I know we have the white paper thing, like it is literally our defense.
Well, we have we have the ANZUS Treaty.
Yeah, we have all that. I don't expect America to actually live up to it. Like, it's
Well,
a
and then
very
that's-
bad history of actually supporting people.
Kenny says, regardless of the motivation for Hegseth purging the military, the DEI and Troons, that should be the standard whether we're preparing for war or not. Exactly, yeah.
You defend yourself. That's one thing. Yeah, defend your land. That's
Kay says,
totally
is
fine.
it immoral to rebel as a conscript, shoot your commander, etc.? I know it would be legal.
If you are forced into service, like if you are conscripted into service, yeah, it's completely moral to fucking shoot them.
Yes, it is always immoral to shoot your commander, even if you're a conscript. So, it is always immoral because the commander has done nothing to you. He didn't conscript you. He's just there to lead. He's just there to hopefully lead you to survive.
He's just doing his job.
Exactly, he's just doing his job.
No.
I think if you were conscripted, I think the better question is it If you're conscripted, is it right to go AWOL? To flee? Is it moral to flee conscription?
Yep.
And I think in some circumstances, yes, it is. I think if you were being conscripted to fight, like for Vietnam.
Yeah.
So Australia had conscription during Vietnam. America had the draft.
Yeah.
If you were conscripted to go fight in Vietnam, I think you had a moral. It was moral if you wanted to flee. It didn't like. I could argue it would make you a coward, but it is morally right to be able to flee.
When are you fleeing, though? Are you fleeing at the front lines, or are you fleeing?
No,
in
if you're at the front
transit?
lines, it is immoral to flee, because once you're at the front lines, you are part of a group of soldiers.
Yeah, you made your choice by that point to join up, to accept your conscription. You made the choice to jump on the front line. That's one thing.
If your name gets withdrawn, if your number gets called, that is the time where you should flee. Not after you've gone through basic training. Like once you've gone through basic training and finished and you are deployed, you have you have a moral obligation to your counterparts in your platoon, in your battalion, in your company, in your regiment, whichever. You have a moral obligation to fight alongside them.
Yeah, and that's where shooting the commander would be illegal, because
that's
at that stage you're way too ahead of things.
If they come to your door and try to drag you out of your house to conscript you, though, that would be different.
If your country is invaded by a foreign actor, refusing conscription is immoral. Like, there is no excuse.
How about when it's a country that is disarmed, like we are? As a citizen, I am not allowed to own a firearm or use it in defense.
No, I still think it's immoral. I think if the government says we need you to fight, we will give you the tools to fight, and you don't fight, that's immoral.
Yeah, but what if I want to?
I don't. I don't like what's going to happen.
Then that's
afterwards.
fine. It just makes it immoral.
Yeah, I just don't like what happens afterwards, because then the government has trained you to be a killer.
Yeah.
And immediately is going to take your tools away and punish you for utilizing any of the skills that they've trained you in.
Also, it's the government. You stole my tax money.
I would
military
argue
for the express purpose of defending the nation. Why do you need my help now? I paid you to defend the nation in the first place.
I would argue that after an invasion, say in the hypothetical situation that Australia was invaded, I think if that invasion is repelled by arming the citizenry and drafting the citizenry, I think you're going to see gun laws change very rapidly. You'll see a very swift walk back on gun laws.
I don't think you would.
I think you would.
I don't think.
I absolutely think you would, because
I don't think the laws
the government wouldn't want to have the leaders are going to be different after that. The leaders are going to be different. They're going to be very concerned about it happening again. People don't worry about things that haven't happened before.
I don't think they'll change. I think that people would keep the guns, though.
I think the leaders would change. I think the leaders would be different leaders.
I think
I don't think they'll do it properly. I don't think they'll properly repeal those laws. I think they'll just suspend them.
Yeah.
Nick Kennedy says, I think the only time in which conscription is even remotely moral is when it's when directly invaded. I don't think it's immoral to refuse to fight at any level if sent over to another shithole. I don't know. Look,
if you signed up, you signed the contract.
I think if you accepted the drafting and didn't run away, didn't make it leave the country, provided you weren't forced at gunpoint into basic and forced, then once you are in country alongside your brethren who have also drafted, you have a moral obligation to do whatever's necessary to help yourself and your fellow soldiers.
Like, the thing with me, Thermo, is I don't really have this issue if, say, I was in the United States, because they've got the Second Amendment. So they are not expected to train, but they have the ability to be trained and all that stuff. Whereas
How do you
here,
think conscription works? They don't just fucking They don't call you up. They don't rock up on your doorstep and hand you a rifle.
If it gets dire, then they will. But
well, if it gets dire, they'll just airdrop equipment and instructions.
They just make you rock up and go to basic, basically. They'll just.
There is training because an untrained soldier is actually worth less than no soldier. Like worth less than no soldier.
Yeah,
because it's dangerous.
So.
Yeah. But I agree with you, though, RC. I don't think the gun laws would change. I think they would just suspend them during wartime, and then once wartime's over, no, we've got all these soldiers.
Give your guns back.
Yeah, got to give the guns back because these people, guns are dangerous, right? We use them for the purpose they were intended to. They were weapons of war.
I think you're underestimating how much a country has changed when it is invaded.
Again, as I said, I think the people will keep the guns. I think it'd be like New Zealand's gun laws, where most people didn't give them back.
Anyway, let's watch this video.
And of all the pressing challenges that the nations represented here face, I believe there is nothing more urgent than mass migration. Today, almost 1 in 5 people living in this country moved here from abroad. That is, of course, an all-time high. It's a similar number, by the way, in the United States, also an all-time high. The number of immigrants who entered the EU from non-EU countries doubled between 2021 and 2022 alone, and of course it's gotten much higher since. And we know the situation, it didn't materialize in a vacuum. It's the result of a series of conscious decisions made by politicians all over the continent and others across the world over the span of a decade. We saw the horrors wrought by these decisions yesterday in this very city. And of course, I can't bring it up again without thinking about the terrible victims who had a beautiful winter day in Munich ruined. Our thoughts and prayers are with them and will remain with them. But why did this happen in the first place? It's a terrible story, but it's one we've heard way too many times in Europe and unfortunately too many times in the United States as well. An asylum seeker, often a young man in his mid-20s, already known to police, rams a car into a crowd and shatters a community. How many times must we suffer these appalling setbacks before we change course and take our shared civilization in a new direction? No voter on this continent went to the ballot box to open the floodgates to millions of unvetted immigrants. But you know what they did vote for?
There's some who did.
In England, they voted for Brexit, and agree or disagree, they voted for it. And more all over Europe, they're voting for political leaders who promise to put an end to out-of-control migration. Now, I happen to agree with a lot of these concerns, but you don't have to agree with me. I just think that people care about their homes, they care about their dreams, they care about their safety and their capacity to provide for themselves and their children. And they're smart. I think this is one of the most important things I've learned in my brief time in politics. Contrary to what you might hear a couple mountains over in Davos, the citizens of all of our nations don't generally think of themselves as educated animals or as interchangeable cogs of a global economy. And it's hardly surprising that they don't want to be shuffled about or relentlessly ignored by their leaders. And it is the business of democracy to adjudicate these big questions at the ballot box. I believe that dismissing people, dismissing their concerns, or worse yet, shutting down media, shutting down elections, or shutting people out of the political process protects nothing. In fact, it is the most surefire way to destroy democracy. And speaking up and expressing opinions isn't election interference. Even when people express views outside your own country, and even when those people are very influential. And trust me, I say this with all humor, if American democracy can survive 10 years of Greta Thunberg's scolding, you guys can survive a few months of Elon Musk. But what German democracy, what no democracy, American, German, or European will survive, is telling millions of voters.
Absolutely humorless fucking people, I swear.
Yep.
Then again, it is Germany, so.
That their thoughts and concerns, their aspirations,
wrong type of humor,
their pleas for relief are invalid or unworthy of even being.
Well, you've heard the joke about the comedian who goes to Germany and he does a set and after the set, one of the Germans comes up to him and says, "Wow, you're so funny. Like, why do we have no one like you here?" And he says, "Well, it's because you murdered them all."
Considered.
I like that joke.
Democracy rests on the sacred principle that the voice of the people matters. There's no room for firewalls. You either uphold the principle or you don't. Europeans, the people, have a voice. European leaders have a choice. And my strong belief is that we do not need to be afraid of the future. You can embrace what your people tell you, even when it's surprising, even when you don't agree. And if you do so, you can face the future with certainty and with confidence, knowing that the nation stands behind each of you. And that, to me, is the great magic of democracy. It's not in these stone buildings or beautiful hotels. It's not even in the great institutions that we have built together as a shared society. To believe in democracy is to understand that each of our citizens has wisdom and has a voice. And if we refuse to listen to that voice, even our most successful fights will secure very little. As Pope John Paul II, in my view, one of the most extraordinary champions of democracy on this continent or any other, once said, "Do not be afraid." We shouldn't be afraid of our people, even when they express views that disagree with their leadership. Thank you all. Good luck to all of you. God bless you.
Good speech. Let's see how the Europeans responded.
Oh, I saw this one.
This is why I cannot just ignore what we heard before. I cannot not comment on the speech we heard by the US Vice President. We fight for your right to be against us. That is the motto, one of the mottos of the Bundeswehr, and it stands for our democracy. This democracy that was just called into question by the US Vice President, and not just the German democracy, but Europe as a whole. He spoke of the annulment of democracy, and if I understood him correctly, he compares the condition of Europe with the condition that prevails in some authoritarian regimes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable. This is not the Europe, not the democracy where I live and where I conduct my election campaign right now. And this is not the democracy that I witness every day in our parliament. In our democracy, every opinion has a voice. And it makes it possible for parties that are partly extremist, such as the AfD, and they can campaign just as any other party. This is democracy.
Jesus, what fucking balls. They were calling for the AfD to be banned just a month ago.
Like, is that democracy? Is it democracy to ban a party?
Like, just what absolute fucking ball, like ginormous balls.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not acceptable. So he can't speak freely. Yeah, exactly. God forbid.
And if the Vice President had the opportunity to switch on his TV set when he arrived yesterday, he would have seen one of those candidates in primetime TV. By the way, we even admit media that spread Russian propaganda, and the representatives of the federal government answer their questions. Nobody is excluded. But democracy does not mean that a vociferous minority will automatically be right, and they cannot decide what truth is. It does not mean that anyone
majority
can say
doesn't determine
anything,
truth
and
either.
democracy
Fuck
must
you.
be able to defend itself against extremists that try to destroy it. I am happy to live in Europe
Here comes the
where
paradox
this
of
democracy
tolerance.
is defended every day against its internal and external enemies.
Turns out sometimes the extremists are correct. See COVID.
And therefore, I would like to explicitly contradict and oppose the impression that Vice President Vance suggested here, that our democracies oppress and silence minorities. We not only know
And there we go. They don't silence minorities. That's not what he was fucking saying. He wasn't saying black people. He was saying minority opinions, you dick.
Different opinions.
Yeah.
against whom we defend our countries, but also what we defend it for. It's for democracy, for freedom of opinion, for the rule of law, and the dignity of each and every one, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, but unlike the Vice President, I would also like to focus my speech on the most pressing questions of Europe.
Bitch, you speak English?
Yes. Why were you speaking German just before?
European and transatlantic security.
Why couldn't you
The last
your
days
entire speech in English?
have confirmed what many had speculated for months. The United States are pushing for a quick peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine, and they expect Europe to take the lead in securing any agreement that follows.
Yeah, because it's in Europe, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. Or you could just not and then cry about it.
Fuck Europe.
And if you're not going to do anything,
this is what I meant when I said I
why
don't care
do we
about
have
the West.
NATO
right?
again?
I said at the start of the show, I don't care about the West, and people forget that Europe is the West. It's not just America.
Europe is
it's
part of the
mostly
West.
Europe that I have the big problems with.
Technically, we're part of the West.
We are. So it's
yes,
like
we are.
parts of the West I care about, but not the West as a whole. Fuck Europe.
And yes, here's the story. Just another car of peace randomly slamming into a group of people.
My question is,
these auto-driving cars are incredible.
Yeah, why don't they have legislation on the board to ban cars? Because clearly they're killing a lot of people.
Cars
Why isn't there a buyback for cars? Why isn't there a buyback?
Well, I mean, they're trying to get cars off the roads in the crowded cities, but you know.
Oh, it's fantastic timing if you're the AFC.
Yeah, exactly right. Cars are not designed to kill people, though. They're not intended to destroy. Yeah, common sense car control. Meat candy.
Of course. This is my left
Yes.
friend. My left friend thinks this was an orchestrated right-wing conspiracy.
Just like Trump's
to elect the
assassination
AfD,
attempt.
yeah.
It was all
Yeah,
staged.
it was all staged. Don't say that. That's the goal eventually. Remove cars.
Yeah, sorry, but that's what they're going to do.
Greta Thunberging intensifies. So yeah, in a surprise to no one, the Munich car rammer is an Afghan man. Here's the picture of the car. He hit him with a Mini. At least he's buying German. According to Spiegel information, the driver of the car is a 24-year-old Afghan. Someone who wasn't even old enough to remember the old Afghanistan. According to the police, he could be arrested. He could be arrested on the spot, and there was no further danger from him. The car is a white Mini Cooper. The police are currently not giving any information on the exact course of the incident. It's unclear whether it was an accident or an intentional act.
If it was an accident, they would have said so.
Oh yeah, a two-year-old girl and her mother were killed in the attack. So it was an attack on a labor union demonstration in Munich. 39 people were hurt in the attack. Police said on Friday that 2 of those were very seriously injured. On Saturday, Bavaria's State Criminal and Police Authority police officer said the young girl and her mother, 37 from Munich, had died from their injuries. That's sad.
Yeah.
Fucking 2 years old. Bloody hell. This piece of shit says upsetting details emerging of 28 injured in Munich attack by 24-year-old Afghan asylum seeker known to police. My thoughts are with those affected and seriously injured in this awful incident. Harming people is never acceptable. However, Germany really needs to get a grip with its increased demonization of Muslims, ethnic minorities, and migrants, with the racist AFD party on the rise. Unfortunately, a symptom of such hate often results in hate. Friend of the channel, Carl Benjamin, says, though, thoughts and prayers for the Muslim community in this difficult time of yet another one of them committing an atrocity.
I know. What will people think of the innocent Muslims?
Yeah. And of course, this today, grinning Syrian man, 23, stabs 14-year-old boy to death and wounds 4 others in knife rampage in Austria. A 14-year-old boy has been knifed to death after a Syrian refugee randomly stabbed passers-by in the Austrian city. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure he just randomly selected the biggest group of white people he could find. Of Villach today, leaving 4 others injured. The horror unfolded just before 4 p.m. local time in the city centre near the main square before the 23-year-old suspect was arrested. Spine-chilling images of the arrest show a grinning man with his index finger raised as police officers surround him with weapons. 2 men are said to have sustained minor injuries, while 2 other men suffered from more serious wounds. The victims were aged between 14 and 32, so maybe a family or a group of friends or something. The suspect, who has not been named yet, is a Syrian national with legal residence in Austria. According to police, he had been living in a centre for asylum seekers and was not known to the authorities. You know what we need? We need some knife control. Here's the piece of shit sitting with the female police officer with her nice ass. Weapon drawn.
Should be pointed a little
sitting
higher.
there smiling. He's got like a number. He's got the number 1 out.
Yep.
Not a drop of blood on him.
Mick says there's no further data dispelling. He says that this was a coordinated attack with multiple systems and attack sites. Yeah. And Kay says, how is it not okay to demonise Muzzies? They were routed out of Spain years ago. Why do people think the Crusades are about Islam is not innocent? Their goal is to conquer. The Crusades was just about colonisation, Kay. They used to be called Moors, Turks, etc. Same people doing the same thing. Yeah.
Well, we have a lot of Turks in Australia, so
everybody forgets about the Islamic conquest. They suddenly, for no reason at all, the Crusades.
Yes.
Just like in Germany, suddenly, for no reason at all, they elect the AfD. Dude, I will laugh so hard next week if I'm reporting that the AfD has just fucking clobbered everybody.
And they actually get a majority.
Funny. Like, yeah.
Instead of a minority government.
Yeah. If it's like... But I know what the outcome will be. Like, I'm calling it now. The AfD won't win. They'll win big.
Go get close.
But they won't be able to form government, and every other party will unite in some incredibly unstable alliance in order to keep the AfD out of power, because that's what always happens. We saw it in the
French.
We saw it in the Netherlands. We saw it in France.
Yep.
So it'll be and then it'll be 6 months, and the government will collapse. Eric the Red says, didn't you hear, Thermo? The Pope woke up one day, was out of toilet paper, and decided to start a multiple 100 years crusade for no reason. Yes, that's exactly right. I see you too have read your history.
I see you know your judo well.
I see you know your judo well.
Get your hand off my penis!
That guy's a national hero.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, McKinney says, I was just going to say, if the AfD wins, the others will have an alliance to keep them powerless. Yeah, that's always the way.
Yeah.
It's always the way. They will happily work with the biggest communists or the biggest anarchists in order to keep the power away from people who actually want to do something about it. Because the important thing is that they bring in more. We need more. We need more. We need more people. More people. We have to keep them going. Keep them coming. I put this in the "you cucked" section. It should have been in the. I guess it would have worked well in the Elon Musk section. But yeah, people are digging through their own countries' foreign aid budgets, and this one was interesting from the UK. $1.4 billion contract awarded for the refurbishment of the Nairobi High Commission. So that's the UK doesn't have embassies; they have high commissions. And instead of an ambassador, they have a high commissioner. So this is the Nairobi embassy receiving $1.4 billion to upgrade the security at the embassy. So it's interesting. Hard to believe that one building can require $1.4 billion to refurbish. Price power parity in Nairobi should get you more for your money when looking at the surrounding residential areas. You purchased a mansion on a half acre in the last photo for £1 million. That's 1,400 of them and 700 acres for the cost of a refurbishment. Yeah, that's right. I thought this was quite interesting. The Tories completely wrecked Britain. Look at the long-term visas given to Britons in the UK. Skilled workers were just 5.4% of the total. So here it is. Skilled worker visas, 9.5%. Workers, 5.4%. Dependents, 4.1%. So almost as many visas awarded to dependents for skilled workers than for the workers themselves. Healthcare visas, 647,000 or 17% of total visas issued. Out of that 17%, out of that, 7.1% were workers, 9.9% were dependents. So again, this time more dependents than workers. Other work visas, whatever the fuck they are, 6.5%, 4.6% workers, 1.9% dependents. Student visas were 45% of the total. 9% of the total was fucking dependents of students.
Interesting.
Like, what the fuck? So, family visas, 5.7%. Other humanitarian, so Ukraine, 6.9%.
Well, yeah, because those are the ones that they actually...
Fair enough. There is a war in continental Europe. Okay.
Together.
Hong Kong,
yes.
Okay, that was a special thing. That was like, okay, let's get all the whitey out.
Because that used to be the England's territory.
Yeah. Other, including EEA family. Like, okay. But, like, these are retarded. Like, you're bringing in skilled workers and then letting them bring their families as well. Worse, you're bringing in people on study visas and you're letting them bring dependents as well. Like, what? Yeah. Like, fucking Christ.
Get the feeling that the sponsored study visas was the pipeline for
it's a scam.
Illegal immigrants.
This cuck says, Kanye West might be the first person I will ever support being banned from X. Not because I don't believe in free speech, because he's posting literal porn on the timeline. I'm having dinner in a sushi restaurant and opening my X while friend was ordering and the waitress saw a woman sucking a big back cock on my phone. Not okay, ye.
Wow! This was a big mask-off moment. Well, not even a mask-off moment, because we know that the conservative grifters hate porn, or they claim to hate porn.
You claim, yeah.
They claim to hate porn.
Look, my immediate judgment was like, oh fuck, are they talking about his wife posting his wife's photos?
No.
And I thought these guys are just being over the top.
Yeah, I thought that at first too,
and then I realized no, he was posting porn. He was posting fucking Gabby Carter's greatest hits.
Yeah,
was it Gabby Carter?
No, it was.
Or was the other one the one who had a black kid and then cried about it?
Degen.
Mm-hmm.
It was someone. I posted it.
Lana Rhodes.
That's the one? Thank you. Yeah.
Posting Lana Rhodes' greatest hits.
Yeah.
And
just clip after clip after clip.
Yeah, clip after clip of her like blowing black guys, and it's like
getting railed.
Okay, but again,
a troll out my heart.
Like this shit should be auto flagged. It doesn't need to be banned. The content should just be auto flagged. How many times have people posted stuff and it's like, this is sensitive? Or worse, you know what's retarded? If you don't have the not safe for work flag turned on your account, or the I'm an adult flag, and you go to someone's account, it's like, this says naughty content. Are you sure you want to see it?
Or if
you can identify that stuff. Why didn't you do it over here?
Well, that's part. I was looking at
and I'll tell you why. I know exactly why. It's because accounts like Yee's were automatically unbanned. Like they had special flags on them, so you could say heinous shit and not get fucking auto moderated.
Yeah, they're on the list. Like
what you have to remember about X, Elon's X, everybody is equal. Some people are more equal than others.
Thank you, Orwell. Yeah.
Some people have
Savannah
extra
Hernandez
flags.
says, okay, it's time to ban Ye. There are children
for
on this
fuck's
platform
sake.
and he's posting hardcore porn. I'm sorry, there should not be children
sake.
on this platform.
Conservatives, why the fuck are you like this? Fuck.
They're not conservatives, they're MAGA. They're pretending to be conservatives. They're signaling conservative because they think that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers says Kanye posting porn isn't the problem. Porn being allowed on this platform is the problem. This is the public square. That shit doesn't belong here.
It's not the public square.
And then immediately after he rolls it back, I'm not in support of banning porn. I'm in support of banning porn on public social media websites. It's fucking ridiculous that it's available on Twitter.
It's you have to actually make an account to use X, Jeremy.
Yeah.
That was changed when Elon took over.
Slippery Legal Mindset, of course, says slippery slope when it comes to censorship. Perhaps there is practical middle ground in which the content can be more easily filtered out or otherwise include a content warning. Yes, I just said make it opt-in.
Yeah, it's part of the terms.
It's so simple to tag not safe for work content automatically. Like it is brain dead.
Oh, yeah. I looked at the
In this day and age, it's kind of brain dead.
I was arguing
The
with other
system can
people
do
about it, and I looked at the terms of service, and it's just like, hey, they're saying, hey, if you regularly post adult content, you should put this behind the NSFW filter. If you're a repeated violator, we'll do it for you. And Eric, the minimum age for Twitter is 13. But Twitter also
It should be 18. There's no reason 13-year-olds should be on X. That's retarded.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. But
18-year-olds should be.
But Twitter also
all those
says it is not
platforms.
intended for children. Twitter openly says it's in their terms of service and their guidelines too. And I know I know we're fine printing, but it's not intended for.
Actually, Mickey says it should be children on the platform without parental oversight and a block on not safe for work content. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like children are not. This platform is not intended for children.
Yeah, block them from seeing it, not being on the platform. Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's not intended for children.
But I do agree. Look, X should be 18 plus. It should it really.
No, this is where the discussion wants to go down. They were actually more offended that it popped up and someone saw it, like glancing over their shoulder.
Yeah.
Had nothing to do with children.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that they're embarrassed.
I was embarrassed.
Yeah.
How dare you allow this to happen to me?
And then they pivot straight into the children, and then
Anyway, Kanye
goes
left.
down that route.
Anyway, Kanye left and started his own Discord, which I'm pretty sure went exactly as you would imagine.
I didn't get into it. I couldn't. I was waiting for the link to be posted, but I never got to see it. So.
Yeah, I was never going to join that. Like that's a one-way ticket to getting your account nuked.
That would have put me on a watch list.
Because the worst fucking people will be in there posting the worst fucking content.
Fuentes would have been in there.
And I do not want to be associated with that shit. I'm already a member of far too many Discord channels that I never go to. I spend the entirety of my time in ours. So, anyway, RFK to RFK Jr. Today, over 100 members of Congress support a bill to fund Ozempic with Medicare. Do you want Medicare to go bankrupt? That's how Medicare goes bankrupt.
It's already bankrupt.
Most of these members have taken money from the manufacturer of that product, a European company called Novo Nordisk. There's a push to recommend Ozempic for Americans as young as 6. Jesus.
I don't think we should have giving it to adults, let alone kids.
At this point, if you wanted that badly, just put it in the fucking water. Since 74% of Americans are obese, the cost of all of them, if they take their Ozempic prescription, will be $3 trillion a year. This is a drug that has made Novo Nordisk the biggest company in Europe. No, if you add this to if you put this on Medicare, the first thing you do is there's a law that America can use that basically just confiscates the. Let me find it. There's a law that lets the US go. Oh no, that patent is now a public use patent.
Okay. So the idea, make it as Medicare, then immediately switch and make that patent public.
Yeah, so basically it'll force competition.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, the US government has the authority to use patented inventions without the patent holder's consent under 22 USC 1498. This statute allows the government to manufacture or patent inventions for public purposes, provided it compensates the patent holder. And that's right, the law doesn't specify what compensation. So the government can go, okay, we're taking this patent for public purposes, and Novo Nordisk will get $5 a dose.
That's because it's $5 a dose over in this little region that you're selling it.
Well, the lowest price that is charged overseas, they can just say, this is fair.
Yeah.
You accept it over there, now yada yada.
Yeah, exactly.
The FTC has also been actively challenging patents related to Ozempic. In April 2024, the FTC disputed over 300 patent listings in the FDA Orange Book, including those for Ozempic, arguing that these patents were improper or inaccurate. This action could facilitate the entry of generic versions into the market, potentially lowering drug prices. There you go. Discount semaglutide, you'll be able to buy it everywhere. Anyway, for half the price of Ozempic, we could purchase organic food for every American, 3 meals a day, and a gym membership for every obese American. Based.
Yeah, but they would never eat it, and they would never go to the gym. So thanks.
Well, he's already talking about changing Snap. Because
like the rules around that are bullshit. Like you shouldn't be able to buy candy and shit on Snap.
Yeah, that's some fucking garbage.
Yeah.
Like, no, it should just be cheese. It should entitle you to government cheese, and that's it.
Yeah, it's got fat and protein. That's all you need.
That's what it used to.
It's
That's what it
keto.
used to be. The first
Literally.
Snap program was government cheese.
Yeah.
Andrew Jackson in the entrance of his White House had a big block of cheese, and people could come to the White House and get a slice of the government cheese. Let me find the story. Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, it's a low carb diet, albeit technically it's no carbs, just cheese and water.
The real story of the huge hunk of cheese that sat in the White House for a year. Andrew Jackson in the main foyer of the White House had a 2-ton block of cheese. It was there for any and all who were hungry. It was there for the voiceless. So, and all part it served to the very real big block of cheese day.
It's high calorie too, so you don't need a big
Andrew Jackson did, in fact, keep an enormous block of cheese in the White House, but it seemed to be where the similarities to the West Wing speech ends. The legend makes it sound as almost if Jackson were on a humanitarian quest to up dairy consumption of poor Americans. Actually, the giant cheese was a gift to the president. Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah,
it wasn't even an original idea. It was a 1,600-pound cheese behemoth from Western Massachusetts. Jackson's admirers thought that every honor which Jefferson had ever received should be paid to him, so some of them, residing in a rural district of New York, got up a mammoth cheese for Old Hickory. After a national tour that included New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, the cheese arrived at Jackson's White House, where he kept it on display for a year. Then, during the final party he threw as president in 1837, he allowed anyone and everyone to get their fill of the open-air aged New York cheese. That party produced perhaps one of the greatest descriptions of cheese eating on record, again from Poor. For hours did a crowd of men, women and boys hack at the cheese, many taking large hunks of it away with them. When they commenced, the cheese weighed 1,400 pounds, and only a small piece was saved for the president's use. The air was redolent with cheese, the carpet was slippery with cheese, and nothing else was talked about at Washington that day. Even the scandal about a wife of the president's Secretary of War was forgotten in the tumultuous jubilation of that great occasion.
What scandal? Who knows?
Scandal? Who cares about a fucking scandal? We got a 1,600-pound cheese there.
Apparently, it was the next paragraph. Yeah, adultery was popular in the 1800s, kids.
Yes,
still popular now.
Yes, it's not a new thing.
Sorry, I missed some chats. Novo will argue under the takings clause that anything less than $300 for syringes is a violation of their rights. They can argue all they like, but whatever price they charge in their home country, and they won't win under the takings clause. Once they do that, the government will be shocked by the cases of blindness and stomach paralysis that magically pop up. Yeah,
with all the Ozempic, yes.
Snap queens flaunting their steak and lobster dinners on food stamps always make me laugh when they get investigated for welfare fraud. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Yes. Dismissed nuclear bomb specialist recalled by Energy Department. About 300 to 400 workers tied to nuclear programs were dismissed. Agency seeks to bring back workers after chaotic terminations. Next time you're just randomly firing people, maybe not do it out of the National Nuclear Safety Administration. They're kind of important.
So
I know people don't. I know conservatives don't like. I know Republicans, don't like the Department of Energy. But maybe before you get rid of it, take the nuclear stuff out of it. Because the DOE regulates the nuclear weapons.
When were they terminated?
Bombs.
When were they originally terminated?
Part of Trump's thing.
Oh, well.
So,
The forked road.
Woman's sickening act with her dog leaves police in small town disgusted.
Wait, let me guess.
Peanut butter?
Girl.
That one, yeah.
Denise Fraser, 21, was charged with unnatural intercourse.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's what they're going to charge Elon with. And sentenced to 4 years in jail on January 24th after outrageous videos showed her in the sickening act. I'll believe it when I see it. A judge was ordered to serve 5 years of probation and pay $2,615.51 in fines. Fraser was arrested in Hattiesburg in 2024 for 1 count of attempted unnatural intercourse and 1 count of unnatural intercourse. 3 separate dogs appeared in multiple videos, so she's sharing the love, I guess. They were rescued and received veterinary care. And there she is. With the lucky dog, I guess. There she is again. She's a hooer, a dog hooer.
Yep.
In my 17 years in law enforcement, this is one of the most disturbing cases I've ever investigated, said Sergeant J.D. Carter of the Jones County Sheriff's Department.
This isn't one of the most disturbing cases in the internet.
I once investigated a murder of 14 babies who had their hands and heads cut off. This is the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. Dude, really?
Really?
This is the girl from last time. It's the same one.
Oh.
Okay.
Remember this one?
I remember that photo in the car.
Yeah, because it was behind a church. Yeah. One of the dogs is a German Shepherd that Fraser referred to as a service dog. A full service dog. Yeah. Anyway. 3 imposters wearing Elon Musk's Doge shirts and MAGA hats stormed San Francisco City Hall demanding access to sensitive government data. These are leftists, 100%.
Of course they're lefties. Because they did in San Francisco.
This is 100% a glow up. They're going to find these people are lefties. Or what's it called? Antifa. And then it's going to disappear quietly.
Such a drop kick. Like, they think wearing a shirt and a hat gets them access.
Makes them Doge, yeah.
It's because San Francisco doesn't know what a Republican looks like.
Yeah.
Like, they would actually believe that. I bet half the people in the building believe it.
Brazilians mobilize mass protests in 120 cities demanding Lula's impeachment again. A nationwide wave of protests is set for March 16th with demonstrators in 120 cities calling for Lula's removal. The movement gaining traction across Brazil signals growing opposition with his administration. Yada, yada, yada. Nothing's going to change. No. There you go. This guy says, stopping lie. There's no impeachment request for corruption, and this photo is old. Oh, there you go. Here's someone.
2016.
You don't speak Portuguese. Why not? The image presented here are from March 13, 2016. So, as always, Mario Nafwal is a fucking liar. Come at me, bro.
Brazil protests. Like, were there actually protests? Though I know the images are wrong, but
I just assume he's a liar.
I don't see any of it. I don't see any headlines about it.
No reporting, no happening.
Bullshit.
Bird flu confirmed in older Wyoming woman who had contact with infected flock at her home. So best of luck, everyone.
But it's Trump's fault that the eggs are
Prepare
so
for lockdown.
That's right, and it's Trump.
Except
It'll be
for the
Trump.
US.
Trump's second pandemic.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you elect Trump.
Mm-hmm.
When you elect MAGA, you get a... Oh, dude, that's hilarious. I have to... A cervix dog.
Oh.
That chef's kiss.
Oh.
It's going on a block somewhere.
Anyway, a vile trans migrant is arrested for raping 14-year-old boy in New York City Park bathroom.
Kill him, please.
Right in the bottom of the Hudson.
Yep.
A trans migrant, does that mean it's a trans person?
He
or
he
a person,
identifies as a migrant.
A person who identifies as a migrant.
Mm-hmm.
Trans migrant wanted by ICE has been arrested after allegedly stalking and raping a 14-year-old boy in New York. Nicole Suarez, 30, allegedly followed the boy into a bathroom at Thomas Jefferson Park in East Harlem on Tuesday. Oh, it's a little black boy. No!
Oh, no.
Police settlement. The boy reportedly left the bathroom to flag down witnesses who called the police. This is one of those things that is not ever going to be on fucking SVU. Because it'll be a white trans. It won't even be a trans person. It'll be a white man. Because they couldn't possibly offend trans people and illegals. I just want SVU to do that once. Just be like, a trans illegal has raped a boy in New York City. And live getting all like, oh my God.
Like,
He's not even supposed to be in this country.
That could be one of the lines.
A source for the outlet blamed New York sanctuary laws for the attack and said ICE could just pick this person up and deport them back, but due to our sanctuary laws, they can't do it. Now, see, this totally would be a storyline in a show that is no longer on television, fucking Blue Bloods, because it is based. Fuck this guy, burn him at the stake in the middle of Central Park. This week we celebrated 20 years of YouTube.
I can't believe that.
You feel old now, don't you?
I felt that old like in October, you know. But 20 years ago, 2005.
I remember when YouTube had friends.
Lol, yeah.
Yeah, 2005, man.
I'm that old.
That hurts.
You're
That
all
really hurts.
children.
Can't believe there's a YouTube.
Speaking of YouTube, the TikTok account I steal content from is back, so I'll be releasing a video probably this week or next. So for all those people in the UK who are watching, who are desperate for more Minecraft content, there will be more.
On the way to 100k soon.
The UK people who are waking up Sunday morning to watch the pre-stream.
I'm getting close. We're 40 away from 4K.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Not that it matters. So, anyway, D&D community wrestles over lack of orc and drow stat blocks in the 2025 Monster Manual. They should have also removed the goblins, lizard folk, gith, centaurs, bugbears, hobgoblins, kinu, and kobolds.
I didn't post
Just
this. But
name all the monsters in the Monster Manual.
Well,
I love this subheading.
Yeah.
Crying is a free action.
Damn right. I didn't post this. You posted this, but I can explain it. I didn't post it. I can explain it though. Yeah, they're putting out like a patch for the actual game, and they took that. So they took out you've played Baldur's Gate 3, orcs and drow, right?
Yeah.
Historically, they were monsters, right? Not playable races. But now that they're playable races, they've decided to take them out of the Monster Manual.
Skiggy says, finally, more Minecraft. Enough of those Australians. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're orcs. Like, it's the most fucking stereotypical fantasy monster of all time. Like, orcs are everywhere, over every fucking franchise.
Orcs are now black people, so...
Yeah, it's true. Everywhere I go, I run into Russians.
Yep.
They really
orcs
are
black
everywhere.
people. So if you're going to take out the two most popular monsters in the whole franchise just because they can be playable, why don't you take out all the other races that are playable? Like the Gith and the Kenku and the Centaurs and all the shit like that, right?
Yeah.
D&D is burning, and I'm glad. I'm fucking glad. I hope Wizards of the Coast just fucking literally is just run into the ground. I hope it implodes.
Let me see how much left.
I'm waiting for it to implode.
Yeah, hopefully the franchise goes to someone else because Wizards didn't originally make it. They just bought D&D, like everything else.
Well, true,
48 more
but
pages. Nice. Okay, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum is threatening to sue more American gun manufacturers if President officially declares cartels terrorist organization. So it seems she's literally on the side of the cartels. We've long known the Mexico's government was complicit with the cartels, but it's never been this overt, at least not that I can recall.
Yep.
You're just begging for another tariff on you. That's what she's doing.
I'm surprised there's a Jewish Mexican, to be honest.
That is surprising to me. It's like, wait, what? Out of all the Mexicans,
And she's
you found
president?
one Jew and made her president? It's like, damn. That's dedication.
They really do run the world. Holy shit.
That's dedication to being against anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
In response to parents' alarm about multiple sex scandals and abuse in Jeffco schools, board president Mary Parker says it's actually parents who are the real threat.
I just want to highlight the need to train children, and I want to broaden it a little bit more because my experience as a CASA is not just sexual abuse. In fact, most of it's other kind of abuse. And I'll just remember one of my little Emma, whose parents mistreated her so bad that she ended up in children's
My
hospital
little Emma?
with organ failure.
She's not your kid.
And some of the therapy she got early on, she said to me one day, she said, my mom didn't treat me right. She shouldn't have done that. And she didn't know. She was starved, essentially. And so I would want our training for children to be broader than just don't touch these body parts or here are the proper terms. But what's appropriate, even
It's
for parents.
no space.
So I want to say that.
Look, I know Libs of TikTok is like, oh my god, that's too. Yeah. No, I understand. She's making a perfectly valid point.
Exactly.
Kids should be trained that no, if mummy and daddy hit you, that's bad. If mummy and daddy touch you in your no-no place, that's bad. But if they hit you as well, that's also bad.
And
if they aren't feeding you, that's also bad.
Yeah.
I got no problem with that. I don't understand the.
Well,
she's not, because she wasn't saying that the parents are the real threat.
No, but it's the in response to part. So again, we haven't seen the whole thing yet.
I don't know that it's in response to, but even if it's in response to that, I understand the point she's making, and it's a perfectly cromulent point.
Yeah.
Maybe she shouldn't be making this point whilst it's a scandal.
Taking the class.
I wasn't going to say it, but she brought up something in my mind.
Eric, they're homeschooled. They're never taking this class.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, let's listen to this very attractive Greek woman. A few words that you never really hear very often. And yes, very attractive Greek woman is the words that aren't heard very often.
Σοβαρά, κυρίες και κύριοι, η δεξιά κατέστρεψε τη βιομηχανία.
Η
δεξιά έκανε
She's probably actually Italian.
Η δεξιά επέβαλε την πράσινη ενέργεια σε βάρος της βιομηχανίας που κατέστρεψε την ανταγωνιστικότητα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Οι σοσιαλιστικές κυβερνήσεις που 50 χρόνια κυβερνούν την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Γαλλία, Ιταλία, Γερμανία, Ισπανία, αλλά και η πατρίδα μου η Ελλάδα καταστρέφουν από ανερμάτιστες
WOG stands for Western Oriental Gentlemen.
I know it does.
σοσιαλιστικές πολιτικές. Και έχετε σήμερα το θράσος εσείς, η καταστροφή της Ευρώπης, να μας κουνάτε το δάχτυλο πως οι συντηρητικοί είμαστε απειλή για την Ευρώπη. Γελάω. Πραγματικά γελάω. Όπως σοφά είπε η Μάργαρετ Θάτσερ, το πρόβλημα με το σοσιαλισμό είναι πως τελειώνει όταν τελειώσουν τα χρήματα των άλλων. Αφήστε λοιπόν τα φαντάσματα περί δίθεν ακροδεξιάς και εφαρμόστε φιλελεύθερες οικονομικές πολιτικές. Μειώστε τους φόρους, αυξήστε την ανταγωνιστικότητα, επαναφέρετε τα πλαστικά καλαμάκια, αφήστε το λιγνίτη ήσυχο, επενδύστε στη βιομηχανία και κυρίως δεχτείτε την πραγματικότητα. Αποτύχατε. Ακολουθήστε αυτά που σας λέμε πριν να είναι αργά. Γιατί είμαστε το αύριο και είσαστε το χθες.
Just as an aside, Greek is a fucking awesome language.
I couldn't tell if that was Spanish or Greek.
Or because it's a Romance language. Also, ancient Greek is like one of the original written languages. The Bible wasn't written in fucking Aramaic. It was written in Greek.
Like, she said socialismo, and I'm thinking, that's Spanish. That doesn't sound Greek.
There's lots of loan words. A lot of the words have the same roots. So.
Yeah, but the Greek doesn't usually sound like the ears, like the ending in the vowels and kinds of things. Greek didn't. I never thought Greek sounded like that. Either way. Okay, you guys can have her.
Eric says, "Hey, it's my future ex-wife." Mick Kenny says, "Hey, I found her. She's my future ex-wife."
Greek girls can be hot. They might not be when they're older.
Yeah,
but,
I know. Yeah.
Like,
Calm down. They can be both your future ex-wife.
I have a distinct.
Give it time.
I have a distinct. I'm going to make a call. I'm pretty sure if I play this, I'm going to get a copyright claim on this video.
Playing the Wog Boy?
I just reckon. I just have a feeling.
Oh, we moved on. Cool. Yeah. Nom 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 nom.
No.
Sí, yo pensé que me había comido ya y que me había tragado,
Fucking
pero
almost got
claro,
the
sentía
Jonah-
que quizás era
Jonah
una
treatment.
orca, habíamos estado hablando de orcas poco antes, entonces tenía eso en la cabeza, pero ya cuando salí...
I almost got swallowed by a whale, ese. Anyways. The USS Harry Truman has collided with a merchant vessel in the Mediterranean Sea. I don't know if there's a photo of the damage. It wasn't that bad. It's heading into port. This is the ship that crashed into it. It doesn't look like this now, but
so someone crashed into the Harry Truman, not the other way around.
yeah, they weren't running with. They had their AIS turned off, so they weren't actually showing up.
Right.
But it was not. It was. They were heading into the. So this ship was leaving the like entering the Mediterranean from the
Port Said.
Called the what's it called the Suez Canal.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it was transiting north into the Mediterranean. The carrier, the Truman was waiting to go south into the Red Sea. So it was about to enter, and somehow they ran into each other. But yeah, as you can see, you can't see the American carrier on this because it wasn't. It had its AIS turned off. People don't know why, but yeah, that's what happened. They tried to evade and it just crashed. Mickey says, a friend that's not talking to me right now. He's deathly afraid of water. Won't even swim in a pool. I sent him that whale video without the link. He's very mad. Yes. I don't know if this was recent, but it popped up, so I figured whatever. Muslim immigrant Hussein imprisoned a 13-year-old girl in his basement, forced her to take heroin and raped her for a month. Hussein invited 7 more friends to rape the dumb girl and earn money from this. This happened in Bradford. He was jailed for 6.5 years. So yeah, I should have put that in the UK section.
Yeah.
A female Secret Service trainee shot herself in the leg on Wednesday, requiring an airlift to a nearby hospital.
She got that Glock leg.
Yep.
Probably
Shot her in the
herself
fucking leg.
holstering a weapon.
Nice.
Banks halt sales of silver bars amid soaring demand. This is in Korea. Banks are holding the sale of silver bars amid surging demand driven by increased global uncertainty brought by US President Donald Trump's tariff threats, industry officials say Friday. Lenders also earlier suspended the sale of gold bars, which have emerged as the most popular safe haven asset in recent months. What's the price of gold done over the last... gold... let's see, live bullion prices.
So we know crypto's
Australia.
going up.
So here's the bullion prices for the last 3 months. So here's the bullion prices. This is in Australian dollars. This is spot price troy ounce in AUD. I'll do it in USD. So we've... wait, what? Oh, this is fucking...
Yeah.
all time. I was like, what the fuck? Why is it $300? So this is 3 months. So back in November, it was $2,566.420. Nice. It spiked after the election. And right now it is almost $3,000 per troy ounce. So if you'd put money in just after the election, you would have made some money. Not that much though. Do they have silver price as well?
They'll have silver prices.
This is the Australian market, so that's not granted it's a global market, but still. Yeah, see, silver demand's not that bad. Silver price isn't that bad. $30 an ounce. $30 an ounce still. Yeah, $33. Yeah. So anyway. Korean Gold Exchange, for its part, has already suspended bank sales of 10 grams and 100-gram gold bars since October, while continuing to sell the 1 kilo bars. Fucking 1 kilo. You talk about 14 grand.
Yeah. So it's mainly just an issue with South Korea. Supplies.
Yeah, it's just they're running
the
out of
demand's
gold.
outrunning supply. That sort of thing.
It's great for us, considering we've got some of the biggest gold mines in the world. Biggest and most productive.
Yeah. That is true.
This is fucking great. Corey says, "Oh my god, fake American Ian Miles Chung tried to post a picture of a pretty girl like it's his girlfriend and gets brutally friend zoned." Read the replies. So Beardson says, "This post gives me hope. You can be the ugliest chud on the planet, but as long as you have a Twitter clout, you can bag a girlfriend." And Ian says, "I was trying to think of a funny caption to post, but I have nothing really to say apart from Dubai is pretty awesome." And she replies, "I'm not the girlfriend. He's my ex-husband's friend."
Fucking ex-husband friend zoned.
And you know who her ex-husband is? That dipshit from before, Joey, whatever his name is.
Mm. Yes, it went on, and she, and then I thought there was more about this. There was another reply. No, it must be something else. Never mind. Either way.
Beardson.
I thought, just look up her. It might be even easier. Or was that somewhere else? I might have been another. I don't know.
Beardson, Beardley.
Ada. Luke. What was her name?
There it is.
Ada LL usage.
I accidentally got Ian Miles Chung friend zone in front of an entire internet. What a great start to Valentine's Day. Yes.
Oh yeah, chef kiss.
At least he didn't block my name out of respect. Yeah. The polycule eyeing you from across the bar.
I can't remember where I saw it. I think it must be. I must be a different story.
H1B visa crew. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I hate that I recognise those fucking everybody trying to steal my content and shaking my damn head. There it is. Accidentally got Ian Miles Chung friend zoned. Bro, she didn't even say friend. She said ex-husband's friend. This is the most brutal one I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, it's yeah. Got wrecked.
She doubled down. Yes, that's you. Yes.
Yeah. No, that was someone's. I'm thinking of a different story. Sorry,
dude. Even dick riders have dick riders. Ian Miles Chung has a net worth 50 times yours, and nowhere in the conversation did he mention that she was his girlfriend. Maybe go clean the dick cheese out of your uncircumcised chode and then lose 200 pounds of belly fat, and maybe you'll be
that's
on
a boyfriend-girlfriend picture. That's the kind of picture that couples take.
Yeah. Fortnite, like, dude, what a fucking loser. Imagine simping for fucking Ian Miles Chung. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Whoever this is, whoever you are, if you're watching this just out of chance, kill yourself.
But give us
unironically, like, suck on a fucking tailpipe, you absolute loser.
But donate all your money to us before you do that.
But yes, buy a super chat or a membership first. Actually, buy a recurring membership. God damn it, I'm trying to find this original post. It must have been on fucking... Oh, there it is. I couldn't see it because this post is from an account you have muted. Ian Miles Chung, who I have hella muted.
Private chat. That was the one. There you go. That's what I was looking for.
Copy link.
Private chat.
Wasn't related to the Beardson story. It was something else from Ada. So please scroll.
I saw this one, yeah.
Yeah.
We all know what Harry J. Sisson is getting for Valentine's Day. Enjoy it and don't eat them all in one sitting. Those little penises. I'm actually inviting your ex-wife over, the same one who divorced you. Aeluch says, sorry, I don't date faggots.
Nice.
I was trying to think of a funny caption. Good dipshit. And of course, her saying that she's not.
I'm not his girlfriend.
Not his girlfriend. Like, that's hilarious. I'm not the girlfriend. So you're single. I don't like that. Why are you hanging out with your friend's ex? Also, why are you getting friend zoned after all that devious work? Oh, that's fucking hilarious. I'm so glad he gets trolled. Ian Moss-Chung is a piece of shit, and one of these days the Malaysian government will get him, and I'll be happy. And I'll laugh and laugh and laugh. Liberal women are more likely to feel lonely often. Poll shows.
No shit.
37% of conservative women and 28% of moderate women between the ages of 18 and 40 report being completely satisfied with their lives. Just 12% of women in the same age group said the same.
What do you mean there's consequences to alienating everyone around me?
40% of liberal women reported being single, while 31% said they were married. For conservative women, 33% report being single, 51% report being married. Remaining women on both sides of the political aisle reported being in a committed relationship or cohabiting with a partner. Womp womp. Sorry, liberal women.
Womp womp.
Maybe vote for Trump next time, and you'll find some dick. The
No,
IRS.
it's the companionship.
They can find dick.
According to the New York Times, the IRS is planning to lay off thousands of workers.
Oh no! What happened?
Unrelated
What about
to
those
Doge.
workers that were just hired?
Unrelated to Doge. Cougar, who dates men 2 decades her junior, defends Bridget Jones-style age gap romances as older men aren't good in bed. I resemble that remark. Oh, dude, it's a huge bitch. God damn you! God damn you, fucking Ryu.
That's a huge bitch.
That's a huge bitch. North Dakota man accused of impersonating an ICE officer when jail staff released an inmate to him. Impersonated an immigrant and walked an inmate out of county jail. Local sheriff said the episode on Tuesday resulted from complacency and human error and won't happen again. That's hilarious.
That is kind of funny.
See, that's what AOC should have been telling people to do the whole time.
An inmate then called Randall to have him come pick him up, authorities said. Randall arrived and told jail staff he was from ICE. So Shane Al Randall of Williston is charged with impersonating officials. Court papers say jail staff had told the inmate that ICE was coming to pick him up. The inmate then called Randall to have him come. Oh, dude, that's fucking genius. So the inmate was getting picked up by ICE. He was being told ICE is coming to get you. So he calls his friend and says, hey, come down to the jail. They're expecting someone from ICE to pick me up. Just come and say you're from ICE, here to pick me up, and then you can just let me out. And the fucking guy did it, and the fucking jail staff let him go. Jail staff learned within 15 to 20 minutes that Randall was not an ICE agent when the real officer arrived.
Like, what ID did he give? Probably none.
He didn't. They expected an ICE agent to show up. An ICE agent showed up.
Mm-hmm. He had an ICE badge on his vest.
Never underestimate the power of confirmation bias.
Pretty much. And see, this like AOC's been going on. This is how you help people. This is actually how you help people. You want to get people out of the jails?
Yeah, commit a federal crime, yes.
Yep.
Yes, impersonate an officer.
Exclusive breaking. No social media exposed. Raw's Alert, whose name is Hunter R, has been exposed as an extreme fetish deviant and more. Hunter is on more than 6 different platforms to meet men to physically and sexually abuse them. Hunter is into role play such as pretending to be a puppy. Oh, this is a fucking weirdo.
I know of the Raw's Alert account, but okay.
Look, hey guys, this is Pup Nikon. I am back. I'm sure many of you pups and lovely people have been wondering where I have been. To be honest, I have been really, really exhausted and burnt out from the social media platform. I've been dealing with a lot of personal stuff behind the scenes. I've been working a lot, as some of you know, that I'm a part-time professional photographer and a full-time laser show designer for major festivals and so on.
Okay, so he's not in the military.
Is this not the same person who runs Raw's Alerts?
Must be different.
Yeah, because I know Raw's Alerts, the account, the aggregator.
Well, this
account.
says Raw's Alerts.
No, there's the account you see on Twitter with all the political stuff is Raw's Alerts with an S on the end. Yeah, I double checked that because I'm thinking, hang on, what's going on? Raw's Alerts. Okay. Are we saying that's the same person as this? Like, I can't tell.
Well, that'd be weird if, like...
Because I've never heard... Yeah.
Raw's Alerts. That'd be weird as fuck. Like, I can understand it being Raw Alert, W-A-R, like R-W-R-A-W, Raw, as in the alert is raw. But Raw's Alerts... that seems very suspicious.
Because even when I Google, I don't see anything from Raw's Alert. It just all goes to Raw's Alerts. Are they saying the puppy Jabba boy is the guy who runs this? I can't tell.
I don't know.
I can't fucking tell.
It's pretty fucking weird. This guy is weird as fuck. Right in the fucking chipper.
Yeah.
With chipper, don't care.
I don't know if I could show this.
Gosh, what did you do now?
You
can't show that. You can't show that.
VTubers and ASMR artists are getting slapped with random unexplained violations, demonetizations, and bans on the regular. Meanwhile, on YouTube, yes, this is a video of a woman whose vag you could see.
Yeah, it's through a sheer see-through dress.
It's through a sheer see-through dress, yes.
Yeah,
and you
did just show it briefly, so
I did show it briefly. So if you rewind and pause at the right time, you'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
So yeah, YouTube's great. This is some great content moderation.
Thumbs up.
This account will give me a strike.
Because it was for educational
This one will
purposes.
give me a strike for fucking that.
Yeah.
Ohio and Mississippi bill aims to make ejaculating without intent to conceive a felony, costing over $10,000.
I fell for this originally, but it's just Democrats mocking the abortion.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with Christians.
Advocates.
This is Democrats mocking Christians.
Yeah.
Toddler suffocates in front of her siblings after mum left them alone in a car to have lunch. Oh, that's... God.
She literally, she went inside the restaurant and the 18-year-old
Michigan
got a
man
head
has been
start.
arrested after her 18-month-old daughter tragically suffocated between a truck seat and a vehicle door while left alone with her siblings. As she, positional asphyxia. Oh, goddamn.
Yeah, she got her head stuck in.
Unsupervised and unrestrained for 15 minutes. Man, it doesn't fucking take long. It really doesn't. Like, you can't be leaving your fucking kids in a car. Jesus. Like, drive through, damn it.
They are very determined to kill themselves.
Yes.
You have to be there to make sure they don't.
God damn it. Poor little kid, man.
Yeah.
Unsupervised and unrestrained. And
illegal. In the country, illegal.
Unsupervised is the important part.
I don't know that.
No clue.
That's just sad, man.
Yeah.
That's depressing. I wouldn't leave my cat alone in the car, like, let alone...
Cat will just tear up everything. The cat will start scratching everything. And
I did think, on a lighter note, I did this was fucking hilarious.
I
This
misread
guy's
this
not
the
the
first-
director of he's the director of government affairs at an NGO called Project on Government Oversight, and he's fucking blind.
I misread it the first time.
I think it's hilarious that this guy is a director of anything and works for an organization that is the Project on Government Oversight. That's fucking gold.
Yeah.
Hamas says it will not release all Gaza hostages on Saturday. Spokesman says after President Trump promised all hell will break loose. So far, hell hasn't broken loose.
Trump fails to deliver on his promises in second term.
Impeach him. Rep Tim Burchett says, I'll be introducing the Cartel, Marquee and Reprisal Authorization Act of 2025, which would authorize Trump to commission privately armed and equipped individuals or groups to seize persons and property of any cartel member, or cartel-linked organization.
Privateers are back, baby!
Privateers are indeed back, or maybe. It won't pass. That'd be hilarious. Nayib Bukele has been there, done that, when it in response to how labeling the cartels could hurt the economy. Because it'd be fewer people.
Who's going to pick the vegetables?
Cotton.
I almost said cotton.
Ellos me dijeron, textualmente me dijeron, tú sabes que no puedes acabar con el crimen de un solo. Yo le dije, ¿por qué? Y me dijeron, no por la capacidad técnica de acabarlo, sino por el golpe en la economía. Y yo le dije, ¿pero cuál golpe en la economía? Bueno, ¿cuántos pandilleros tienen? Y yo, 70,000. Son 70,000 empleos. Porque esa gente que gana dinero de manera ilícita, está mal, pero luego ese dinero va al hogar, y luego el hogar lo gasta de manera lícita. Ese hogar compra pañales para los bebés, comida para los niños, paga alquiler, luz eléctrica, teléfono, cable, internet, ropa, cerveza, la motocicleta, gasolina, saldo de celular, etcétera. Toda esa economía se va a caer de un solo y no va a haber una economía paralela, legal, que lo reemplace a la misma velocidad. Entonces hay que acabar, me dijo él en ese tiempo, con el crimen poco a poco, para que la economía poco a poco vaya compensando la economía criminal.
Poco a poco.
Ese tipo de teorías que suenan bien para los intelectuales no aplican en la realidad. La realidad es que el crimen es crimen, punto. Y si uno lo permite, siempre van a ganar ellos en la guerra de los incentivos. Porque si viene alguien, un joven, y dice, bueno, yo no tengo muchas oportunidades, voy a vender tomates en el mercado. Vender tomates en el mercado debe ser duro. Para empezar, no es algo divertido, no es algo de lo que me siento orgulloso. Tengo que ir, cargar los tomates en el sol, llevar, venderlos, estar en un lugar tal vez no en las mejores condiciones. Vender los tomates, se me van a arruinar, el producto ni siquiera es mío, tal vez lo tengo en consignación, si me arruinan me los cobran. Al final logro vender y me logro ganar $5. Y luego voy camino a la casa, llega el pandillero y me dice, a ver mis $5. Entonces el incentivo está sobre el joven para ser pandillero y colectar los $5 y no ir a vender tomates para tal vez ganar $5 para dárselos al pandillero. Entonces nunca se va a ganar la guerra de incentivos. Entonces nosotros entendimos a la fuerza y con golpes, que la única forma era ir tras el pandillero y arrestarlo. No para castigarlo, sino para sacarlo de la sociedad. Él tiene que estar fuera de la ecuación. Él no puede llegar a cobrar. Entonces el joven ya ahora piensa en sus nuevos incentivos y dice, bueno, ¿qué hago? ¿Me hago pandillero para que me lleven a prisión? ¿O mejor me pongo a trabajar y gano dinero que ahora nadie me va a quitar? Entonces ahora ya puede conseguir novia además, porque ya la novia ya no es con el pandillero. El punto es de que ya los incentivos de la sociedad están hechos correctos. Y yo le decía a la persona de la multilateral, nosotros entendemos que vamos a pagar un costo económico por acabar con el crimen, pero yo le hice la analogía de un paciente con cáncer. Si a mí me dice, mire, usted tiene un cáncer grande, con metástasis y todo, pero es curable, pero necesitamos hacer varias cirugías, quimioterapia, radioterapia, inmunoterapia, y después usted va a salir mal, bien desmejorado, pero sano. Y luego usted puede ganar peso y volver a recuperarse. Yo escogería esa opción. Yo me someto a la cirugía, me someto a la quimioterapia, me someto a la radioterapia, me someto a la inmunoterapia, quedo mal, pero me recupero. A diferencia de decir, no, yo me voy a quedar así, o me siento bien, no me siento tan mal, pero bueno, luego el cáncer me va a terminar llevando. Entonces nosotros aceptamos pagar el costo económico y nosotros calculábamos, no en la parte financiera, sino desde el gabinete de seguridad, que íbamos a tener un costo de un 10% del PIB. ¿Sí? Iba a caer nuestro PIB 10% por acabar con la delincuencia. Nuestro PIB no cayó 10%, subió 3.5%.
Turns out crime was stealing away from the GDP.
Well, it is. It absolutely is.
Turns out removing the threats to your community works.
You know what? I worry about El Salvador. I worry that one day Bukele will lose an election, and it'll be some weird leftist, and they'll just free them all.
Yeah, they'll go back to the way it was. Yeah.
I
No,
hope
that means the reprisals would be bad.
I hope Bukele has a button in his office that just gasses them all. And that if he ever loses an election, the first thing he does is press that button. This is the longest fajita and taco order I've ever seen.
Oh, damn.
That's racist. Anyway, mum of 4 brutally executes her 3 young daughters before shooting herself as one child fights for her life.
Wrong fucking order.
Yes. As I've said, if you're going to murder suicide people, the first thing you need to do is start with the suicide. Oh, yeah. Tran Yell Harsh Man, 32, shot the 4 children aged 2, 7, and 9. 2, 2, 7, and 9.
Must have had twins.
Ah, dude. Mm-hmm. She must have had twins. Fucking hell. Dude, family annihilation murders are the most fucking depressing. Like, and when they're carried out by women, what the fuck? A female caller stated that multiple times she could not do that, and it was too late. The woman told the dispatcher she could be found in the upstairs bedroom, that she was planning to shoot herself. The dispatcher pleaded with the female caller over the phone for the female caller to remain on the line until responding suits arrived. Their press release added the female caller stated multiple times she could not do that. It was too late. Multiple attempts to call her on the line failed, and the call was disconnected. Officers arrived on scene minutes later to find 2 of the young girls, a 2-year-old and a 9-year-old, named in the fundraisers of Bailey, dead with gunshot wounds to their head. Oh my God. Jesus fuck. Harshman was found in the room with a gunshot wound to the head, but was alive when the cops moved in. And then they shoved the gun in her mouth again and pulled the trigger. Friends who knew Harshman told the outlet she had struggled with mental health problems, which include postpartum depression. Fuck, man. Jesus Christ. You never know what someone's... Yeah, like... that poor dad, man. Like, come on. Just... Harshman shares 2 children with husband Cliff Harshman, the father of the 2 younger girls, and the 2 older kids with Quinn Blackmar and her ex-husband.
Oh, shit. So there's 2 fathers who are
there's
affected
2
by
fathers who've just had their kids fucking ripped away from them.
Yeah.
God. That's...
Cliff Harshman, her father of 4. So
unimaginable.
Okay. So she has... So Cliff has 2... There are other siblings. There are half-siblings that are alive whose siblings were just taken from them. Yeah.
That's just... fucking Christ. I should have put this in the other section with the...
In the Europe section? Yeah.
Europe section, but yeah. 12 injured, some critically, after a hand grenade was thrown into a bar in Grenoble, France. Let me just Google it and see if there's an update. This was right before the show started. Okay, I Google that place and I get nothing. This was 2 days ago. What the hell? French police are on the hunt for a man who threw a grenade into a crowded bar. 6 people suffered serious injuries. 2 in critical condition. The man also might have been carrying an assault rifle, possibly a Kalashnikov. But if so, he did not appear to have fired it. Lovely.
Okay.
Just all doing well in France. Nothing to see here. Here's a good news story about a shooter. New footage released shows a Tennessee security guard calmly taking down an attempted mass shitter in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Gunman started firing at a group of people outside the Dream nightclub when a guard jumped into action. Let's watch.
What the fuck didn't happen, nigga? Yeah, you know that, nigga. Well, there's nobody out of jail. Some nigga playing games, homie.
Cause he seen how.
Y'all niggas laughing, think that shit you fuck you. What the fuck didn't happen, nigga?
Where's? I'm sorry. What the fuck?
It was like a drive-by or something like that. It was. I think that was what I saw. Like it was a drive-by. They were shooting.
Head of security Joe Reid thinks the attack was planned, reading the security footage of the 24-year-old suspect parking his car down the road before the attack.
Yeah. So gunman off camera started firing at the people who were hiding.
Oh shit! So this is the security guard
Yes,
with a
that's
fucking
security guard.
like assault
That's
rifle.
the guard. Yeah. That's the security.
What fucking club is this that you've got a guy with a fucking AR at the front? These motherfuckers are expecting trouble. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's Chattanooga.
Blam 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 blam.
It is Tennessee.
Yeah, that's right. He ain't playing
It's
games.
just people watching this on a TV that it is yelling in the background.
God damn. Real Anna Paulina will lead the declassification of secrets, including 9/11 files, UFO, Jeffrey Epstein's JFK, RFK, MLK Jr., COVID-19 origins. Well, I guess she works for the CIA now.
What about MK Ultras?
Yes, he might have actually so he had a rear sight on his gun.
True.
It is with profound honor that I have been entrusted by Speaker Mike Johnson and Chairman James Comer to lead the House Oversight Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets. Together with the help of the White House, our intelligence allies, the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, we will be conducting investigations into the following: the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and Dr. Martin Luther King, unidentified aerial phenomena, also known as UAPs.
Anyway, we get it. Human brain samples contain an entire spoon's worth of nanoplastics, study says. So yeah, that's great. Staying on that topic, violent clashes after armed neo-Nazis drape swastika flags from Ohio overpass. A group of neo-Nazis caused outrage in a historically black Ohio community after they draped white supremacist signs from a busy overpass while armed with rifles and waving around swastika flags. Let's see how it went for them, shall we?
What's up, nigga? Yeah, we see your gun, bitch. You see that gun? Fight for power. You're going to jail, bitch. Fight for power. Fucking nigga. Fight for power. Fucking nigga.
Fight for
You
power,
fucking
Steffi.
nigga.
Fight for power.
You pulled a gun. Hey.
Yeah.
Bitch, you're in Ohio, man. Like,
Bitch, running to the fucking the
about?
Nazis running to
running
the
to
cops.
the pigs. You fucking cocks.
You fucking oh my god.
Yeah, definitely.
Represent, my brothers.
Look at my baby. What the fuck you talking about?
When the Nazis come, arm yourselves.
My baby, yeah, man. Yeah, what D doing? Fuck dick sucker coming. Fuck on. Alright, cool. Let the cars come. Just don't let them people come back no more.
Lol.
I ain't gonna even say Cincinnati, nigga. This Lincoln Heights. Yeah.
They went to the actual
People are like, oh my god, black people with guns. Bro, this is great. Are you kidding? This is fucking, like, incredible. It's the entire point
US
of the Second
citizens
Amendment.
with guns.
Important context here, so because this was like, blacks in Lincoln Heights take to the streets, community defense. Shame they aren't so active in dealing with criminality in their own community. I mean, fuck you. Important context needed. The actions in this video are a response to a gathering of armed neo-Nazis waving swastika flags. So yeah, fuck those people.
They only take up arms when the Nazis are coming in. They won't.
Something tells me, like, Lincoln Heights, Ohio, like, what's the crime rate there? Like,
I only thought Lincoln Heights was in California.
it's a village in Hamilton County. Like, let's see.
Population was 3,000.
Population 3,000. Yeah, I'm sure there's a massive crime problem.
It's part of
fucking
Cincinnati.
Lincoln Heights.
Okay, sure, yeah, it's part of Cincinnati. Yeah. All right, I got you.
Like, yeah.
Demographics.
Basically neighbors.
Well, Cincinnati's like 40% black, so
40% of the village are under the age of 18.
Mhm.
Median age is 28.7. That's a young fucking town. So it's the highest number of African Americans in Ohio.
Yeah. 89.8% black.
Crime. Illicit drug distribution. Yeah, of course, because it's a city with people in it.
It's the hood.
Yeah.
Not even the hood. It's just the city.
There's no police department in Lincoln Heights. They just use the,
it's a suburb, so
yeah. So,
there's probably no station. Yeah.
In 2012, there were 4 shootings.
That's pretty small, actually.
Yeah, like come on, police their community. 4. Yeah, 65% poverty rate. Yeah, 4 killings with a 65% poverty rate. That's pretty good. It is that time again. Resetting the clock. Glamorous Texas teacher is arrested for sex offenses against a boy at a scandal-ridden school. A female teacher in Texas has been arrested for having sex with a young boy. Molly Colleen Spears, 35, had sexual intercourse with a male pupa at Barbers Hill High School on the 12th of June 2023, according to an arrest warrant seen by the Daily Mail. She was charged this week. She got away with it for 2 years. How old was the kid?
Doesn't say. His age has not been disclosed.
Doesn't say. There she is. Oh, yeah. Not bad.
Okay. I mean,
I tapped that.
And then she can go to the chipper.
And then she'd go to the wood chipper, yeah. Just to get a last request.
Hmm.
Wait, is this the black kid? Is this the black kid who did it? No, in the same year Spears resigned, high school was also hit for suspending a student twice over his dreadlocks.
It's unrelated to this.
Completely unrelated.
Yeah.
Let the kid have his fucking dreadlocks. Ridiculous. I got my teacher pregnant when I was 13. Everyone calls her a predator, but I made the first move. A teenage boy says he got his New Jersey teacher pregnant at 13 and she was 28. Is standing up by her after she was arrested and insists he instigated the relationship. The boy, who DailyMail.com is not naming, said the extraordinary exclusive interview that Laura Carone, 34, should not be facing trial and criticized anyone calling her a predator. Let's see what she looks like.
No, there's no pictures?
Oh, I don't know, maybe. Oh, yeah, there she is.
Ew,
the young boy, now an adult.
Bruh.
Yeah, he black.
Yeah, meat candy, actually. I was thinking about that. On the previous stories. That's actually
3,000 homicides puts it at 33
bad.
out of 100,000, which puts it near the worst homicide.
That's actually pretty bad for
in the country.
Fair
enough.
Yeah.
Damn statistics.
Yeah. That was my coal mining brain coming back in. I'm like, hang on. I lived in a town for 20 years and we didn't have a single murder. What's going on?
Well, it is Cincinnati, so all it takes is
my
my
mind went to Cincinnati. Hang on. Yeah, it's the hood. Yeah, that makes sense.
Teachers had a sexual relationship with special needs students, asked him to bring a gun to school to shoot a colleague.
Ah.
A twisted Colorado school teacher who started a sick relationship with a special needs student sent thousands of messages to him ordering the child to bring a gun to class to shoot her colleague and introduce him to fentanyl, prosecutors said.
Jesus Christ.
Imagine the cartels or something?
Her name is Imagine. I'm like, Imagine K. Ewer. That's an odd way to phrase that. Why would I imagine her? But no, that's her name. Imagine K. Maybe it's Imogen?
I thought it was pronounced Imogen.
I mean, it's spelled Imagine.
Yes.
But maybe they mean Imogen. Imogen K. Ewer, a paraprofessional, was busted after officials noticed her obvious favoritism towards the 16-year-old boy. Ewer, 28, showed an unhealthy interest in her student that was noticed almost immediately after she started working at the Brady Exploration School. Well, they're exploring some stuff.
Ew.
After November 2023, after the boy hinted at an improper relationship with Ewer in a classroom assignment that another teacher saw, authorities at the school contacted the Lakewood Police Department. Disturbing sexual relations, including explicit text messages and signs that drugs, guns, and alcohol have been introduced. That's a bit extreme. Thousands upon thousands of text messages, illegal and deadly drugs, including fentanyl. She also attempted to get the boy to bring a gun to their sexual encounters, as well as shoot a fellow faculty member in their school, the sentencing hearing heard. This bitch is fucking crazy.
Oh, yeah.
God damn.
Common sense teacher
right
control.
to fucking jail.
We need common sense teacher control.
Anyway. Woman kills cheating boyfriend by cutting off his testicles as he slept.
Ooh, poor buddy.
Damn, bitches be crazy around here.
Yeah, bitches be crazy. Oh, he died. I think I'd prefer that.
Yeah, women kills cheating.
I'd prefer to just die. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that. Just
don't
cut my
chop
balls.
off, then
Guess I'll just die now.
You can cut my throat. Just leave the balls alone, right? Make it quick.
Catherine Milagros Juarez Bermudez was arrested after the brutal knife attack on her partner Jose Antonio Pizan Pena, 31, in their home located in El Bosque neighborhood of La Cucabamba in the province of Pats in Peru on the 2nd of February. He was left to bleed out after she cut off his testicles while he slept. According to police, he rushed outside for help, but none of the couple's neighbors came to his assistance as he screamed and instead phoned the cops. He tried to flee but was stopped by locals. Oh, she tried to flee but was stopped by locals who handed her over to police. Damn. Jesus.
Yeah, apparently she cut off his balls, but she hit him in the leg as well, and he bled out from the artery.
When
it was up
after
earlier.
a jealous wife was jailed in May for slicing off her husband's penis and flushing it down the toilet. Jesus.
I thought Lorena Bobbitt was supposed to be like once in a lifetime.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
damn.
she gave all the women a whole bunch of ideas.
Yeah.
Everybody who bought those nice, shiny new $4,000 Australian video cards are having the connector melt still.
I get wrecked. I'm still running the 3070.
Yeah, same. Tim Poole joins Rumble and brings his exclusive Timcast show to Rumble Premium. Please tell me Rumble is not going to have a fucking subscription service.
Of course it will.
Where you have like Rumble Premium.
Rumble has a subscription service.
Like, God, really?
It does.
God damn, man. Like, where's this?
So if you were to go to your stream, maybe it might pop up. Let's see.
Into the void. Oh, look, there's one person watching. It's me. Finally, accurate statistics. And only one person likes it. Where's Rumble Premium? I don't see it. Is it like a subscription service? Let's see.
It's go ad free. That's the button. Sorry.
Oh, it's just the ad free bullshit.
Yeah. They used to have a banner. They used to have a banner when you open up Rumble. I think they stopped that.
I've got an ad blocker, so Rumble fucking Premium. I'm not paying ad free for fucking Rumble. Not for Rumble.
God darn.
I don't watch anything on Rumble. I don't even know why I stream
That's
on
the
Rumble.
issue.
I literally stream on Rumble for Tom Bolo, and that's it.
Mm.
I have one regular viewer on Rumble. Great job, Rumble.
Yeah.
Anyway, Shlomo Mansour, oldest hostage held by Hamas, is dead.
Rep, buddy. Is he American? Okay, I'm going to assume by
Shlomo. No, I'd say he's just Israeli.
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah.
That's right. You have to watch 5 ads about dick pills before you can get the privilege to get the Rumble Premium. Yeah.
From your vitality.
What? Somebody says, "What? Where am I?" I don't know. I guess you're not watching. Either I don't count or you don't count. Either way. Sri Lanka goes bananas after monkey unplugs nation. Simian saboteur or grid screaming for modernisation. Sri Lanka's electrical grid was brought down by a nationwide outage on Sunday after monkey business struck a power station south of the capital of Colombo. Whoever wrote this had a lot of fun. A monkey came into contact with our grid transformer, causing an imbalance in the power system. Energy Minister Kumara Jayakody told media. The simian saboteur left a population of 22 million sweltering in temperatures above 30 degrees. Wow, 30 degrees? How did you fucking manage that?
Oh, no.
Let me just check. What is it outside right now? Come on.
Why is that hot for Sri Lanka?
Because it's also 800% humidity.
Oh, fuck that then. Yeah, no, fair.
Probably. It's 26 degrees
that's
Celsius
what
outside.
is.
Ooh. Social media users super bug fun at the South Asian island's fragile grid. One monkey equals total chaos. That is pretty funny.
They're closer to the equator than us.
Tom Bolo was stuck in an ad.
Oh, get wrecked.
Disney officially drops DEI, reverts back to sanity. Yay.
I'll believe that when I see it.
It's going to take a while
Well,
for
I
them
don't know
to
if did
purge
you
that.
guys. Let's see.
Well, all the productions they have are still going to have the DEI crap in it until that finally gets phased out.
I didn't notice much DEI in Brave New World. What did I want?
Captain America is black.
Yeah, you know.
Well, that was
So-
going to happen either way because it's
No, they could have just called him Falcon because that's his original name.
But that's
right?
but that was but that had been set up since like 2019, like for the better half of a decade.
Tomato says. So I watched this the other day. I thought it was okay. Like I didn't hate it. I've seen worse. I've seen worse Marvel films.
Yeah.
This was better than most. Like better than the bad ones. Like out of the last batch, this is good. Like it's like good's pushing it. It's okay.
You're saying
It's like
it's good.
DEI is not in your face.
Compared to the previous batch, this is good.
You're saying it's good for Phase 4.
It's good for Phase 5, which we're in now.
Oh, we're in 5 now. Okay.
So yeah, for Phase 5, it's good.
I haven't watched Phase 4 or 5. I haven't.
Broadly, it's okay.
haven't
Which
watched either.
80% popcorn meter, yeah, fair enough.
Probably because the DEI wasn't like your face. Like
I did notice, like, because most of the normal reviewers are like, yeah, it was okay. But I'm seeing, of course, the thing that shocked me was I saw cynical the critical drinker was like, this is garbage. I thought, really, this is garbage. This is garbage. No, like Marvel's was garbage. This is not garbage.
But for the great, to be
Like,
fair,
I do feel like sometimes it's a bit of a grift. It's like, oh no, we have to hate this. Because Anthony Mackie said something about America, like about Captain America not being America, not just being America.
Okay, I'll ask this one then. What's this? Because this is the 4th Captain America movie. How does this compare to Winter Soldier?
Almost gets there. The story almost gets there. It's a bit disjointed. You know what killed this film? Reshoots. Killed this film.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
They did try to stitch a lot together. I can see the bones. The bones that were there for it to become a good, like to become a good like sequel to, because they wanted to make it like a political thriller, but there's a lot of exposition that they just sort of lore dump on you through telling and it does feel like they wanted to make a Hulk movie. But they couldn't make a Hulk movie because Universal owns the distribution for Hulk films.
Like just from a Marvel perspective, like why is Red Hulk the villain? Like it doesn't like. Yeah,
well, he's
Red
not.
Hulk,
That's the thing. Red Hulk's not the villain. Red Hulk is in it. I shit you not, for about 14 minutes. Well, they shouldn't have advertised that. It shows they were pretty desperate to get people to fucking see it, because they really shouldn't have. They shouldn't have revealed the Red Hulk thing. They should have left that. If they left that, it would have been very cool. To be like, oh, holy shit, it's Red Hulk. Because it does sort of build to that, the reveal of Red Hulk, but you know it's coming.
The president is Red Hulk.
The president is Red Hulk, yes. But again, that would be a spoiler if they didn't include it in the fucking trailer.
Yeah.
They should have left that alone, not mentioned it at all, and just had it be like, oh my God, what the hell?
I haven't watched it, but I did watch the hate reviews from the usual crowd, and they're like,
I respect those guys, but sometimes I watch something and I'm like, really? Did we watch the same fucking thing? Because I think if you guys had watched this previously, you wouldn't have a fucking problem with it. Like,
well, okay, has Sam taken the Super Soldier Serum? I know he has a
no, he hasn't taken the Super Soldier Serum.
He has a cool vibranium suit and shit now, but They put him over as
there's a great point where the new Falcon gets injured, and like towards the end of the film, because there's a whole Sam's like, no, you're not Falcon yet. Like, you got a lot of training to do before I'm going to call you. Like, before we're going to say you're the new Falcon. Like, hold on. And he straight up gets like the president actually says, you're not Captain America. You're not Steve Rogers. And there's a bit in the trailer where he actually says, I know I'm not Steve Rogers.
Yeah.
But he doesn't say that in the film. They cut that out. He just walks away. And it's like, what the fuck? There's some odd editing choices.
Yeah, and that sounds fine. Like the biggest.
But there's a bit where where New Falcon is injured and they're in the hospital, and he's watching Falcon in surgery, and Bucky comes in and has a cameo, and they're talking about he's talking about how he's Falcon's saying, Cap's saying, I should have taken that super soldier serum. I was an idiot. Bucky makes the point to him that Steve gave people something to believe in. You give people something to aspire to. Because he's not a super soldier. He's just a fucking guy in a suit. The thing he is, he's a symbol. He's what you could be. Any kid could be Captain America. And that's kind of what he's pointing at. Which I thought was cool. Like that's a cool way to put it.
That's not
to be like
Captain America.
Steve Rogers Captain America is this fucking symbol. He's this larger than life thing that you can just put all your faith in, and you can go, it's okay. Captain America's here. Everything's going to be all right because it's Captain America. He's a fucking super soldier. He's the best of the best. Yeah. But what's it called? Sam's Captain America is just a guy. He's just a guy. He's doing the things that Cap did in a different way. And his fighting style is very different. He's very reliant on his suit and the
he has to be.
He still uses the shield. And again, it's clear that he's not Cap. It's very clear that he's not a super soldier.
Yeah.
And he leans on the tech a lot more, which is understandable because again, he's just a guy. He's just a guy. He's a well-trained guy. He knows how to fight, but he's not Captain America. And there's a scene with Isaiah Bradley who got the
original Captain.
No, he's not the original Captain America.
Original super
Captain,
soldier.
No, he's not the original super soldier. He was given the serum after Captain America. When Cap went into the ice, they continued the program, so he got the super soldier serum, but they didn't want to reveal him. So they haven't retconned that. He was a super soldier during Nam.
Yeah.
Which is why he's not dead, because if he was from the if he was a super soldier, if he was 30 in the 40s, in 2025 he'd be fucking 100 and something. He's not. He's in his 70s. So he was given the super soldier serum during the Nam era. Nam in Korea, so post World War II. But he was basically a test subject. But he trains with Sam, and he points out you've got to be perfect. You've got to all it takes is one punch to land. You can't afford to get hit. It's not about all the punches you all the punches in the world don't matter if one lands on you. You're done. And yeah, it's just a different type of Cap. So, but it's the same spirit, and he doesn't try to be Steve Rogers.
No.
But again, I think the movie's weighed down by a lot of expression.
So, for a layman, it's a good movie.
It's fine. It's fine.
But if you're in the world of the comic books, you might find flaws that a layman
you'll find flaws.
Would go by.
But even
not to spoil too much about it, but it ties up a lot of stuff with the original Incredible Hulk film. There's a lot of callbacks to that.
Yeah.
Not to give any spoilers, the big bad is directly related to the original film.
When you say original, do you mean Eric Banner, or
no? That's not in the Marvel.
Well, because I was, hang on,
Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm getting my characters mixed around because
Ang Lee's Hulk had nothing to do with Marvel.
I know. I'm thinking Ed Norton Hulk.
Ed Norton Hulk is what it's linked to.
Yes, I know, but Thunderbolt Ross, who is now the president.
Yes.
In this movie, he was in the Ed Norton Hulk, wasn't he?
That's correct, and that's the one I'm talking about.
But he was played by a different person.
He was played by William Hurt, who died. That's why it's Harrison Ford now.
Yes, and I was confusing Thunderbolt Ross with with Tommy Lee Jones's character from the first Cap for some reason. No, you're right. Yeah, so all good. But from what I'm hearing, just because this is still part of the MCU, yeah, might be good, might be okay for Phase 5, but over the last 17 years now, in the grand
Look,
scheme
they've
of
definitely.
things, in the grand scheme
all
of
I can
things-
say is, the reshoots and the way it's sort of shaken out,
Yeah.
make me think that because this was shot during COVID.
Oh yeah, of course.
So I think this indicates that they're sort of trying to course correct.
Yeah, possibly.
So
And,
this
that's fair. Like,
watching this and it not being an absolute turd gives me hope for Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
And gives me hope for
I have no,
Fantastic
I have no
Four.
hope for Thunderbolts at all. I have no hope for that movie. Sorry, I don't recognize Yelena as a Black Widow. No, I don't. I don't recognize. Nah. I tried watching the Black Widow movie or series, whatever that was. I can't.
Well, that was garbage.
Yeah.
So this is better than that.
And like, I don't want to. I don't get why the Thunderbolts are full. Like, it's just all full of the fucking Ruskies. Why'd you bring the Russians in? Like, the whole point of the Thunderbolts is to be the Suicide Squad of Marvel. So bring in the actual
really.
Marvel. Yeah, that's what the Thunderbolts was. Bring in the villains, put them under government control, typically led by Hawkeye and Mockingbird in the comics, at least back in the day, because you had people like Venom, I think the Wizard at one point, Songbird. Yeah, Songbird was in the Thunderbolts. They're basically the Suicide Squad of Marvel.
Well,
Villains
this
working
one,
for the government.
look, I believe the intention around the Thunderbolts in this, like this group of Thunderbolts, is to just do it's the Dark Avengers.
Yeah, that's there.
So rather than doing Thunderbolts properly.
Yeah.
Because there's not enough villains left.
Yeah, that's
Marvel has a problem where they kill their villains. Welcome back, Baldo.
Hey, cheers. You say Dark Avengers. That's fucking DEI.
Dark Avengers, it's the yeah.
No, the Dark Avengers
No,
were
because it's
created by
led by
Norman
a
Osborn.
white guy. It's fine.
Yeah, Norman Osborn. He's got
Norman
waves.
Osborn's white, so it's okay.
But he's got waves in his hair, so he's black. It's okay.
So
you
anyway,
said the movie was good.
It was fine.
Like, is it?
It was fine.
Is it good or is it like good compared to the recent shit?
It's good compared to the recent shit. It's fine broadly.
So
Yeah,
it's an
critics
okay
might
movie.
have an issue about it.
And look, 80% popcorn meter. Yeah.
Yeah, it means the layman's fine with it.
I think I just expect better, to be honest. But it's modern Marvel, so
But see, nowadays you shouldn't expect better.
It's true.
That's
But
my
that
fault.
might be where a critic's coming through. It's just
Yeah.
being more critical about this movie.
Because
Whereas a
I'm
layman.
the start, right? I expect
I think the next thing to come out from Marvel is
X-Men, isn't it?
Daredevil Reborn.
Oh yeah, that.
Which
I
A,
have-
looks good, B, was basically scrapped and rewritten and reshot.
I have one
So
finger crossed for that.
I think with this, and if Daredevil Born Again is good, I think it is safe to say that the ship is starting to turn around, and maybe they've figured out that holy shit, our approach was really stupid.
We just got to do what we used to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See this, do that.
Yes.
So
You were
That's
saying
fine.
earlier that you were questioning whether you were watching the same movie as a reviewer. I'm convinced that half the people on YouTube who say they watch these movies don't actually watch them.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, it's woke DEI, and they've just like got a fucking checklist of
Well, stop putting woke
buzzwords.
DEI in it. Just like
throw it
I
out
do
there.
worry that a lot of them are audience captured, and they're like, well, people expect this to be shit, so I'm just going to call it shit.
Are we going to name names?
But then
Meg Candy says, I just want to see more girl boss invincible hero movies, preferably with black trans women midgets.
Well, name
didn't
names.
all
I'd
the
say
boxes.
Critical Drinker,
didn't
Jeremy
they
from Geeks and Gamers.
But didn't they
Yeah,
go
well,
Friday
well, that's the thing. I saw Critical Drinker say, "Oh, this is garbage." Like, I haven't watched his video yet, but the tag was like, hang on, let me find it. YouTube.
Yeah, it was in the thumbnail.
Like, when was the last time any of these guys reviewed a movie, and were like, yeah, this is actually half good?
I think Drinker has.
A brave new disaster. I think calling it a disaster is retarded. This is not a disaster. I think that's really,
But it
really,
is clickbaity.
really overselling it. And I think it comes back to this, Captain Anti-America, because Anthony Mackie made those comments about like Captain America shouldn't just be for America,
Yeah, while he was selling the fucking movie in
Yeah,
another
while
country.
he's fucking advertising the movie. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's not that he was advertising the movie. It was in a European country.
Yeah.
Trying to sell it to them. It's like
exactly.
It's not just about America. It's about everyone. Like, come see the movie. Not fuck y'all. We're American. Eat dick.
Yeah,
Like,
Tom
come on,
Wallace says, I think critics have gotten so lazy, they're often no longer paying attention.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Like, Drinker
I think
is right
I think a
about
lot
that,
of it
though.
is they go in with a expectation of A, and if there is a B or a C, they're like, well, no.
Well, stop putting the B
confirmation
and
bias.
C.
They
in.
only look for the bad things. They're not even. They're not looking for the things that count. That,
Stop putting the bad things in
contradict
movies,
it.
though. This is the point. Like, we've seen enough of the B and C to know these things are bad. These are why these movies are bad. So stop. Yeah, and to be fair, you can. It's bad.
There's
to
no there was no girl power moment like in the film. The only the only real female superhero in the film is ironically the Jewish character whose Jewishness was or the Israeli character whose Israeliness was very downplayed.
That's what I saw. Like this.
And
what I heard, anyway.
she has a moment where she Black Widows her way through a couple of guys, and that's it. And they're not superhuman guys; they're just regular guys. Like think Black Widow in Iron Man 2.
Well, Sabra is
towards the end when she's going into the facility and she's taking out the guards. She's just doing her Black Widow thing, and it's totally believable because she's.
She'll take one dude out, and she takes out 30.
Yeah, that's right. She takes like 15 guys, and John Favreau spends half an hour punching some guy.
The character is a widow.
That kind of thing. And it's only like 5 guys.
Yeah, the character is a widow.
And it's believable. And she's a widow. She's like she used to be a widow.
Yeah.
So
It makes sense.
It makes sense. She's from the Red Room. She's had that training, so she's like you would expect her and Yelena and Black and
so it's not like she's
Nat
just some Mary Stu out of
no, she's not Mary Stu. No, not at all.
Nowhere.
No, the only notable thing about her is I shit you not, she's barely over 5 foot tall. Like it is so striking how short she is. I'm like, is this woman a midget? Like it's crazy. Like seeing her like that. It's weird. But yeah, look, I would say go and see it. Like, sorry, I wouldn't say go and see it. If you really want to go see it, go see it. Like you're not gonna hate it. Wait for streaming. You'll probably enjoy it.
Okay.
I watched a screener. Like I do. Like with the Marvel films, I do that straight away because I'm not gonna be. I don't want shit spoiled. I don't really care about the spectacle. I'll watch it again when it's out on Blu-ray. But yeah, like I just want to see the story, see what the storyline is, and get an idea behind it, so it doesn't get spoiled for me. Because I'd rather just see it with my own eyes.
I've always just hated the premise, like
getting it spoiled.
I've always just hated the premise, even the premises that Phase 4 and 5 have gone with. So, I'm just of the crowd that Sam Wilson is not Captain America, even in the comics. Don't give a fuck. Should have been Bucky. And I know Bucky's run as Captain America didn't live very long in the comics.
Well, Bucky's running for Congress.
I know. Is he? Oh shit! I didn't know that part.
That's canonical in the thing. He's running for Congress.
Sam Wilson is just not Captain America to me. I don't care how much they want to push it on me. I don't. It's to say it's like Miles Morales. Miles Morales is not Spider-Man to me. Never will be.
Yeah.
Miles Morales is Miles Morales.
Marvel does not do mantles. That's a DC thing.
Yeah.
There's a couple of exceptions, but
anyway,
whatever.
enough of that.
It's Marvel.
Let's blast through these last ones. Jeep owners furious over ads that appear every time their car stops.
Oh God!
So now if you own a Jeep and have the in-car entertainment, when your car stops, you will get ads.
Oh,
so that's fantastic.
Doesn't that go against some? Wouldn't that go against some distraction laws?
I would have thought so. Yeah.
Because you can't have those spinning rims that make images. So, I would have thought it goes against shit like that. But I'm sure their legal teams approved it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Back to Captain America. This is the advertisement in China.
Never change, China.
That's not even a silhouette of him, is it? That looks like
that's
an
right.
Asian
It's a
dude.
silhouette of someone else.
Looks like a silhouette
of a
an Asian
Chinese
dude.
man. Yeah,
I have no idea who that silhouette is, but that is not fucking Sam's silhouette.
No,
So
no way.
I think that's fucking gold.
Can you imagine if you're like a full-on racist Chinese guy and you went in there and just bam, black?
What is this bullshit? I thought that you know be Chinese hero, not a black hero. Anyway. Apparently Nancy Mace is uncovering some like heinous behavior. Like rape, non-consensual photos of women, underage girls, and the premeditated, calculated exploitation of innocent women in her district. I joked in the Discord that it gives me an idea for a new TV series on Netflix. So I finally have a series I can sell to Netflix. What did I call it? Sorry, I just got to find it. No, not Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace.
Mace her.
I called it. So my idea is: by day, Congresswoman Nancy Mace commands attention on the House floor, fighting for legislative reform. By night, she works along disgraced FBI agent Warren Stingray, using her political connections in his street smarts to solve Washington's darkest crimes. 3 years ago, Mace's teenage daughter disappeared from a Georgetown party, only to be found dead months later. A case that authorities wrote off as tragic overdose, but Mace knew better. When Ray approaches her with evidence linking her daughter's death to an elite trafficking ring operating within DC's power circles, they form an unlikely alliance. Together, they navigate a twisted maze of political corruption, solving high-profile murders while secretly building a case against the powerful figures behind the trafficking operation. The deeper they dig, the more they realize the conspiracy reaches the highest levels of government. Capital Sting weaves together procedural crime solving with a compelling season-long arc as Mace walks a dangerous line between public duties and her covert investigation. Each solved case brings them one step closer to the truth about her daughter's murder, but also puts them firmly in the crosshairs of DC's most dangerous power players. So yeah, Netflix, give me money.
I'd steal the first season of that.
Yeah, that's right. I'd download the first season on torrent. Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Rapper suing Lyft for weight discrimination. Couldn't do Breakfast Club interview until crew brought her couch to sit on.
Case
this
closed.
is our.
Yeah,
Yes.
case closed.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Hi, how are you?
Stormy.
How you doing?
Hey, Ken. How you, brother? You good? Nice to meet you, Ken.
Got it.
Yep. It's the only seat y'all got?
What you want? What you need?
A bigger chair or something.
Is she already little?
We had
That's what I'm talking about. Good. This is the accommodation.
There you go.
She want a public accommodation.
You know, you walked in and you said the chair was too small, so we had to bring the part of the sectional for you to sit in. And you said something. You said, "Now this is what I'm talking about: accommodations." Right?
Yes.
But we live in a world that's not always going to be able to accommodate people that
But
are
we
plus
should.
size.
Based. This is true.
Yeah, they would try. He said, "We'll get you an Uber XL." I can't do it.
Yeah,
But
a Lyft
you were
XL.
accommodated.
Yeah.
Sorry, a Lyft XL, whatever.
Yeah.
But she was accommodated. She was just trying to go viral.
I don't believe this case is going to go anywhere. I think it's dead. Like I don't think this killed it. I think it was already dead.
Yeah, she sat on it.
That's right. she positional asphyxiated it. Breast of hell. Boob job made me go bald. I wanted a new bust after I had a baby, but then hair came out in clumps. Even lost eyelashes. And there she is. Getting her boobs done, and losing her fucking hair over it. Oh, dude.
What they do? Implant lead into her tits?
So this didn't take long after her breast surgery. Their hair began to fall out. Her hair fell out because the silicone implants triggered an autoimmune disease dubbed alopecia universalis. So she lost all her fucking hair.
She get it back?
No, if you've triggered alopecia, that's it. It's done. Your body is so alopecia is when your immune system sees your hair follicles as like the hair follicles that are just under the skin as something to be destroyed. So, your body literally attacks the hair follicles.
And
Bye bye
destroys
hair.
it forever.
Yep, they're gone. You're bald. Bald as a cue ball.
No more shaving for her.
Exactly.
It's Fake eyelashes and wigs, but no shaving.
Yep. James O'Keefe says, "Dear citizen journalists, do not use biometrics on your iPhone." Here's the warrant from a while ago. This isn't a new warrant. This is an old one. Unlocking devices with biometric features. During the execution of the warrant, law enforcement personnel are authorized to obtain from James E. O'Keefe III the display of any physical biometric characteristics such as fingerprint, thumbprint, or facial characteristics necessary to unlock any electronic devices, including 1. Press or swipe of the fingers, including thumbs of O'Keefe, to the fingerprint scanner of the device. 2. Hold the device in front of the face of O'Keefe and to activate the facial recognition feature. Or 3. Hold the device in front of the face of O'Keefe to activate the iris recognition feature for the purpose of attempting to unlock the device in order to search the contents as authorized by this warrant. So yeah, never use thingo. Before you hand over your iPhone to anybody, just squeeze it. Press and hold the power buttons and one of the volume buttons for a few seconds, and all biometrics will be disabled, requiring a PIN to unlock the phone. Oh, that's awesome.
Or just don't have those enabled.
If you remember to do it, yeah. If you've got it in your hand.
Just don't have those
my
enabled.
My question is can you use something else that the device scans instead of
your balls?
Finger? No, I was thinking like, can it do the fingerprint? Can you use your tongue? I know it's unsanitary, but can you use your tongue instead as an emergency backup?
I don't know. Maybe. I've never tried it. I don't lick my phone.
Well, I don't either, but like if it was like, oh, set up biometrics, I don't want to use my thumb, so I'll just use something that I'm never going to do and lick the scanner. Right? And it goes, oh,
yeah.
Your tongue's now scanned in. But the cops aren't going to be like, oh, okay, well, you've tried all 10 of your digits. Let's try your tongue next.
By the time they've done all 10 of your digits, you won't be able to use your digits.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
Like, I think you get 3 or 4 attempts.
Oh, the phone will lock.
The phone will require the PIN instead.
Ah. Oops.
So.
This is why I don't use biometrics. Just use the freaking code, the PIN code.
Yeah. Your best bet is to not use it. Is to use a non-standard finger. So if you've got a scanner on the front, don't use the thumbs.
Or just use your mushroom. That'll do.
Or just don't have it enabled.
Yeah, don't just use a PIN.
No, I was thinking like if it's an emergency.
They need another warrant to compel you to provide your PIN.
Yeah, but even then you could be like, fuck you.
If it's an emergency, they can still call emergency SOS. You don't need to unlock the phone to do that.
Yeah. Last night, Worcester, Massachusetts voted to become a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. I'm sure you've all seen this by now. But this is the last story, so we'll watch this.
I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't. And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry, am I taking too long pleading for my life?
Are you threatening me?
You remember how many children I have and how many, and that 2 of them are trans.
TV for my bunghole. I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT.
You can be bisexual,
I'm
trans.
multiply disabled. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that causes me immense physical pain.
It doesn't make you
I'm on
the opposite sex.
Spectrum, and
Well,
I
clearly.
have narcolepsy, and I couldn't drive myself here, so I had to hide from my driver that I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag.
Josh was saying this girl, Jersh was saying that this is a trans man, trans clown. So it's a woman pretending to be a man, pretending to be a woman, pretending to be a clown.
Okay. I was confused because she actually sounds female. She has no Adam's apple.
It is female. It's a female who's trans. So she's trans female. So she's trans man who's pretending to be a woman who's pretending to be a clown.
Right.
Which is not an easy thing to do in Bragg.
I do not want to be here. It's my day off.
Hey, bye.
I do not want to be in your DMs.
All of
to
them.
be in your email inboxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me. I want you to listen to me.
Do it.
Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the
That
Nazis
chick
burned
beforehand,
books on gender
her
science.
costume was Handsome Jack from Borderlands 2.
I was wondering where she was going with that.
Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans,
Correct.
LGBT
today,
people,
Junior.
and special
Imagine not being able to read something off the screen properly and mispronouncing
It looks like the
things.
person who can't. He looks like
What a
he looks
loser.
like someone who
What a
can't.
retard.
denying life-saving and affirming care.
Can you look at me and tell me how many of my friends need to die before you do anything?
All of them.
Please wrap
Look
up.
at me.
Fuck
Okay,
you.
we're all done here.
All of them plus one.
Fucking pathetic.
We're all done.
Wait a minute, I'm talking
Of
now.
course, we need to continue
you don't
celebrating
mind,
Black
please.
History Month because, in spite of what's coming down from Washington, we all know that we all exist and we all need to be recognized for our existence.
But
No,
be
you
a
don't.
See the woman in the background doing the fucking.
Oh, stop.
I love it.
aware
Retards.
that you
all of
are a
them.
guest in my house when you come. And when you come, know that there are strong queer and trans people in my
Where exactly do
classroom
you think I'm
who will
going?
collect.
I can
I'm
sum
not-
up this entire diatribe from everybody quite simply.
Simply hearing Trump over and over again.
Just lower the camera, please, Anna. Just a little bit more. A bit
you
more.
with the quickness.
My name
With
is
the quickness,
Anna
holy
White.
shit.
And my name out of drag is Dewey Cosgrove Atienza.
Laddie LaRouge, he, they, in drag, District 3.
My legal name is Olivia D'Ambrosio. My public name is Livy Scanlon. My wife and I own a home in the Canal District.
I speak as someone who is always misgendered, like all the time. People refer
wait,
to
is that
me
Joshua?
as sir when I prefer to be referred to as ma'am.
So, sorry, I missed the first part. Is this America or Canada?
This is
US
America.
Worcester. I thought this was Canada for some
This is
stupid
in
reason.
Massachusetts.
Close enough. To the north.
Someone who is afraid to use public toilets.
I mean,
I
to be
speak
fair,
as someone who
I
is a
don't use
member of
public
this
toilets either
community
because they're disgusting.
and is a queer person.
You have to imagine being me and my wife.
No thanks.
you're not the only gay woman.
Brother,
I don't have to imagine anything.
Fearing that our marriage rights will be stripped away at any moment.
Please,
Oh, Vega
I
fell,
only have
baby.
so much time. Please, Joe's gonna cut me off.
Which matters more? Covering the legal fees of systemic police brutality or protecting the lives of queer people in our community? How many lives have to be lost before you consider fighting back against fascism and corruption? That was
brought to you by White Dudes for Harris.
You are the
Like
fascists.
I said, N plus one. It's all of them plus one more. I don't care.
I'm just saying that if
We're
federal
getting
money relies
algebra
on
up
the
in here.
dehumanization of trans people, that we don't want your goddamn money.
I get that some of you care more about easy funding than trans lives, and don't mind Nazis for some whatever reason, but
Normally, I would say good evening, but through the chair, I will only impart my sour grapes.
It's an extremely emotional and taxing thing to stand up here as someone as part of the trans and gender
You know
diverse
what?
community.
Maybe
My name
conscription
is
isn't
Katie.
such a bad idea.
I'm from District 5, and I'm speaking in support of agenda items 10B and 14B. Right now in our country, Trump is threatening the trans and gender diverse community.
Noticing people
Ew.
here are trying to control the rights of
Child
others,
abuse.
and that's not right. We should make Worcester a sanctuary city for trans people. Everybody deserves to feel safe, and everybody needs to feel safe. I've lived here for 4 years, and there hasn't really
Trying to
been
guilt
any
me,
changes
eh?
in how people feel
Yeah, that's not gonna
in
work.
the city. My birthday is this Saturday, and all I want is peace and for you to vote yes. Please don't let me down for my birthday. There's a lot of queer people that I love, and to Candy Carlson, you should know to never call someone I'm 7, and I know better. The kids are watching, and we're ready to vote you out.
You can't even vote, kid.
Yes, thinking the same thing. Oh, we're going to vote you out, are you, kid? Okay.
The motion passed.
Of course.
We've got the best response to all this. Hold on.
What a fucking loser.
Yeah, what a wonderful little human shield.
Unfortunately, I have no idea what clip that was because I just see a black screen that says click the
That
sound.
was Andrew Wilson laughing.
Oh, right. It's the loser one. So, yes.
So what was the
Make
bit
this
that-
space safe or I'll make it an unspace.
What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up?
I mean, you're getting it struck anyway. Oh, so it wasn't just the Wonder Years theme, it's Karate
Wait,
Kid.
so what was the bill?
It was to make the city a sanctuary city.
And so they are a sanctuary city.
Yeah. I'll show you. So they voted to become a sanctuary city. It was like 16-2. So they weren't convincing anybody. There was no one there to convince. It was already going to happen.
So it was grandstanding.
Yes.
Yeah,
of course it
basically.
was. Of course it was.
And it means nothing, really.
It's meaningless, yeah.
Transgender sanctuary is, you're like,
Just like trans people.
Yeah.
How was it? Okay, what does a trans
What does a trans sanctuary
city mean?
Means
How
they
does- how
won't.
does that-
They won't. What's it called? Enforce Trump's edicts about trans stuff.
so the transports are all on the table,
Yeah.
even if they have federal funding.
Yeah.
Would it be
So,
hilarious
yeah.
if Trump turned around and said to Massachusetts, well, you know, we're not going to give you any money if you supply any money to.
Well, that's
He's already done
the
that.
whole point of the EO. Like,
Yeah.
Okay,
if you do
so
this
the
shit, no
city
federal
has-
funding.
You could
The
fund your
city
money
has to
yourself.
survive on itself.
I'm sure there'll be a judge that'll be like, no, you have to give them federal funding. Even though they're weird and like
They'll pull
trying
some
to
sort of
trans
equal
kids
rights
funding,
argument.
yeah.
Okay, yes, we'll give him federal funding. Here's $1.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it for this week. That's the show. We're only 10 minutes left.
Is that the show? Yeah, because it's almost 6 hours.
Thank God. Yeah, everybody have a great week. Yeah. Let's see what Trump does this week. Anyway. Yes, I love you all.
You sound like
Have a
you're
great-
happy about that.
I will be releasing a video this week, probably, with a Minecraft video. So I'll be making money this month. So that's good.
Ooh.
Because you cheapskates don't give me the money. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, Costi got slacked this week. What the fuck happened? Where were his memberships? Come on, Costi.
No, don't be stupid.
We've
Never
run out of
shame
people.
anybody. So I always appreciate anything. And
Costi's not our pay pig. We need to
It's
find a
fine.
pay pig.
I need to find a pay pig. I need Ricada to fucking get
Sorry,
mad.
I
at
gave
me
all
and
my money to
send me
Sean.
super
I'm
chats.
sorry.
So I gave it the door. Anyway, have a great week, everyone. I'll see you next week.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.